Hello everybody, sound check. Can you guys hear me? Check. Can you guys hear me? I can hear myself. Sorry, just getting things acting. Alright. Let me mute this audio here. Okay, so you'll see me looking in different directions on the screen here. Got my main screen over here, my camera's right here, and then another screen over here. So I'm going to be all over the place, just to let you guys know. But severe weather is obviously occurring across the state right now. As you can see on the radar image here, thunderstorms line literally from the Minnesota border all the way south. Let me turn this off. Into northern Arkansas. Many of these storms down here across southern Missouri and northern Arkansas are supercell storms, capable of producing tornadoes, very large hail, damaging winds. These will be moving into southern Illinois in the next 4 to 6 hours. This different shaded red over here from Mount Vernon to Paducah to Carbondale is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. They're actually expecting very large hail, extreme winds, and some strong tornadoes with this watch down here. Pretty dangerous situation down there. Thankfully, the reason why the conditions are more ripe down in this area is the moisture advection is a lot better and a lot more robust down in southern Illinois than it is more towards, let's say, Champaign, the Chicago area. We still have conditions favorable for tornadoes here in central Illinois, Springfield, Peoria, Champaign, even as far north as Kankakee, the Quad Cities, but the moisture return is not as robust, and it's still a little bit too dry for severe weather and tornadoes to really develop and become more numerous than anything isolated. So, not to say you're not going to get a tornado or a tornado warning in central Illinois, but the conditions are a little bit more favorable south across southern Illinois. That being said, we do have supercell storms crossing the Mississippi River, ready blue through Quincy, about to hit Louisiana, Missouri, about an hour away from the St. Louis metropolitan area. There's a couple of tornado warnings down there, and even baseball-size hail reported here on the storm just southwest of Sullivan, Missouri. These storms will be rapidly moving northeast into central Illinois, where, as you see, there is a tornado watch issued. As I said, it includes Galesburg, Pontiac, Watseka, Champaign, Lincoln, Beardstown, Taylorville, Vandalia, Centralia, Olney, Robinson, Charleston. All you guys are in a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Once again, you're not guaranteed to see a tornado, or you're not guaranteed to see a damaging wind gust, but if you see these little blue icons popping up, those are non-thunderstorm winds out ahead of the line. And if you guys have been outside, you know it's pretty windy outside already without any of the storms coming. There's been significant wind damage reports across Missouri already. A couple of them here, 70 mile an hour wind. This is dime-size hail. I'm trying to get on this one. 60 mile an hour winds here. Thunderstorm wind damage, roof blown off a house in central Missouri, and even up into northern Missouri into southeast Iowa. We have 74 mile an hour wind in southeast Iowa, 62, 75, 63, 61. So we do have severe weather even as far east as eastern Iowa, and that's going to be moving into northwest Illinois. As you just may have noticed, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for the Quad Cities metro, southern Rock Island County, south, all the way into Beardstown, this orange box here. So it may not look like much on radar, but I know some of you who are adept at looking at radar can see and say there's not a bunch of reds, yellows, oranges in there. This is because there is a bunch of wind energy aloft. So even the showers and the thunderstorm activity that do exist is going to bring that very strong wind aloft down towards the surface and cause damaging wind gusts. So don't let the radar presentation fool you. It's not going to be one of those solid lines like you'll see further south here across Missouri. All warnings tonight should be taken seriously. As you notice, this warning is 70 mile an hour for penny-sized hail, and it is considered a considerable warning. But we notice just behind that, the warnings with these storms just passed are destructive, 80 mile an hour winds. So when that happens, that is when your tornado warnings, or I'm sorry, your weather or wireless emergency alert tones go off on your phone. That screeching sound that you get all the time when there's an amber alert, a tornado warning, whatever. That's when those will alert for 80 mile an hour destructive winds with those types of warnings. As we note here across northeast Illinois into eastern Illinois, we're quiet. And I know, don't say that Q word, I get it. But we're pretty tranquil right now. Let me see if I can turn on some observations. I cannot for some reason, but we'll switch over to another resource here that I use. And bear with me for 2 seconds while I turn on my place files here. Just want to make sure I get the latest and greatest data. Sorry, I'm in my office, so I do have radios monitoring the county and the area around as well. So you will hear that loud noise from time to time here with the radio traffic. If it gets too annoying, I'll just walk over there and turn it down. Okay, that's getting too annoying. Let me go turn that down real quick. Sorry, I have kitties in here too. They like to interrupt my progress here. So, sorry about that. We're back at it. As we noticed, like I said, severe thunderstorm warnings line from Scott County, Iowa, southward through Pike County, Illinois. These will rapidly move off to the east-northeast at about 60-65 miles per hour. So, in timeline, we're talking Clinton, Iowa to Princeton, Illinois to about Peoria and Springfield by about 10 p.m. Rockford, Morris, Joliet, over to Champaign, probably around midnight, 11 o'clock, midnight, around that time period. And then further south and east, we're going later into the night. These storms, like I said, are moving more northeasterly. They'll be in St. Louis here by 9:30 and move across the I-70 corridor, the I-72 corridor, up until it hits Pontiac, Dwight, Kankakee, my house in Paxton here. So what we're looking for, I'm sorry, my computer just died for some reason on the other side. I'm not sure what happened there, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Some of the comments that I see, what about your locations? Let me take you north to south. I kind of just did it already, but just in case you're just joining me here, I'll try to have a little bit better of an explanation for you. Once again, let's look at the view from 30,000 feet up at the storm system as a whole. It's a classic comma-shaped storm system. Low pressure centered in western Iowa. The wraparound precipitation into South Dakota and Nebraska. Generally, if this was a little bit cooler air, there'd be quite a blizzard and quite a winter storm going on. But we've got a full-fledged spring storm occurring for us right now. So you even see severe thunderstorm warnings up in Minnesota. But the real robust activity is from southeast Minnesota, eastern Iowa, into the Mississippi River Valley region of Illinois, Missouri, Iowa, and then stretching back into northern Arkansas. So from the north, let's take a trip. So this blue box here, Dubuque, Waukegan, Rockford, Dixon, DeKalb, Chicago metro area, Kankakee, Joliet, Streeter, LaSalle, Peru, all the way over to the Quad Cities. This is your severe thunderstorm watch. This is winds 60, 70, maybe a little bit higher in pockets, maybe quarter-size hail, and a brief isolated tornado or two. In the blue box, we're not expecting very much in the way of tornadic activity. That's not to say you're not going to get a random spin up, a random pocket of more extreme wind damage, but in the blue box, we're expecting mainly straight line winds blowing through 25, 30 minutes, and that's it. It's a one and done with this line. Once it moves through, you're done for the night. You can go to bed, turn off the weather if you don't care anymore. Everything's good. So that's for northern Illinois. As we head into central Illinois, Galesburg, Macomb, Havana, Peoria, Bloomington, Paxton, Champaign, Decatur, Springfield, general central Illinois regions. This red box is a tornado watch. As I said to start off this broadcast, that the tornado watch is issued because the air from southern Illinois is trying to advect north into central Illinois. So conditions are a little bit more favorable for rotating thunderstorms and tornadoes. Right now, as it stands, the atmosphere here is not very conducive for any sort of tornadic activity. But what they're expecting is the low-level winds, and like I said, you want to go outside and feel that warm wind from the south and southeast is going to be pumping that moisture up into this region, and these storms will tap into that and potentially become a little bit more surface-based. Right now they're elevated, but due to the strong wind fields, it's able to break through that shallow capping layer and actually create damaging wind gusts at the surface. Normally, without such a strong low-pressure system like we're seeing, this would be a run-of-the-mill thunderstorm event with no real worries, maybe a severe hail report and an isolated wind gust or something. But since these storms and this low-pressure system is such a dynamic, and I hate using the word bomb cyclone, but it's very anomalous for the year to be occurring. Any time of year, really, but especially right now, as low millibars as it is. It's really carrying a lot of upper air support, a lot of wind shear, and drawing up a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. And thankfully, if you don't like storms, we had a system here a couple of days ago that passed across southern Illinois into the mid-south region that sent a cold front through and wiped out most of the moisture that was there. Had that not occurred, we'd be sitting with dew points in the mid-60s, close to 70 degrees, and we'd be talking probably about a pretty major tornado outbreak across the state right now. But thankfully, like I said, the moisture is a little bit more marginal here in central Illinois, and we're not worrying too much about a tornado outbreak or strong tornadoes. That being said, we're going to look at the radar here. We see a thunderstorm southwest of Macomb with 70-mile-an-hour winds. We see another one about to enter the Pittsfield area with 70-mile-an-hour winds. Even more thunderstorms to the west of the St. Louis metro. This will be moving into Jerseyville, Carlinville, Litchfield in the next hour. Springfield, you're looking at about 10 o'clock or so. Lincoln about 10:30. Peoria about 10:30. Maybe a little bit sooner in the Galesburg area. I mean, the warning is right on your doorstep. And as I said, this looks pretty innocuous up here. Nothing as serious looking as down here, but it's still producing pretty strong wind gusts. Even though the radar presentation isn't very, very hot looking, for lack of a better term there. So, like I said, that's a little bit of a recap for central Illinois. Let's move down to the St. Louis area. Here, I'm pretty concerned, essentially, from the I-72 corridor and south. These storms do mean business. They have produced very large hail and destructive winds, and they are tornadic. These red boxes here signify tornado warnings, all approaching the St. Louis metro area here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. The moisture itself, like I said, is not real conducive in this area yet, but it is drawing in from the south. These storms down here across northern Arkansas are much more in a favorable environment for strong tornado production. The dew points here are in the low 60s, upper 50s, low 60s, and all of that is moving north into Illinois. So the ribbon of most unstable air and the best overlap with shear is here in this darker colored watch, which is your particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This tornado watch includes Mount Vernon, Fairfield, Mount Carmel, Carmi, Harrisburg, Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Cairo, Carbondale, all those locations here across southern and southeast Illinois. This is where some of these severe storms and tornadoes moving in from northern Arkansas later on could produce problems with a strong EF2, EF3 plus tornado here. So I'm a little bit more concerned for the weather from basically St. Louis, Effingham, Robinson, and south for tornado risk. Like I said, tornado watch does exist up until almost the I-80 corridor for storms that are moving into a gradually more favorable environment. The wind shear is going to be pretty hellacious. There is a lot of turning with wind and with height. There is a lot of speed shear, a lot of directional shear, but there's not a lot of moisture and instability. And like I said, that is why the areas here across central Illinois into northern Illinois are not as conducive to tornadic development as it is a little bit further south. Let me try to turn my other computer back on here. Sorry about that. I know I see a lot of questions and comments. I'm trying to get the best out of them. I can only see 3 at a time with so many coming in, so I apologize for that. But we'll hit a recap here. Northern Illinois, like I said, blue box is a severe thunderstorm watch. Not expecting many tornadoes, if at all any. Maybe 1 or 2, maybe a couple more on a leading edge of this storm here approaching Macomb as it moves into the Chicago metro area. If it's able to tap into some of that better moisture, maybe a couple quick, spin up tornadoes, but this does not scream tornado producer to me here. This is thunder, lightning. Let me actually can't turn on the lightning data for some reason. I'll have to work on this after this event, but there's a bunch of lightning here across the region, and that should continue. Let me go to my other source here and see if I can pull it up there. Okay, so yeah, you're not going to see it because I'm looking over here, but in this line from eastern Iowa down to west central Illinois, there's about 110 lightning strikes. So we've always, seen these storms producing lightnings, producing straight line winds. Oh wow, let's take a drive down here to southwest Missouri here, just west of Salem. Let me turn on a different source here and see if I can get a better view at this. When we're talking about supercells and tornadic storms, this is going to be the type of storms that I'm referring to. That's not a good look. It's kind of in between radars, go figure. Try right here. These are the type of storms that we expect to see further south across south central Illinois and further south. Give me a second here so it loads. Sorry, I have internet here in rural Ford County, so it's not the quickest, not the worst, but leaves a little bit to be desired, as you can imagine. So we'll let that load for a second. We'll switch to a different resource and see if we could show you exactly what we mean when we're looking at tornadic supercells. So we could see the hook echo here, a hook echo here, a hook echo here, a bit of a hook echo here. These storms are rotating. They're spinning around a common updraft base. So if we move to velocity images, you can clearly see rotational couplet here, southwest of New Haven, Missouri. A very strong rotation couplet just northwest of Sullivan, Missouri. One near Steelville, and then another further south. The reason I'm showing you this for Missouri is these are all moving east-northeast into the St. Louis metro area, and then, of course, it'll be moving into Jersey County, Madison County, St. Clair, and Monroe County. So this is your about 90 minutes to 2 hour heads up here just to the east of the St. Louis metro that these supercells are going to be moving in. And unfortunately, I don't see much in the way to slow them down and have them not produce severe weather going forward through the night. I'm getting a lot of weird noises coming up to my other computer here, so sorry, it's really weird. So we'll move off of that. So as you can see, these storms moving into Missouri. We have another rotating storm moving into western Illinois. This one is moving towards the Pittsfield area. Should be around Pittsfield, New Hartford, Rockport here in the next 20 minutes or so, from Pike County on up into Scott County, and then further beyond there, excuse me. Let's take a look at the rotation on that storm. Stop the loop. Let's go storm relative 225 at 63 knots. That's one thing that I wanted to point out, is 63 knots is about 70 miles per hour. So these storms are really moving quickly here across the landscape. These storms don't follow the highway speed limit. They don't follow stoplights. They don't follow stop signs or anything like that. There's no traffic for these storms. So they are going to be moving very quickly off to the east-northeast. So just imagine a drive an hour away without having to stop. You know, it's going to be on you before you know it. So if you're in a mobile home, let's say in Cass County, Menard County, even northwestern Sangamon County, Morgan County, on up to Mason County, Schuyler County, it may be time to look for a sturdier shelter before this storm particularly gets there. Right now, like I said, it is more of a mainly hail and wind threat, but it is a little bit concerning. We are seeing a mesocyclone on radar here just to the north of Pleasant Hill. Nothing imminently tornadic, so we won't be sounding any alarms for tornado warnings at this point right now. Sorry, just checking the other resources here. See if there's anything new to update on that source here. I know a lot of you guys are up in the Chicago area, so I will move on up there to show you the radar and the observational trends here. Give me a second for it to load. We'll switch to this resource here. Back onto the radar. As I said, Chicago area, we're looking good right now for at least the next 2 to 3 hours. These storms are approaching. Will be about the I-39 corridor by about 10:30, 11 o'clock, if not a hair sooner. We do have a new warning that was just issued here. The National Weather Service over into the Quad Cities has now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock, Warren, Henderson, Mercer, and McDonough County for winds of 80 miles per hour. So, once again, if you live in those areas here across northwest Illinois towards the Quad Cities metro, these storms do have a tendency to produce winds of 80 miles an hour. The train storm spotter reported an 81 mile per hour wind gust near Blandonsville at 8:31 p.m. So these storms, like I said, they don't look very menacing on radar here across even eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois, but they are producing very, very strong winds. So please, don't look at your radar app and say it's just rain, there's nothing to be concerned about. Please make sure you are heeding all warnings. These warnings have pretty long lead times on them. As you can see, the warning extends out at least 30, 40 miles from where the storms are. That is just because of the lead time of the fast-moving storms. It's going to be on you very quickly. So we need to make sure that we are heeding these warnings and taking actions right away, because you don't want to wait till it's about 10 minutes away and then you're going to have to, you know, take shelter in the middle of the storm. It's not going to be a good scenario. So, like I said, let's get back to the Chicago area. We're looking good here. Across northeast Illinois, we're looking good still in the Rockford region. Storms will be approaching Dubuque, Clinton, Iowa, Kewanee in the next hour. Like I said, they are very quickly moving. I'm going to try to throw a loop on here just to show you how quick they're advancing. And it needs to load for a second. Sorry. But as you can see, it is a continuous line of weather watches and warnings from basically Rochester, Minnesota, southeast through St. Louis, with a little bit of a gap here in northern or southern Missouri, and then almost Little Rock, Arkansas. So, you know, guesstimating it's about a 700-mile distance of continuous watches and warnings. So, we're looking pretty set, unfortunately, in areas close to the Mississippi River, especially, that we're going to see severe weather and storms, producing damaging winds and a couple of tornadoes, like I said, further south. I see a lot of comments. I saw something about Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook, we're still a few hours away from any sort of storms hitting your region. When they do hit, it will probably be in the form of 60, 65 mile per hour winds. I can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but that is not the biggest threat here in the Chicago area or in the blue shaded region of the severe thunderstorm watch. Like I said, I'll repeat it again for those who may have just been joining. The conditions are far more favorable for tornadoes across southern Illinois in this darker red shaded box. That is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. The lighter red shaded box is just quote unquote a standard tornado watch, while the blue is a severe thunderstorm watch. Anyone in a watch can expect damaging winds and or the chance for a brief tornado or two. But those across southern and central Illinois have the greater risk of seeing powerful tornadoes, strong EF2 plus tornadoes. So, like I said, that includes Paducah, Mount Vernon, Mount Carmel, Carbondale, the whole region of southern Illinois, across the forest lands down here, and Harrisburg. We have a new tornado warning issued. Butts up to Jersey County, does not include it at this time, but it also includes the western suburbs of St. Louis for this supercell moving away from the Sullivan, Missouri area. So that will be moving towards basically the National Weather Service office here in St. Louis on its path. If it were to maintain Alton, Godfrey, Elsa, Brighton, even Bunker Hill in the next hour, 90 minutes. Well, they just turned that. You see that just happened? That's turned purple. That is now a confirmed tornado. A damaging tornado, quarter-size hail, 6 miles west of St. Clair, moving northeast at 55. So there is a confirmed tornado on this storm heading into the St. Louis metropolitan area, the west side. So Maryland Heights, St. Charles, O'Fallon, Missouri, not Illinois. This storm with a confirmed tornado is going to be moving into your region in the next hour. And like I said, this is a heads up. Jersey County. Let's look into a closer resource down here. Jersey County, Madison County, into Macoupin County, Calhoun County, Missouri, that is. These storms here are going to be moving very quickly into your region. And capable of producing confirmed tornadoes. As we look further north, from Galesburg through the north side of St. Louis, I don't like the look of this storm here now entering Pike County, Illinois. Southwest of Pittsfield, it's the one I mentioned a little bit earlier. It's got a curious shape to it, so let me kind of zoom into that one. What I noticed right off the bat are these bright colors just west of Pittsfield. That could be some pretty substantial size hail, or it could be a lot of smaller hail, but just copious amounts of it. Correlation coefficient shows a drop here in this region where the brighter reflectivity is. So that suggests about golf ball, maybe a little bit larger size hail. Somebody else, the Storm Kitty, wants to be able to watch too. This kitten is really something. She's purring away right now. So, is my storm talk boring you at all? Yeah, is it? Well, go on, Storm Kitty. Looking at rotation in the storm near Pittsfield. A little bit of a mesocyclone still persists, but nothing surface-based, nothing that would scream tornado warning right now. But it is something to watch as it heads towards Pittsfield, Detroit, Florence, Valley City, Griggsville, and even further into Scott County. Kitty's name is Pudding. My daughter named her Pudding, so just for reference. I have 5 cats, so one of them is named Pudding. Okay, so this is what we're talking about when we talk about a significant rotation signature on radar. This is no doubt a tornado. If I went to this correlation coefficient, you could see a significant dropout just west of St. Clair, Missouri. And this is probably a pretty strong tornado that's going to be moving into Union, Missouri, Villa Ridge, and eventually maybe towards the Weather Service. But that's the type of signature that we're looking for when we scream, tornado signature. And unfortunately, we'll probably see this type of signature in a few hours here across southwest Illinois into southern Illinois. I don't expect it, once again, I do not expect it up here in northern Illinois. With that being said, a tornado warning has now just been issued here for Macomb in west central Illinois. So I will switch over here to Davenport's radar. And it's kind of far away. We're kind of in that radar hole, so you're not going to get the best look, but this should be good enough. Storm at rotation near Industry. We're located near Fandon, moving northeast at 55. So that's for south central Warren County and central McDonough County and central Illinois. Macomb, Bardolph, Bushnell, Adair, even up to Prairie City, you are in this warning. The storm will be on you pretty quickly. You don't need me to say that it is going to be a confirmed tornado for you to take action and get to shelter right now. So, like I said, these storms are right on the cusp of that better air, so to speak. Dew points still aren't up where I'd want to be really concerned about a major tornado threat, but it's enough. Obviously, the Weather Service here in Davenport has seen enough rotation in the storm to signify issuing a warning here for Warren County into McDonough County, or vice versa, McDonough into Warren County. Fulton County, you are not in this warning as of yet, but if I were in Avon, St. Augustine, Ellisville, even Marietta, the storm is generally heading your direction, so I would probably have a plan in place here should a warning get issued. Once again, this storm is near Fandon, moving towards Macomb, probably the south and east side of Macomb, into Bardolph and Bushnell. Bushnell, you are directly in the path of this storm. This storm, once again, has the capability of producing a tornado. One has not been sighted on the ground yet, but you don't need one to be sighted for you to take action. You need to take action now. Once again, once these line of storms pass, it's over with. Quincy, you're done with severe weather. If you're watching me right now from Quincy, thank you. You don't have to worry about severe weather anymore. The risk is over with. Adams County, Hancock County, you guys are done. You're going to have some wind and some rain lingering. The wind is going to ramp up, unfortunately, throughout the night and tomorrow. But the severe weather, the tornado threat, it's along and ahead of this line. Let's see, let's take a closer look in here. Once again, I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me as a huge tornado risk at the moment, but there is persistent rotation here just to the northeast of Fandon, and at any point in time that could tighten up. And it's close enough to Macomb right here for you to be in shelter if you're in Western Illinois. I'm not sure if you guys are on spring break yet or anything like that, if some of those colleges are or not. Locations like Good Hope, you're in the warning. You should be taking shelter. Prairie City, like I said, even Avon, St. Augustine, London Mills, you are in the path of this storm. So have a plan if a warning gets issued for Knox County and Fulton County here in the next 15-20 minutes. Let me turn on my warning window. That's something I am missing. Actually, if I put it down there, you're not going to be able to see it either because my face, my pretty face, is covering it up. So we will put it up here a little bit so we can all see it. These darker pinks and purples right here for this storm moving into southern Missouri. Want to talk about a rotational couplet? That is a pretty strong tornado here moving into southern Missouri. Well away from Illinois. I'm only showing it for example. But that is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Reading some of the text, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Bakersfield, which isn't a good thing, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So those are very dangerous storms down there. And that's the type of storms that, unfortunately, I think will approach Chester, approach Ava, even Carbondale, Pinckneyville, Sparta, Redbud, even Waterloo here in the next 2 to 3 hours. These storms are meaning business. And just because it's nighttime outside, just because there's a loss of heat from the sun, doesn't mean these storms are going to dissipate, unfortunately. Down here, that environment is more than conducive to long track, strong, even maybe even violent tornadoes down here. So be very careful if you live south of St. Louis towards Mount Vernon, down towards Paducah here in the next 3, 4, 5 hours. These storms are not, like I said, going to go away. They're individual supercells. You can see the real pronounced hook echo here. That's going to be a problem for West Plains, Missouri. So if anybody knows anybody near West Plains, Missouri, please get them to shelter. They don't have very much time. Let's go back to the St. Louis metropolitan area here. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings up towards Pittsfield, Griggsville. More severe thunderstorm warnings crossing the border here. Campsville, Pearl, Hillville, Carrollton, Hardin in Illinois, down by St. Louis. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then, once again, the tornado warnings approaching the St. Louis metro with this confirmed tornado. Let's see if it's still on the ground. Yes, it is, unfortunately. That has a pretty significant debris signature just south of Union, Missouri. That is going to be moving into a very populated area in the next 20 to 30 minutes. And if it maintains its strength, it is going to be moving into southwest Illinois. Like I said, Grafton, Godfrey, Alton. You've got about an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour here to prepare for that supercell to move in. Let's take a wide look at things for some people who may be joining us. We'll go back north, and now, oh, nice. My dew point's finally kicked on. So here's what I'm talking about. Wow, 124. That can't be right. That's wrong. But here's what I'm talking about. That juicier air, mid-50s, upper 50s, low 60s. That air is going to be filtering up and trying its best to get up here into central and northern Illinois. But it still has a long way to go. And It's probably not going to make it up to the I-80 corridor. It may only make it up to the I-72 corridor, which is why, like I said, Champaign, Quincy, south has the better tornado risk than anywhere to the north. But, you know, as we see, that's tornado warning up by Macomb. It doesn't take much. But I do expect a lot more tornadic activity here across southern Illinois than I would across northern Illinois. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued here for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to include Beardstown, Browning, Chandlerville, Virginia, Ashland, Jacksonville, Winchester, Bluffs, Chapin, and Meredosia. So these storms here, this one over Pittsfield, it's going to be moving northeast and producing ping pong ball size hail. So think of a ping pong, that kind of hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That will have a general tendency to want to approach Mason City, San Jose, Havana, maybe Havana, maybe a little bit south of Havana, Kilbourne, Oakford, Greenview, maybe a little bit west of Lincoln. But extrapolating this storm out, if it continues, it may be a Peoria to Bloomington problem here in the next 2 hours. So keep a heads up there. Further south, once again, severe weather approaching St. Louis. Let's go up to the northwest Illinois, Dubuque. We're looking okay, but storms within the next hour. LaSalle, Rockford, Chicago, Waukegan, you're looking fine right now. No issues. But these storms will be moving in by about 11 o'clock or midnight. I know a lot of people are asking, do I expect them to weaken? Do they expect tornadoes? These storms here should begin a weakening phase as they get into the lower 40s, dew points, and cooler temperatures up in Wisconsin and far northern Illinois. But as you guys notice, it is very windy outside. And it's even windier aloft, a couple thousand feet above our heads right now. You know, 80, 90, 100-mile-an-hour winds up just above the surface. So all it takes is one good downdraft to bring that wind to the surface. So a shower, there may not even be lightning with it, will have the capability of producing damaging winds in this environment. And that could be found mostly across this blue shaded area, the severe thunderstorm watch. Like I said, more of the red box area, tornado watch. We're still expecting a couple of tornadoes across central Illinois, but considerably higher threat down here with the supercells approaching southern Illinois. This one near Salem is going to mean business for Festus, Missouri, over into Waterloo, even the south side of St. Louis here in the next hour or two. So those of you living in Trenton, New Baden, Freeburg, O'Fallon, Illinois, kind of a heads up in the next 1 to 2 hours, we have some supercells moving into your area and can't rule out some tornadoes moving in there. Across northwest Indiana, there are no watches or warnings or anything of the like. Lake County, Porter County, Newton, anywhere Jasper County, not under a watch or a warning here. The Weather Service has said that they will play it by ear. So when these storms do make it a little bit closer to the region, if they need to locally extend the severe thunderstorm or tornado watch, they will do so for these areas. I can tell you, even though you're not in the watch area here across northwest Indiana, you're close enough to it to be on the lookout for severe weather and potentially have to take shelter or evacuate a mobile home. I always say use a watch, especially a tornado watch, as a warning if you live in a mobile home. So I know it's going to be difficult. It's already 9 p.m. It's a Friday night. It's dark out. The wind's whipping around. You know, it may or may not be cloudy at your location right now. But these storms are going to be moving very quickly. And I don't want a tornado warning to be issued at last minute for you, and you're caught out in the middle of nowhere with no place to go because you were too late evacuating a mobile home or something of the like. So if you live across central Illinois, southern Illinois, in a structure that you would not feel confident in surviving even a weak tornado, I would I would advocate maybe calling a friend, seeing if a shelter's open, calling your local emergency management agency, seeing what your options are, because I don't want you to be caught off guard. And I don't want you guys to be out there in the bad conditions. The good thing is, like I said, once this line passes, it's over with. Like I said, Quincy, you're good. You're done. In the next hour or two, St. Louis, you're going to be done once this line of storms moves through. There's nothing behind it. As we can see, dew points rapidly drop into the 20s, into the 30s across Nebraska, even in southwest Iowa. A very strong push of dry air. And this is going to be where your winds are going to be following too. It's going to be a counterclockwise motion around the low pressure system. It's going to be pushing in behind these storms, getting them through the region quickly, and then the high winds are going to start once again later tonight into tomorrow especially. Davenport, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. The leading edge of those storms are just about into the Quad Cities right now. Galesburg, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Essentially from Altona all the way down to Astoria, and then from Canton over to Prairie City, we are under a large severe thunderstorm warning for these storms moving from Monmouth through Macomb, and then essentially Mount Sterling to the northeast. So these storms on their current paths will take it up through Galesburg, through Canton, as I said, up towards Kewanee. Should stay a little bit northwest of Peoria Metro. These storms specifically in the next hour to 2 hours. These would not make it up to the I-80 corridor until about 10:30. A little bit sooner toward the west, the storm up by Monmouth, probably about 10 o'clock up to the I-80 corridor. But these down here, further southwest, will probably get up to Princeton, LaSalle by about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Going back and looking at a tornado warnings, right now we only technically have one tornado warning in the state of Illinois, and that is with this storm very near the Macomb area. We're going to be looking for any indication of a tornado, which good news is I'm not seeing anything. I am kind of far away from the radar. I'm looking up multiple different levels. We could see a very broad mesocyclone in this storm, but this is thousands and thousands of feet up into the air. My foot just caught on my internet cord. I hope I didn't rip it out. But in terms of low-level circulation, I'm not seeing it around here, but the main area of interest would be somewhere between Macomb and Bardolph, heading towards Bushnell. So Bushnell, if you're in that region, over to Good Hope, if you're traveling on any of these roads, this is State Route 9, State Route 41, State Route 95, and State Route 41, moving north from Bushnell to Prairie City, you should be in shelter and off the roadways, as this storm, once again, has got a little bit more of a wind look to it to me, more than a tornado risk. It's got a bit more of a wind damage look to it, which, whether it's an EF0 tornado or winds that are spinning or straight line, it doesn't really matter. 70, 80 mile an hour wind is 70, 80 mile an hour wind, however you slice it. So take shelter if you're under one of these warnings. Right now, like I said, the radar data is a little murky from Davenport, so let's switch on over to Lincoln. And as it does that, we'll go back to this resource and take a wide look here. Let me get to my viewpoints, which I don't have any. Thought I did. I guess I deleted them all. Oh, wait, they're up here. Duh. So let's look at the state. Temperatures across the region, very warm for March. 70 in Dubuque, 72 in Rockford, 73 here in Chicago, O'Hare, 75 across central Illinois, 75 still down in Paducah. It's very warm. It's very warm, so that's stepping outside. You usually at this time of year don't get abnormally high temperatures like this without some sort of price to pay, and that price to pay tonight is severe weather. Looking further south, there's obviously temperatures in the upper 70s and 80s. Looking back at the winds, that's not going to tell you much. Wind gusts here. These are just the gusts across the state at the moment. 25 up in Rockford, 35 in Chicago, 37 in Peoria, 45 in Springfield, mid upper 30s down in southern Illinois. That's all southerly, southeasterly winds, pumping up that moisture, that juice for severe weather to occur. I just saw an update on the tornado warning. Let me check it out here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Scottsburg or 9 miles northeast of Macomb, moving northeast at 55. So Prairie City, Little Swan Lake, Prairie City Airport around 9:10. That should put it right around Bushnell as well, right about now. So, yeah, as you can see, the storms here right around this area. A little bit of a kink in the line over Bushnell. You could kind of see that better in their base velocity here. Once again, we're very far away from the radar, so this isn't screaming tornado on the ground or anything like that. Just to be sure, let's look at the correlation coefficient, but I don't see anything there either. Let's move on south. We do have a new tornado warning here. It does clip Calhoun County. This is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Flint Hill, Missouri. Over towards Old Monroe, Winfield, and Foley, Missouri. But in Illinois, we're talking locations of Jersey County that are just to the west of Grafton, just to the west of Fielden. So we're still just a little sliver of Jersey County here. But, you know, if you are in Grafton, Otterville, Fielden, Jerseyville, Kane, any of these locations here, this storm right here, and I can just look at reflectivity right now and know exactly where the rotation is. But we'll switch on to velocity mode, and you can see it just northwest of Flint Hill right here. That's going to be moving in a northeasterly direction. So once again, we're talking Fielden, Otterville, Grafton. Not in the warning yet, but it will be moving into your location here in the next hour or so. Let's look at the big tornado producer so far here in the St. Louis Metro. We still see a very strong couplet approaching the radar site. Very big debris ball here. Yeah, it's this tornado, unfortunately, is doing damage here across Villa Ridge, Gray Summit into Wildwood, Missouri. Not liking the looks of that. It's right here. It's going to be moving very near the radar site into a very populated area, Chesterfield, Missouri, into the western suburbs of St. Louis. Once again, your call to action in these areas is now, but looking further on, Godfrey, Fairmount, Alton, you are within about an hour, like I said, of this tornadic thunderstorm to be moving in this direction. And to say it's going to be the same tornado, probably not, but these supercells like to recycle. They like to regenerate areas of rotation, and another tornado could drop. But, you know, we are in an environment down here where longer track tornadoes can occur, so it's not out of the possibility that one of these can be on the ground for 70, 80 miles. It's in the cards. The Weather Service is actually upgraded to a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for this western St. Louis metropolitan area, like I said, over Gray Summit, moving northeast to 55. So I know this isn't necessarily Illinois, but if you know anybody that lives in the western side of St. Louis, O'Fallon, St. Charles, St. Peters, Chesterfield, Wildwood, Baldwin, Wentzville, Maryland Heights, etc., in this general area, get them to shelter now. This is an Illinois page, but we like to look out for our neighbors, so please make your phone calls now. They don't have a lot of time. Let's go back up to the Quad Cities area, take a look at what's going on there. The popular adage, if I'm not talking about your area right now, there's no reason to worry because there is nothing going on. I will periodically go back and do a recap and show, you know, whenever severe weather is going to occur and try to give a timeline out. But for right now, there's no reason to worry in the Chicago Metro, I-39 corridor, anyone in eastern and northeastern Illinois. We're still a few hours away. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, and it's pretty large across the Quad Cities area, but it does include southwestern Carroll County, most of Whiteside County, some of Bureau County, and all of Henry County here in the Quad Cities Metro. So, with that being said, we're going to take a look back at our other product here. I'm using the wrong mouse because I don't know why, but this severe thunderstorm warning here in the orange is for 70 mile per hour winds. We'll take this data off here now so you don't have any confusion. But this warning will include Kewanee, Deer Grove, Prophetstown, Morrison, Thompson, Clinton, Iowa, LeClaire, Iowa, Geneseo, Illinois. All these locations here, Hillsdale, Erie, these areas in the orange shaded region, in the next 30-45 minutes, expect some very strong winds, 70 miles an hour. And as I said, they don't look very menacing on radar. They don't look like the storms down in St. Louis. They don't look like the storms over in west central Illinois. But that doesn't really mean that these storms are less capable of producing severe weather. As I said before, some of these storms may not even produce lightning to a point once they run out of the greater instability air, etc., etc. So we're not looking at, you know, a strobe light approaching your region here across eastern Iowa and northwest Illinois, which makes it a little bit more dangerous because it's not going to alert you a storm's coming. If you ignore this warning and you're just sitting outside or sitting or driving unexpectedly down I-88 or I-80, this storm's going to hit out of nowhere potentially to you and have the capability of pushing you off the road because of the winds. And I know the winds are occurring because if you notice all these little blue icons here, let's go through some of these. 74 mile an hour winds, 78 mile an hour winds, 62 mile an hour winds, 70, 77, 60 mile an hour winds just west of Galesburg, 75 in Burlington, Iowa. So these storms are producing quite a punch, and they are going to be moving through the Quad Cities area. So if it is still producing damaging winds, we're going to know it here very soon because it's a very populated area, and we're going to talk about power outages. We're going to talk about people reporting trees down, and you know, anything of that matter. We're going to know it soon because it's in a populated area. We do a little bit of housekeeping on this computer here. Not seeing anything noteworthy, no further tornado warnings. I do actually want to pop into St. Louis's chat just to see what they have to say about that severe weather, that tornado moving into their western suburbs. So yeah, pretty large debris ball right now near Gray Summit, Missouri. Expecting further tornadoes to develop. Something that we are, something I am not surprised at. And right now the tornado is just west of Wildwood, Missouri. So like I said, let's call our friends down there. And well, as I say that, let's move back to Illinois and let's move back to this storm here in Schuyler County. Schuyler County, Fulton County, you are under a tornado warning right now. Let's move over to Lincoln's radar. It'll give me a better view of the storm. Bear with me a second. All right. So we do have tornado warnings here across central Illinois. Storm is going to be just west of Astoria. Let me read the actual warning text to you guys. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds were located near Rushville, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So a tornado and quarter-size hail is possible. And I zoomed in way too far. So this storm here entering Schuyler County from Rushville on over to Beardstown is moving rapidly northeast. This includes Lewiston, This includes Cuba. This includes Table Grove, Vermont, Summum, even up to Bryant and St. David. And you guys know 2 years ago you got hit by an EF3 tornado in this area. So you are no stranger to damage and tornadoes. So please take this one seriously. Take a look over here at the velocity signature. We could see some very high velocities. So at the very least, there's going to be damaging winds. But we also see rotation near, like I said, just exiting the Rushville area, moving towards Vermont and Astoria. Ipava, Lewiston, as I said, Smithfield, Cuba, Marietta, you are still under a tornado warning. The good news now, if there is any, is the tornado warning that was in effect for Warren into McDonough and Warren County has been allowed to expire. So that warning is off the board here. We do not have to worry about that anymore for the time being. But the additional tornado warning now exists for Fulton into Schuyler County. Once again, further south, we still have a tornado warning for the cell that is moving very close to Jersey County. I do expect continued strengthening of this storm and a continued need for a tornado warning, which will probably include Greene County, the rest of Jersey County, maybe into Macoupin County, maybe. But, you know, Fielden, Otterville, Jerseyville, Kane, Rockbridge, Greenfield, Carrollton. That storm is not too far away. I'm sure if you look to the southwest right now, if you were over here, those storms are lighting up the sky pretty wildly right now. So, once again, back down to the St. Louis region. I don't have the radar, so that's why it kind of looks globulin right now. But the powerful tornado moving into the western St. Louis suburbs right now, near Wildwood, heading for Chesterfield, St. Charles. And I know I've been there. I've done work in this area quite a while. It's a very high population area. Well, we do have another tornado warning here, just issued for Cass and Mason County in southwest Illinois. This includes Aaronsville, Beardstown, Chandlerville, Virginia, and the rest of central Cass County. This one is a little bit more concerning to me. If you notice the shape over here, kind of more of a linear bow echo-y-ish kind of presentation. This one is that storm that I noted down by Pittsfield about an hour ago that kind of had that rotational signature look of it. We do have rotation here just northwest of Aaronsville. I'm going to take a look at our velocity image, and we can see a bit of a couplet here south of Beardstown, northwest of Aaronsville. Nothing that shows a tornado on the ground or anything like that right now, but if you live, let's check out some of these roads. Aaronsville Road, State Route, what is this? State Route 125, heading up towards Chandlerville, sorry. You are under a tornado warning now, and this storm is moving very quickly at a rate of 60 miles per hour. So once again, these storms are not going to be stopping at stop signs or traffic lights. They're going to be trucking right on through. So pretty dangerous supercell storm here across Cass County into Mason County. And let's extrapolate this storm a little bit further out. From there, where's it going to go, you may ask? Well, Kilbourne, you're in the path. Oakford, you'll be in the path. Easton, Mason City, San Jose, eventually Delavan, Green Valley, possibly passing a little bit south and east of the Peoria metro area in the next hour or two. Somewhere along 155 between Lincoln and Peoria, like Hopedale, Tremont, that general area. If this storm maintains its current heading and its current strength, we're talking about these areas here in the next hour to hour and a half. So that's a big heads up for you guys there. Let me actually expand these warnings out. These are all the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in the country right now. So it's a pretty active day and an active night across not just Illinois, but Missouri and the rest of the region. Going to be looking back here at any new updates. Not seeing anything particularly interesting to pass along right now from that perspective. So we'll continue to look at radar here. We'll go in a wide view. It's been a while since I did any sort of reset. Anything from Rockford to Chicago, Bloomington, Champaign, Effingham, Mount Vernon, Paducah, right now you're good. Eastern half of the state, you're good. No problems right now. But as you can see, there's a very progressive line of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes moving from essentially Dubuque all the way south through northern Arkansas. It's going to be a scary night for the folks down in southern Illinois, I fear. Especially from Mount Vernon and Chester to about Mount Carmel and south. These storms down here in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri are going to be moving into southern Illinois. And unless capping fills in really quickly, I have a strong inclination to think that there may be a bit of a tornado issue here in about an hour or two, maybe 3. Looking back, once again, severe weather, tornado warnings up in Fulton County, over in Cass and Mason County. Severe thunderstorm warnings basically in a continuous line from Dubuque all the way through St. Louis. I do notice some showers developing here ahead of the line of supercells. That is a little concerning if those were to take off. The environment out in front of these would be very conducive to tornadoes and supercell thunderstorm development. So we're going to keep an eye on those and make sure that they don't get out of control. Right now they're just showers, nothing to worry about. Right now, like I said, you guys in Vidalia, Effingham, Salem, Fairfield, Mount Vernon, West Frankfort, Paducah, Harrisburg, you guys are hours away from seeing any sort of consequential severe weather, which is a good and a bad thing. It means you don't have to run to shelter right now, but it also means by the time you're in bed or want to go to bed, these storms are going to be approaching you pretty quickly. So have a way to get weather information, whether it's your cell phone, a weather radio, a friend calling you, if you have weather call. I know some news people have that. Weather text alert like we offer. Anything like that to get weather information to wake you up during the night is going to be necessary, especially as we're after dark in all areas here across the state. Take a look at some of the observations here again. We have a bit of a southeast flow here across northern Illinois. So if you notice, temperatures up in Waukegan have dropped to 57. Pretty much guarantee that you're not going to get a tornado up here in Lake County, Illinois tonight. With that southeast flow off the cool lake, your temperatures are going to bottom out. As you can see, it's 73 still in northern Cook County and 57 here in tongue-tied, and in Waukegan. 59 in Racine, 64 in Kenosha. So that onshore flow is keeping a little bit more stabilized air here across extreme northeast Illinois. As these storms do move up into this region, they will already be on a bit of a weakening trend, but the areas of far northeast Illinois are looking a little bit more favorable for a weakening trend, even of damaging winds, than, let's just say, further along the I-80 corridor, especially towards LaSalle County and further south. So if you live up in Lake, McHenry County, the risk is a little bit lower, but take all warnings seriously. If they issue a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, anything like that, take shelter, please. Don't, sorry, trying to adjust my camera here. So, take those seriously. Trying to look for any other warnings right now. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued out ahead of that supercell approaching Jersey County. So, Jerseyville, Otterville, Elsa, Grafton, Fielden, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. There is still a tornado warning for extreme western Jersey County for this tornadic storm that is over Old Monroe. That should move across, and maybe because they issued a severe thunderstorm warning, the rotation has kind of diminished here. I guess we can take a look, can't we? Let me pull up St. Louis's radar. Take a look at that rotation here. Yeah, so it looks a little bit more messy here. You can see the wind shift line. No real couplet, no real circulation evident anymore with this portion of the storm over here approaching western Jersey County. So not to take your guard down, but right now we're looking a little bit better with this tornado warning specifically. As I say that, we have a new tornado warning that just got issued for a storm that was previously the tornado producer over Wildwood, Gray Summit, Missouri, into the western suburbs of St. Louis. New tornado warning here for Jersey County, up into southwestern Macoupin County and Madison County. Like I said, Alton, Godfrey, Dorsey, Edwardsville, Glen Carbon, even towards Bunker Hill. These locations, I kind of gave you a heads up about 45 minutes ago that these storms will be moving that direction. So we do have about an hour till it gets to the edge of that warning. So you have plenty of time in Macoupin County and Madison County to take shelter now, but time's running out if you are already in the western St. Louis to the northern St. Louis suburbs right now. The circulation is looking a little bit messier on radar, but you can see multiple areas of potential circulations here, over here, and even some down here on the trailing outflow. So what this storm is one giant supercell with a hook echo wrapped up right here just southwest of Maryland Heights. It's kind of getting influenced over by this storm. And as we notice, this giant hook echo right here south of the St. Louis metro area, that is a pretty nasty looking signature. Just to the west of Barnhart and southwest of Arnold, Missouri. So that storm is going to be rapidly approaching the I-55 corridor in South St. Louis. And this is just your heads up over here in St. Clair County, Monroe County, Illinois, that DuPont, Columbia, South St. Louis itself, East St. Louis, Fairview Heights, Belleville. This storm is not too far away and is going to be rapidly approaching your location. So please, that is not a good look on radar. That's a big supercell storm with a big hook echo. So please take heed of that storm right here heading into the St. Louis metro. Even further southwest from here, this storm is tornado warned, doesn't have a great presentation on it. And even further down here, more linear looking storms. And then we got some very big, mean supercells across southern Missouri, across Carter County. Gonna be moving generally in the direction of Chester, Grand Tower, Rockwood, Perryville, along the I-55 corridor in southeast, Missouri. Those storms are not going to be weakening anytime soon, unfortunately. So we're going to be with those for a while. Let's go back north here. I see a new warning issued for the Quad Cities Metro. The east side, Rock Island County, Henry County, for this circulation right here near Alpha. There's not a tornado warning, but they have issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with winds of 80 miles an hour. So from Viola to Watauga, moving north at 65. Wind gusts close to 80 miles an hour predicted across the east side of the Quad Cities, up towards LeClaire, Princeton, Hillsdale, Erie, Geneseo, and Cambridge. So this storm looks a little bit more robust than the rest of these over here across eastern Iowa, but you know that definitely has a core and has some wind with it. Let's take a look at the reflectivity, and you can see that rush of wind right here. Going to be heading towards Andover, Cambridge, Orion, Geneseo here very quickly. And like I said, this kind of has a very interesting looking hook-like signature here north of Alpha. So there could even be a spin-up or tornado northwest of Woodhull here So if you're traveling on I-74, the storm's going to be paralleling you all the way up till you get the I-80 corridor. Taking a look and see if there's any other tornado warnings or issues here across the region. We still have our circulations over in Fulton County and Cass County. Let's switch on over to Lincoln's radar and take a look at that. Once again, we're seeing cellular-like convection here. A lot of messy presentation, but we do still see a circulation near Smithfield, near Cuba. Nothing screaming tornado right now, but we do have rotation here. And if not from a tornado, we do have very strong winds along this line right here. We're talking winds 40, 50 knots, if not greater. So we're going to see some wind damage. Looking further south, we can see this Boeing segment here approaching just west of Chandlerville. This circulation will be moving up towards Bath and Kilbourne. These areas are not under a tornado warning, but as you can see, and maybe not, we'll switch over to the other source. The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier if I took the radar off of it for a minute. Basically from Manito, west side of Mason City, down to New Berlin, to Waverly, Manchester, Winchester, Jacksonville, Aaronsville, Ashland, Tallulah, Oakford, like I said, Bath. These areas will be under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and up to quarter-size hail. And the general direction of these storms, as we can see, is off to the east, or to the north-northeast, while the entire line is shifting east. So, once again, I-39 corridor, we're talking about 10:30-ish. Chicago Metro, about midnight. Further here across central and eastern Illinois, we're talking, if we take basically I-39 and call it US 51 south of Bloomington, same, about 10:30, and then into eastern Illinois, the I-57 corridor, by about 11:30 midnight. As we see, mainly severe thunderstorm warnings up here to the north across the blue shaded region. That is the severe thunderstorm watch. I fully expect these warnings to continue, at least across northwest Illinois, potentially spreading into north central Illinois, and then into northeast Illinois. The wind energy with this system, as you guys well know, is very, very robust. So wind gusts, non-thunderstorm, have gusted up to 40, 50 miles an hour in places. So any accelerated momentum from a downdraft is going to carry that wind gust 70, 75, 80 miles an hour, like we've seen across eastern Iowa, across northwest Illinois. We got some new damage reports here from Macomb, 65 mile an hour winds near Adair. Sheriff Department reported multiple power lines down throughout the county, over here in McDonough County. And then 81 mile an hour wind, like I said, near Blandonsville in McDonough County. So these storms mean business, and they're not weakening at a rate you would expect during the night in March. The dynamics of the system are very potent, and we expect these storms to continue throughout the night, especially in the red and darker red shaded boxes. Once again, the radar data is off on here. It's just showing the watches and warnings. If you notice, behind these storms, we have temperatures in the 50s. Kirksville is at 57. Quincy has dropped to 57. Southeast Iowa, temperatures are in the low to mid 50s. So, as we can see, these storms are bringing in cooler air behind it and a lot windier conditions. Let's switch back over to our wind gusts and see where we're at. Out ahead of the storms, 40, 45 mile an hour winds pumping straight north into the storm. And then westerly winds, a little bit of a lull and near the low pressure center, but even further south, 47, 48, mid-40s in southeast Kansas, moving, and that'll be directing its way back into Illinois overnight. Once again, we see considerable tornado risk here across southern Missouri, northern Arkansas. Reason I show you that is because if we take that and extrapolate it out a few hours, we're talking about Carbondale, we're talking about Paducah, we're talking about southern Illinois after midnight or around 1 a.m. if these storms hold together, and I don't see any reason at the moment to tell me otherwise that they would just fall apart. Take a look at dew points here, the storm juice, like we say. Reason why the storms are struggling a little bit up north because of the dew points. We're in the low 40s, or the mid 40s, sorry, mid to upper 40s across northwestern Illinois. Mid to upper 40s here across central Illinois, and then into the 50s down in southern Illinois. These dew points are trying to make their way north. I'm going to try to loop it here and show you the progression of the watches and warnings, but if you notice some of the values here, they'll be increasing some, showing that that warm air, that moist air is trying to feed its way north, and unfortunately across southern Illinois that's happening a little bit quicker than central Illinois, which is why we see a bigger tornado threat down there. Let's go back and turn the radar back on. We'll do a reset here. Severe thunderstorms from Dubuque to the Quad Cities, Joe Daviess County, Stevenson County, Carroll County, Whiteside County, into Lee and Ogle County here in the next hour to hour and a half. You'll start seeing the effects of the wind. May not be much in the way of lightning and thunder, but you'll definitely get the wind. Excuse me, let me take a drink of something because I haven't. Sorry about that. Further south, Galesburg, south to the Jacksonville region, we have a line of severe thunderstorm with embedded circulations in them. They will be moving towards the Peoria, Kewanee, and Lincoln areas here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Further south from there, we're talking supercells from basically Jerseyville into the St. Louis metro area, further south into central and southern Missouri. These would be more of a concern for south central Illinois, on the I-70 corridor. So you may have heard me say and even on a low resolution radar like this, you can see a giant hook echo and then a confirmed tornado warning here approaching downtown St. Louis on the south side. So let's switch over to my other resource here and talk about it. So a confirmed tornado, and we can very clearly see where it would be, but if not, I will point it out, over Arnold right now in Missouri. The storm will rapidly move into Monroe County, Madison County, and St. Clair County here in Illinois. There is a confirmed tornado. I would not be surprised. It's a little messy right now, but I would not be surprised to start seeing damage being kicked up from this tornado as it moves into the southern St. Louis metro. So we're talking Bella Villa, East Carondelet, I'm sorry if I butchered that, Dupo, Stoll, Cahokia, Westview. These areas here are in the path of this dangerous tornado. And as I say that, we do have another confirmed tornado over the St. Louis metro area. This one will be over Florissant, moving northeast at 55. So this tornado will be right here, moving northeast towards Alton, Fairmount, Wood River, Dorsey, Meadowbrook. You are in the path of this dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. And what's kind of getting me here is, let me see if this is anything. Yeah. So there's another supercell here that is over St. Charles that is trying to develop. And this may be, no. We have one circulation here, like I said, over Florissant. that has the confirmed tornado on it, and another one developing back here towards St. Charles. So this area of Godfrey, Alton, Brighton, Dorsey, Bethalto, Wood River, Edwardsville, Guard, you are in the path of these severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. So we have a pretty big tornado potentially forming here on the southern St. Louis metro, about to move into the southeast side of the city, which is pretty concerning based on that radar signature. And then we have a couple of other tornadoes developing on the north side of St. Louis, with our continued threat for spin-up tornadoes in Fulton, Cass, and Mason County. So let me switch back to the Lincoln radar and take a look here. I'm going to also look over here. At my other resource and see if there's anything worthwhile passing on. Doesn't appear to be. Let's take a look at St. Louis chat just to see if they are as concerned as I am about this tornadic signature on the south side of the metro. Yeah. So intense rotation continues heading into Oakville, Missouri. Very likely tornado on the ground, and they have received some reports of power flashes down there. So, once again, St. Louis Metro, very, very concerned for tornadoes basically all over the city. And once again, these will be moving northeast towards Mount Olive, Greenville, Germantown, not Germantown Hills, Germantown, St. Rose, eventually along and north of the I-70 corridor, spreading up towards Shelbyville, Effingham, Arcola, Marshall, much later on. But this general corridor right here across south central Illinois is the one that is most at risk for seeing tornadoes in the short term. Let's go back to our other resource here. We notice severe thunderstorm warnings continuing across western Illinois, northwestern Illinois, down into the St. Louis metro. We notice that there's a line of broken supercells developing all the way across Arkansas. These are going to be moving into this darker pink shaded box, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Go. Go. Sorry, cat was clawing at the door. Wants out. Must be tired of hearing my voice. Sorry. Going to read an update here from the Weather Service in Central Illinois. Let me load it for 2 seconds, and then I will read it for you. All right. Key messages for this key messages for this discussion issued by the Weather Service in Lincoln. So this covers Peoria, Bloomington, Champaign, Effingham, not Springfield, but close to Springfield, that general area of central Illinois. Thunderstorms are capable of producing damaging winds and tornadoes. Latest environmental trends suggest the tornado threat is increasing across central Illinois. So what does this mean? Latest trends suggesting increasing tornado potential across the ILX-CWA, which means their county warning area. So this basically means, like I said, everywhere from Peoria to Champaign, down to Charleston, Effingham, around the Springfield area, Lincoln, Decatur, that whole area we're talking about here. Dew point has increased 10 degrees in the last hour across the region, which is concerning. My data is actually old, so I'm going to shut that off because it is still showing in the 40s, but they are saying it has now jumped into the 50s, so something's going on with that here. Wind fields have increased. Basically, the low-level shear, the amount of turning with direction and speed with height, is increasing across this region. Very strong low-level shear. Deeper moisture is working its way north into the area. Between those signs of wind shear coupled with deeper moisture. The storms that are now over west central Illinois into the St. Louis region are moving into this environment that is becoming much more favorable for rotation and tornadic development. So tornado threat will increase, especially with southward extent towards the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch box. So what do I mean here? So essentially everyone from Peoria to Watseka south are going to be seeing a increased chance for tornadic development. The greatest chance of central Illinois seeing a tornado will be essentially from the northern side of St. Louis, northeast shot to about Danville and south and west, or south and east of that line. So Effingham, Vandalia, Taylorville, Charleston, and south. Those areas see the greatest chance of seeing supercells and tornadoes tonight lasting through the night. The stuff to the north will have more embedded spin-up type tornadoes on the leading edge. If we notice the radar over here, the tornado warnings for the Fulton County area, the Mason County area, the Cass County area have been allowed to expire. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings with 70 mile per hour winds. We still see damage reports coming in, so we know those winds are reaching the surface. It's causing straight line wind damage in this region. Further south, this is where the tornadic activity resides. These storms, once again, they look kind of messy on reflectivity, but if we switched over to velocity, we'll notice that there is some pretty strong couplets here moving into the St. Louis metro area and then across central and southern Illinois later. Current radar look. Galesburg, the storms have blown through. The severe weather threat is over for you. Monmouth, severe weather threat's over. Macomb, it's over. Rushville, done. Mount Sterling, done. Quincy, done. Carthage, done. Oquawka, done. Stronghurst, done. The Quad Cities, you're still dealing with the storms, but in about 15-20 minutes, done. Areas that are not out of the risk of severe weather yet include Princeton, LaSalle, Bloomington, Peoria, Lincoln, Taylorville, Springfield, Edwardsville, and points east. The I-55 corridor, the entire way up to Chicago, still at risk. I-57, same thing, still at risk all night until this storm line passes through. But everything behind it, you're done with severe weather, you can go to bed, there are no problems. So, no issue for Western Illinois anymore behind this line of severe storms. Sorry, there's a couple of things coming up. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued. Mason, Woodford, Stark, Tazewell, Peoria. These counties, you'll see it pop up very quickly here on my map. But these areas here on the west side of I-39 are about to pop up with the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go to the other resource and see if that's popped on yet. It has not. That's what I love about our text message service. It comes in just like that. And sometimes it's even quicker than my radar and satellite data. Weather Service just put out another message, so let me take a look at that over on this screen. See what its relevance is. So I'm not going to share this on our side, but there's basically echoed the same sentiment that I just read off from the Weather Service, that there is an increasing threat of tornadoes across southern Illinois, basically from I-72, more like I-70 and south, especially. Risk does extend up towards I-74 corridor from basically Peoria over to Champaign. We still have that risk of severe thunderstorms and spin-up tornadoes, but the greater supercell risk should be confined generally along and south of I-70. And of course down towards southern Illinois. I do not expect any upgrade of watches here across northern Illinois. I believe the severe thunderstorm watch covers it pretty well. It also mentions the opportunity for a couple of spin-up tornadoes in this region, but the overall threat up in northern Illinois is going to be the wind. And now the warning popped on, so I will turn the radar data off here and show you the newest warning, which includes Bradford, Wyoming, Princeville, Dunlap, Peoria, the entire Peoria metro area, Pekin, Glassford, Hannah City, Elmwood, Rome, Chillicothe, and then Hopewell, Lakin, up to Henry. So it's getting closer to this I-39 corridor, but not quite there yet. We're about 9:50 p.m. So once again, about 10:15, 10:30-ish in the I-39 corridor. Same across northwest Illinois into the Rockford metro by about 11. And then so on and so forth in the Chicago metro by midnight. The storms, once again, are trending a bit downward across northwest Illinois, but still producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So locations like Freeport, Rockford, Dixon, you still have a risk for severe weather, but it is lower than those of you down here in central Illinois, and then, of course, down here in southern Illinois. I do not think any other watches will be issued for the state of Illinois. I think actually I say that, and it's pretty interesting. The entire footprint of the state of Illinois has some sort of severe weather watch covering it. So the northern portion of the state has the severe thunderstorm watch, central has the tornado watch, and southern has the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So, once again, there is probably no risk of the blue box being upgraded to a red box in terms of a watch. But there, of course, just because you're under severe thunderstorm watch does not mean a tornado warning can't be issued. Warnings supersede watches. Warnings are much more call to action, dangerous, take shelter more than a watch is. Hopefully everybody understands and realizes that. Let's take a look back into the St. Louis metro area, because that is where we have the most dangerous portions of these storms producing tornadoes. We see a giant hook echo right over Cahokia, about to hit Alorton, Rosemont, Washington Park, Caseyville, French Village, Fairmont City. Still not seeing debris, which is a good sign. We are pretty close to the radar, so I'm not... Oops, I'm on the wrong feed here. Not seeing much in the way of debris being lofted, so hopefully it's just one big, mean, rotating mess aloft, and it won't touch down until it moves out of the populated areas, but we could still see a pretty robust circulation here just south of East St. Louis, near Cahokia. And once again, that is moving off towards Caseyville, Oak Hills, Fairview Heights, Collinsville. These areas here on the eastern side of the St. Louis metro in Illinois, this storm means business, and at the very least going to produce some pretty large hail. Up here further north, it looks a little bit messier in terms of overall supercell producing tornado, but we do see a tornado warning that's being continued with the circulation near Alton, near Godfrey, Brighton, Dorsey. Once again, Bunker Hill, you're not technically in the warning, but you're close enough to it where I would be in shelter. The storm is heading that way. You can also see the big push of wind here coming through on the northern side, the northern suburbs of St. Louis into southwest Illinois. So at the very least, once again, damaging winds are going to be the concern with the tornado threat. A little bit more prevalent down in the St. Louis metro than anywhere else at the current time. Not seeing any more tornado warnings issued here. So far, the only two tornado warnings are surrounding the St. Louis metro, including Macoupin County, Jersey County, Madison County, Monroe County, and St. Clair County here in Illinois. Another powerful storm with mainly a hail and wind threat right now is moving across Jefferson County, Missouri. That will be eventually heading towards St. Clair County, Illinois as well. Monroe County, Illinois. More severe thunderstorms that have no rotation so far within them. Going to be approaching Fultz, Maysville, Valmeyer, Prairie du Rocher. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sorry. And then you have the mean supercells that are producing some pretty powerful tornadoes still across southern Missouri, but generally heading in the direction of Prairieville, Jackson County, Randolph County, possibly Union County here in the next hour or so. So please, if you live in southwest Illinois, don't take your eye off the weather tonight. It's a nice night for many of you. Warm, breezy, feels like spring really has sprung, but there's dangerous weather down here. We're looking at another tornado warning that was just issued. So now we need to go back north here up to... Let me switch the ILX radar, and it's very close to the radar, so we should get a pretty good look at this here. But it includes Mason City, Easton, San Jose, areas here of Mason County. For this cell that is over Kilbourne or near Oakford, I can see right now where that appendage is going to be, and you can see where the circulation is. About 3 miles south of Easton, or 7 miles west of Mason City. Once again, it's not overly tight, concerning tornado on the ground right now, but it is going to be moving into potentially the area between Easton and Mason City, which is going to be County Road 1150 North, or not getting a state highway to pop up there, but this storm is rotating and is rotated enough to prompt the Weather Service to issue a tornado warning for it. I'm going to loop it here. You can see the circulation generally heading towards Mason City. Easton, you're in the warning, so I'd take shelter, but I think it's going to pass south of you. And then once it passes by Mason City, it's going to be heading up towards San Jose and Emden, your area, on the I-155 corridor. So, tornado warning here for Mason County in Illinois. Once again, we are seeing the rest of the line of storms approaching the Peoria metro. These little kinks in the line could be developing circulations like this one here, southwest of Glassford and Kingston Mines. I'm going to have to watch that one closely. Could be some enhanced wind damage threat coming into Bartonville, North Pekin, Creve Coeur, East Peoria, and downtown Peoria here soon. So please, if you are on the southwest side of Peoria, you're already under a severe thunderstorm warning, but please, let's be on the lookout for a potential circulation developing down here near Banner and Glassford. Let's go back north to northern Illinois. I know I have a lot of you guys watching from up here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds for about the southeast half of Joe Davies County, Stevenson, Carroll, and Whiteside County. These storms, once again, they may not look like much on radar, but they are definitely producing strong winds. We just had a gust of 75 miles per hour in Clinton, Iowa. And once again, this does not look very threatening on radar. So don't just look at your radar and say, oh, it's just rain coming my way, and ignore the fact that these warnings are being issued. That is producing 75 mile per hour winds. 70 mile an hour winds just west of Kewanee. Galesburg reported about 69 mile an hour winds. And then further west and south of Davenport, 60 mile an hour winds. So there's still quite a bit of wind energy with this line of storms. And it's going to be moving into Freeport, Sterling, Rock Falls, Morrison, Mount Carroll. It would not surprise me within the next 10-15 minutes if at least the western half of Lee and Ogle County, maybe even Winnebago County, get added to the severe thunderstorm warning. So areas like Dixon, Polo, Oregon, Forreston, Byron, even up towards Rockford here in the next hour or so. Be prepared for this line of storms to move in, producing wind damage. Tornado threat is low here. I'm not seeing anything spinning or any rotation in this part of the line here. It's not to say something can't spin up, but main threat here is going to be straight line winds. New warning just issued here up to LaSalle County, but not including LaSalle County. So the rest of Bureau, Putnam, Bureau and Putnam, I think, counties have just been issued with the severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Some of these warnings are overlapping, so it's hard to tell where one stops and the other begins. So sorry about that, but includes Kewanee, Princeton, Ohio, Walnut, Cherry, Ladd, Granville, McNabb, Henry. These areas, this line of storms here moving into the Peoria area is going to be lifting northeast up into this region of I-50 or I-80. My apologies. Very soon here, within the next hour or so. Once again, 70-mile-an-hour winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds reported with some of these storms as they move through. Still have severe thunderstorms approaching Peoria. Severe thunderstorms approaching the Lincoln area. Springfield, the warning is just off to your west. Springfield, within the next 30 to 45 minutes, you are going to be getting into the act with these storms. And like I said, as we get further down here across central Illinois and south, is a higher tornado threat than it would be up north towards, Rockford, Chicago, Waukegan, Dubuque. Higher tornado threat towards Bloomington, Champaign, further south. As we see big-time tornado problems down in Arkansas, these storms, once again, will be moving into southern Illinois over the next 2 to 3 hours. Storm reports on. You see tornado reports up into the southwest side of St. Louis. All these little yellow reports are hail. 1-inch hail, 1.5 inch hail. Once again, 1-inch hail. So about quarter-size hail with these storms moving through the St. Louis region. Tornado warnings continue basically from Shipman, Bunker Hill, Hamel, Marine, New Baden, west to the St. Louis metro and to the river are all under tornado warnings here in southwest Illinois. These storms, once again here, will be moving northeast across the I-70 corridor, Vandalia, Pana, Shelbyville, Effingham in the next 1 to 2 hours. Taylorville in the next 1 hour. Eventually Decatur, Champaign, Charleston, Tuscola in the next 2 hours. These storms are generally moving at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. I put the radar in loop. You can see the overall direction and movement of the line. These storms should continue to hold their strength, if not weaken slightly to the north. But once again, about 20 minutes ago, I read an update from the Weather Service in Lincoln showing that the increasing threat for tornadoes exists across basically south central Illinois, further south into the region of the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. You can even see how far the storm system reaches back. There's storms all the way back into eastern Texas. It's kind of unzipped down the line, the dry line here, from eastern Texas all the way north, curling back into the low pressure system centered over northwest Iowa. We've been talking about this for almost a week now. I remember I first posted something, I think it was last Sunday, that severe weather is going to be likely today. And, people were skeptical, as well they should be, but certain things on models that have a certain consistency and a certain level to them are what concerns us when we look at severe weather, and knowing pattern recognition told us that this storm system was going to be pretty significant, and turns out we're dealing with it right now a week later. So it's not always like that. Some of these are pretty easy. Otherwise, the other ones kind of just sneak up on you, and it is what it is. But once again, severe weather moving through the St. Louis metro. Storms are almost out of the Alton area. Storms are still in the St. Louis metro, still on the southwest suburbs of St. Louis, but those of you on the other side of the river, west of St. Louis, your threat is over with. Your threat is over with in Fielden, Outerville, Elsa, Hardin, Campsville, Carrollton, Whitehall, Pearl, all you guys, Hannibal, Quincy, everything to the west of this line, right here, is done with severe weather for the night. Galesburg, you're done. Macomb, you're done. Beardstown, you're done. Everyone in eastern Iowa, you're pretty much done with the severe weather tonight. So that's it. The winds are going to remain. Let me get that correct. The storms, the lightning, thunder, tornado threat, that's going to be done. But the winds are going to pick up again for the next probably 12 to 18 hours, sometimes gusting over 50, 60 miles an hour. So I don't want to say the weather itself is going to be over with, but the storms, the tornadoes, that is going to be done with here. So it is about just past 10 o'clock here in Paxton, Illinois, here at my office. I'm getting ready to work tonight. I have my county apparel on as EMA. Waiting for the storms to hit Ford County. So for those of you watching here specifically in Ford County, we are under a tornado watch till 3 a.m. But the storms are basically from Peoria over here toward St. Louis, moving northeast, will be in our county probably about midnight. Once again, normally this time of year, normally these storms will weaken and you're not going to get much of a severe weather threat. But due to the dynamics of the system, we're going to be still seeing, at the very least, damaging wind gusts 60, 70 mile an hour, if not a few tornadoes. So, once again, tornado warning surrounding the St. Louis metro on the east side of the river, and a tornado warning continues from Mason County. So we have thunderstorm warnings extending into southern Wisconsin now, through northwest Illinois, western Illinois, all the way south, into southwest Illinois. Severe thunderstorm warnings now include Springfield. Approaching Bloomington does not include Bloomington, but it includes Carlock, Danvers, Mackinac, Tremont, Delavan, Hartsburg, Lincoln, Elkhart, Springfield, west side of Taylorville, Auburn, Pawnee, Chatham, Middletown, San Jose, still the same areas with these storms approaching. 70 mile an hour winds. Storms moving toward the northeast. This says at 67 miles an hour, so they're going to be moving pretty quickly here towards the north and east. So this is your call to action if you live in Springfield, if you live in Peoria, if you live in Lincoln. These storms are on your doorstep and going to be here within the next 45 minutes to an hour. Once again, northeast Illinois, we're still looking good. No storms to note as of yet. Storms are still about an hour and a half to 2 hours away. Same with eastern Illinois. And then southern Illinois is the furthest away from seeing the storms, but the one I am most concerned about is these supercells here moving out of southern Missouri into northern Arkansas. So if you live down in Carbondale, West Frankfort, Harrisburg, Mount Vernon, Paducah, Cairo, anyone down here in the darker shaded red box, I am very concerned about these supercells moving into your direction. So far, we're not going to talk much about southern Illinois because they're still hours away, but the focus is going to be there as the rest of this line develops and moves in through northern Illinois and through central Illinois. Don't see any more severe weather reports popping up so far. Severe thunderstorm warnings now include Litchfield, Mount Olive, Greenville, Taylor Springs, almost to Nokomis. Once again, about an hour away from Pana, about an hour away from Vandalia, a little bit longer to Effingham, and then longer yet to Champaign. Once again, eastern Illinois, southern, southeastern Illinois, we have a few hours to go still. No severe weather threat right now, but once again, that makes it a little bit more dangerous for you guys because it is getting late. You guys are probably going to want to go to sleep, so I strongly advise if you are in any of these red shaded areas, you take a weather radio to your bed or try to tough it out until the storms pass because you don't want to be caught off guard with a deadly tornado coming your way and no way to get warned of it. Quad Cities, the main part of the line has pushed through. Still some rain, some thunder, lightning, gusty winds, but the main severe threat is over for the Quad Cities. Once again, it is over for Galesburg. It's over for Burlington, Iowa, Quincy, northwest side of St. Louis and further west. South side of St. Louis, we have just repeated thunderstorms moving over this area, producing hail and tornadoes. New tornado warning. I expected this to happen for this storm just to the south of Glen Carbon. It's going to be heading towards St. Jacob, Highland, Grand Fork, Pocahontas, Huron, Marine, Greenville, Mulberry Grove, Keysport. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes in the St. Louis metro area, and it is moving east-northeast at about 65 miles an hour. So now is your chance to take shelter, especially near Troy, near Marine, near St. Jacob. You're talking about 10, 15 minutes for that threat to be on top of you. Storm does not look very friendly. Let's put it that way. I would not want to be in the path of that storm right now. Once again, severe thunderstorm warnings now issued for Lee and Ogle County, or at least portions of Lee and Ogle County, not the entire county. This includes Byron, Forreston, Polo, Mount Morris, Oregon, Dixon, Sublette, Amboy, Harmon, Ashton. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this line of storms. Let me take a quick look at the chat over here, see if there's anything worth noting. So getting a report from Sangamon County, New Berlin, and Loami areas, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds being reported. So the storm heading into Springfield, it's got some wind on it, 60, 70 mile an hour. So it's over Waverly right now, heading into New Berlin, up to Ashland. That's going to be moving right through the St. Springfield metropolitan area very quickly here. These are the same storms that will be moving into Lincoln. So we're getting very strong wind gusts. Severe storms continue in the St. Louis metro. A new tornado warning has just been issued for the storm to the south of the initial warning. So this includes Belleville, Waterloo, Fayetteville, New Baden, Breeze, Carlisle, Oakville. This storm right here, just south of Oakville, Missouri, is going to rapidly move across. I'm sorry, that's Illinois, not Missouri. The storm right on the river, basically, is going to move across into Columbia, Waterloo, Belleville. We're right in the path of that, so please take shelter in Belleville. This storm has capability of producing golf ball size hail as well, so it's also going to be a very real risk with some of these supercells moving into southern Illinois. The hail threat is going to be a lot higher than it will be up here across northern Illinois. Taking a quick reset, severe thunderstorm warnings basically from the Wisconsin border all the way down to the Missouri-Illinois border on the St. Louis Mississippi River interchange area. No severe weather east of I-39 or east of US 51 at the moment, but that will change. These storms are rapidly moving in that direction. Once again, those of us over in Chicago, Kankakee, down the 57 corridor, Champaign, Effingham, Charleston, Flora, Mount Vernon. Weather's pretty tranquil right now. Right now at my house, I have a gust out of the southeast at 20 miles an hour, a temperature of 70 degrees, dew point of 55. So things aren't looking terrible at my house right now ahead of these storms, but once again, it just keeps pumping in that moisture and that storm juice, as you like to call it. New warning here. Something that I was noticing about 20 minutes ago that I was a little concerned with. Now we have a tornado warning issued for Tazewell County in central Illinois. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and straight-line winds were located near Green Valley, 10 miles south of Pekin, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So these storms near Pekin, Green Valley, Delavan, Hopedale, Minier, Mackinac, Tremont, Armington. Tornadic circulations are likely along the line, and you can see these right here. Perfect example, these little waves in the velocities. There's a circulation just southwest of Delavan. There's one just east of Green Valley. There's another one here southeast of South Pekin. There's even another one up here just to the southeast of Pekin. These can develop quickly into tornadoes with or without any warning. So the Weather Service saw enough of a constant signature here to be able to issue a tornado warning. Once again, approaching the I-155 coordinator. From, like I said, Tremont down to essentially Emden over to the McLean County line. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for Carlock, Danvers, Stanford, but now a tornado warning is issued for Tazewell County with these circulations right here. And we'll see another one develop here south of San Jose, another little tiny circulation trying to develop. And as these storms move closer to the radar, they're going to be easier to detect because generally these things are pretty shallow. They're not the big supercells that you can see hundreds of miles away on the radar, the updrafts circulating. These are a little bit more confined to the surface, and we're not going to be able to pick them out unless they get a certain distance away from the radar. And these are within that range where we're seeing circulations develop along the leading edge of this line. So once again, in the east side of Peoria, we have a circulation. Could be a little bit of enhanced wind damage coming to Washington. I know you don't like to hear it because of the devastating tornado several years ago in Washington, but be prepared for some wind damage here in Washington very soon. I know you're not technically under a warning yet, unless it was just issued and I don't have it updated yet, but areas from Chillicothe down to basically Springfield and further east-northeast, including Minonk, El Paso, Bloomington, Hayworth, down to Decatur. Within the next hour, your storms are going to be here and producing, at the very least, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, if not some brief spin-up tornadoes. And this one continues to get a little bit more feisty on radar here, just northwest of Hopedale. So if you're between Tremont and Hopedale, heading toward Mackinac, I would potentially be prepared for at least a brief rain-wrapped tornado, but a corridor of enhanced damaging wind threat here in this region. So, once again, another one just to the west, southwest of Emden. Let's take a look at the other resource here. Tornado warnings continue down south. We already went through that for the St. Louis region. Belleville, once again, you're in the path of a potential tornado. Same with Highland, Pocahontas, Marine, Greenville. Take shelter now if you're in those locations. Severe weather continues across southeast Missouri, heading into southwest Illinois. Tornadoes continue along the line, basically from the Peoria Metro to Lincoln, along that QLCS line. And then once again, we have more of a damaging wind, less of a tornado threat here in northern Illinois, but still winds up to 70 miles an hour possible with this line of storms. DeKalb, Rockford, Morris, Aurora, up into Woodstock in the next hour to hour and a half for this line of storms. And once again, the lightning, let me look at this resource over here. The lightning is not very prevalent with that line up there anymore. But basically I-80 and south is where most of the lightning is occurring at least detected on my software here. So once again, Dubuque over to Dixon, down to about Princeton. Your storms, so to speak, may not have any lightning with them. It'll just be heavy rain and very gusty winds. So please, if you're waiting to see your prototypical thunderstorm, know that you may not see the lightning. The flashes you may see are actually power flashes. So, that's one clue that the winds are pretty strong approaching you. New report just to the west of Peoria. Trees down across western Peoria County. Metal carport blown down near Canton and Fulton County. So these storms have pretty significant winds still in them as they're approaching Peoria Metro right now. The bulk of it is about to go through downtown and the rest of the suburbs of Peoria. So if there's anything going on, we're most likely going to hear about it pretty soon here in the Peoria area. Let's go back and take a look at the tornado warning in central Illinois. Still see some curvature in the line, some couplets here, southwest of Hopedale, south of Tremont, another one near Emden. Once again, we're not talking strong, powerful, violent tornadoes on the ground with these, but these are areas of enhanced wind damage that a brief spin-up tornado, which will last 5 minutes, damage a house or a barn or something, take a few trees down, and then it's done. But you don't want to be that guy driving down the road in the path of one of these, especially on 155 right now, that flips your high-profile vehicle or anything like that. So take shelter immediately if you are in the path of any of these storms tonight. The wind damage is obviously the main threat, as we've illustrated for the last few days. Even this is what I'm talking about. So these storms here across central Illinois have to be so close to that Lincoln radar here, that little bubble where it says KILX, that you got to see real up close to see that circulation, because those are very shallow rotations on the leading edge of the severe thunderstorms. Now let's go south. You're still using the Lincoln radar, and note the rotation over Highland, Illinois, over near Bellevue. Those are powerful, deep rotating updrafts that are producing potentially larger tornadoes that you can identify from thousands of feet up in the atmosphere. Those are very robust updrafts, supercell storms that you could see even off radars way away, 100 plus miles away. So it's easier to detect those storms than it is the brief spin-ups that occur. And if you're looking at the reflectivity, you're not really seeing a whole lot in terms of a solid edge of storms or what you'd normally look for in a giant bow echo or anything like that. But once again, that's why we have the velocity products, and they help us out pick out these little curlicues in the line. I do notice another severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Marshall and Woodford County. Includes Washington, Eureka, El Paso, Minonk, Toluca, LaRose, Varna, Washburn. Your areas are under this warning. If I had to give a guess, it would be for 70-mile-an-hour winds. But let me take a look. Yep, issued for 70-mile-an-hour winds and under quarter-size hail. So once again, the main threat here is going to be the wind damage threat. There hasn't been any reported tornadoes yet in central Illinois. Nothing even showing up on radar that would be a confirmed tornado or anything like that. So that's the good news. We do see these small-scale circulations, but we also see a lot of wind damage reports. Up and down the line, basically from just west of Rockford to just east of St. Louis, the entire state has some sort of severe thunderstorm or tornado warning with it. And that's obviously concerning for those of you driving the I-55 corridor right now. Eventually going to be the I-39 corridor, and then, a couple hours from now, the I-57. Just a note, if you are in southern Wisconsin following me, or know anyone up there, they have issued a severe thunderstorm watch for southern and southeastern Wisconsin tonight. I don't know what time that goes to. I haven't looked, but I just noticed it turned blue up here. So the severe weather threat is expected to last through northern Illinois into southeast Wisconsin. So if you live in Lake Geneva or Walworth, Delavan, Wisconsin, or anywhere along the Milwaukee area, expect storms in the next 1 to 2 hours. About the same time frame as we expected here in Chicago Metro. Things are looking okay for now, but we're looking pretty dicey around 11:30 midnight in the western suburbs, moving through the rest of the metro by 1 a.m. Same with eastern Illinois, Pontiac, Champaign, Decatur here the next hour to 2 hours. And then a little bit longer in Effingham, Robinson, Olney, Fairfield. And then longer yet down towards Paducah. Unfortunately for southern Illinois, it's going to be a much longer night than it is for northern Illinois. Most of the storms and the severe weather have ended, basically from Dubuque over to Clinton, Iowa, to about Kewanee, Canton, down to Jacksonville, down to St. Charles, Missouri, and west. Sorry, I'm just reading some of the comments. Your threat is over on the west side of that line. To the east side of that line, we're still dealing with severe weather approaching the Rockford area. Warnings should probably be issued within the next 15-20 minutes, I'd imagine, for Winnebago and portions of Lead, Ogle, and DeKalb counties. As long as the wind signature continues. I don't see why it would stop, so I do expect warnings to be issued along the I-39 corridor here, eventually into LaSalle County, probably into Livingston County, McLean County any minute, and then further south here. It's just going to be a steady progression of warnings moving east with this line. Let me take a look at chat here if anything new is coming across. Nothing that I see so far. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So once again, severe thunderstorms producing hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes across the state of Illinois. Greatest threat right now along and east of I-39, along and east of I-55 from Bloomington to St. Louis, basically along and west of a line from the St. Louis Metro up to not quite Springfield, we'll say Jacksonville, to Galesburg, to the Quad Cities and west. Your severe weather threat is over with. You don't have to worry about it anymore. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning now issued for LaSalle and western Livingston County. So this includes LaSalle, Mendota, Earlville, Sheridan, Seneca, Ottawa, Ransom, Cornell, Flanagan, Pontiac, Dana, Long Point, Winona, Lawston, Tonica. All you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning with winds capable of producing, or storm capable of producing winds of 70 miles per hour. So these storms are going to be moving in very quickly to LaSalle County and western Livingston County. Odell, Dwight, Fairbury, Strawn, Chatsworth, Cullum, you are not under the severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Only locations along and west of Pontiac to essentially Seneca and up to Salmonock, you are under severe thunderstorm warnings for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, this does not include eastern Lee and Ogle, DeKalb, or Rockford or Winnebago County yet, but the Rockford, DeKalb, Rochelle areas, I'd expect, like I said, within the next probably 20 minutes to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. I see someone saying sirens are going off in Princeton. 70-mile-an-hour winds, blowing stuff around. Sometimes people set them off for that, which is their prerogative. Don't rely just on sirens, but If you hear them, more power to you. We do have another tornado warning here south of Springfield. This is for, if it'll pop up on this feed, I guess I'll use this one. Oh, there it goes. So we have our tornado warnings for Montgomery and Macoupin County. Tornado producing storm was 8 miles north of East Gillespie or 7 miles east of Carlinville, moving northeast at 50. So tornado and quarter-size hail. So this storm is going to be heading towards Wagoner, a little bit west of Raymond, but still take shelter in Raymond. Farmersville, Girard, eventually maybe up towards Devernon, Pawnee, Kincaid, Morrisonville. These areas aren't in the warning yet up here, but general direction has it heading that way in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So we'll do a loop right now to show the overall direction of this storm. And like I said, it's going to be heading basically towards Wagoner, Raymond, Harvell, Morrisonville, Palmer, eventually towards Taylorville and Christian County. If you're in Taylorville, now's the time to prepare for, at very least, damaging winds, if not a tornado. No warning yet for Christian County, but I'm sure something, either severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, will be coming. Storms have moved through Springfield right now. Downtown and west, out of the worst of it. Downtown, east side, towards Riverton, you're about to get hit. Rochester, Dawson, Buffalo, Mechanicsburg. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue here. Lincoln area, severe thunderstorms approaching very quickly. Once again, we still have the tornado warnings for Tazewell County. Circulations over Mackinac, one near Minier, and one west of Armington. Those will be heading into McLean, potentially into Woodford County. Nothing right now screams tornado, so I'm not sure if there's going to be a new tornado warning issued for McLean County, but at the very least, a severe thunderstorm warning will probably be extended into McLean County, including Bloomington, Normal, Hudson, Towanda, Lexington, that general area soon. Still no warning up in the Rockford area, so we'll move on. Slowly approaching the Chicago area, like we said, around midnight. It's 10:30 now. We're about the I-39 corridor. About 11 o'clock, 11:30, the western suburbs, including Aurora, potentially up to Crystal Lake, maybe Joliet by 11:30, and then the rest of Chicago through 1 a.m. So severe weather is likely in the Chicago area here within the next 90 minutes to 2 hours. New tornado warnings continue across the southwest Illinois area. Tornado warnings extend basically from Greenville down to Carlisle, over to Okawville, down to Redbud, back towards Peverly and Barnhart, Waterloo, from 3 separate supercell storms. So they have the one supercell here producing a potential tornado approaching Pocahontas and Greenville. Another supercell here about a little bit beyond Belleville, including New Baden and Summerfield. And then another storm approaching the Waterloo area. These, again, are going to be rapidly moving off to the east-northeast, including Vandalia, Effingham. Effingham, we're talking about 1 hour towards you. Terre Haute, Indiana, about 2.5 hours. Robinson, we're talking about 2.5 hours. Oldie, about the same time frame. These particular storms here should pass a little bit north of Mount Vernon, but that puts Salem, Centralia in play within the next hour to hour and a half. And then, of course, these supercells down here that I've been keeping an eye on across southern Missouri, we're talking about 2 hours to Carbondale, I-57 corridor, and another about half hour to 45 minutes from that to Paducah and Harrisburg. So well after midnight in these locations. Once again, for a reset, those joining us, the blue shaded areas, severe thunderstorm watch from southern Wisconsin through about north central Illinois, including Chicago, including Rockford, including Milwaukee, Janesville, Tornado watch includes Peoria, Bloomington, Springfield, Champaign, Effingham, Robinson, Danville, Olney, and then particularly dangerous situation, PDS tornado watch over in Carbondale, Mount Vernon, Mount Carmel, Carmi, Paducah, Cairo, and further south towards Memphis, Tupelo, those areas. As you can see, for those who have relatives, friends, family down across central Arkansas, several supercell storms with tornadoes lined up basically across the Little Rock region. Those will be heading towards eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi. So if you have friends, family living in Memphis, northern Mississippi, the boot heel of Missouri, or far southern Illinois, keep them awake, keep them alert tonight for severe weather. Still looking. We do not have any warnings up towards the Rockford area yet. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for LaSalle and western Livingston County. Nothing else to report here in terms of tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the other products, see if we have any circulations. We still have a little bit of waviness in the forward edge of the storms across Tazewell County. I would assume if a tornado warning were to be issued, it would have been already issued for McLean County, so they're going to probably ride the severe thunderstorm warning unless something spins up pretty quickly. Same down here across Springfield. Once again, there's the circulation southeast of Standard City, southwest of Wagner, and then west of Raymond. That has prompted that tornado warning over in Macoupin and Montgomery counties. That does not include Litchfield or Taylor Springs or Hillsborough or Witt, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning in this location. Once again, looking even off the radar in St. Louis or in central Illinois, circulation approaching Greenville, circulation near Muskota, and another circulation down here west of Waterloo. We can take a closer look at those here on St. Louis's radar and see if anything real tight. So we can see a circulation there near Valmeyer. Once again, the one near Freeburg, a stronger one near New Baden, and then another one south of St. Jacob. So that's going to be heading towards St. Rose, Huron, Pocahontas, Greenville, Hookdale, Keysport, over to Carlisle, Bertelzo, Damiensville, Okawville, Fayetteville, Waterloo. All your locations here south and east of the St. Louis metro, you're under tornado warnings for dangerous circulations. So to go back and talk about the overall risk areas, those in the blue shaded risk have way more of a damaging wind, 60 to 70 mile per hour threat than a tornado threat. Those of you in the red shaded areas have the chance for brief spin up tornadoes. Those of you south of I-70 in the darker red shaded areas, or the pink or purple, whatever color you want to call it, have the risk for stronger tornadoes. Tornadoes that can produce EF2 or higher damage. Thankfully, I haven't seen any damage. Here's a report from near Grace Summit, Missouri, which is southwest of St. Louis, of extensive damage, multiple buildings damaged and vehicles damaged on I-44. So that's with this storm that's moving near Greenville. That storm came out of southwest Missouri through the St. Louis metro and produced considerable damage. So these storms do have a history of damage here across the St. Louis metro area. These are the ones heading towards Vandalia, Shelbyville, Effingham, Flora, Salem, Olney, Charleston, Robinson here in the next 1 to 2 hours. Tornado warning continues for Macoupin and Montgomery County. Tornado warning continues for Tazewell County. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Joe Davies, Carroll, Whiteside, Stevenson, Lee, Ogle, LaSalle, Pontiac, or Livingston County, Marshall, Putnam, Bureau, Peoria, Woodford, Tazewell, Logan County, and then further south there, Sangamon, and on south. So these storms are slowly but surely getting out of your area here. Havana, you're in the clear. Beardstown, Macomb, Quincy, anyone along the Mississippi River from the north side of St. Louis up to Davenport, you're done. As you notice, your locations here are no longer shaded in red. They have dropped the tornado watch. And I say that, and this is why we have weather radios. So, severe thunderstorm warnings issued for southwest of here, so I don't have to worry about it here in Ford County yet. But we have severe thunderstorm warnings now butting up to Ford County for McLean, for DeWitt, for Piatt. 70-mile-an-hour winds, the main threats. Monticello, this includes you, Clinton, Bloomington, Aerosmith, Bellflower, Colfax, Lexington, Chenoa, Hudson, DeLand, all you guys here, Farmer City, we have severe thunderstorm warning now issued for you. And it's not going to say I'm surprised by that. So, heads up to you guys here in Ford County that may be watching us. Warning is now on our doorstep. So I would give it another probably 30 to 45 minutes, and portions of Ford County, the rest of Livingston County, even Grundy, Kendall, could be under a warning here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Champaign, these storms are approaching you pretty quickly here. Probably about midnight through the Champaign area. Effingham in the next hour. Once again, Chester down to Cairo, Cape Girardeau, Perryville in the next hour to an hour and a half. But as you know, you hear that loud tone that went off next to me. That's my weather radio. If you're a light sleeper, it'll definitely wake you up. If you're a heavy sleeper, kind of like me sometimes, that's why you have different ways to get warnings. So weather radio, your phone alerts, anything of that such to help you get the warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings now extend all the way up into southern Wisconsin, nearly up to the Wisconsin Dells. Not including Madison yet, but on the doorstep there. Once again, it's pretty incredible that, for lack of a better term, it's from Wisconsin Dells all the way south through St. Louis. A continuous line of severe thunderstorm and or tornado warnings from this line of severe weather in this very pronounced low pressure system. If we want to look at take the radar off for a minute and look at the satellite, we're not going to see much in the way of visible satellite due to the being dark out, but we'll turn on the water vapor and you can see this pronounced low pressure system here just spinning away across eastern Nebraska into northwest Iowa. Conveyor belt of warm, moist air feeding around it, cold, dry air wrapping around it. If you guys had any friends or family down in the Norman, Oklahoma area and Amarillo, there was a dust storm and several fires to contend with. Sorry, something just popped up here that I don't know why it popped up, but got rid of it. But it produced fires, something that we may have to deal with tomorrow here across the state, which drier conditions and very windy conditions. But this is we'll even zoom out further and take off the storm reports. This is a very, very classic low pressure system that's going to produce a massive outbreak of severe weather tomorrow across Mississippi, Alabama, and surrounding areas. What we're dealing with is bad enough here. What they're going to deal with tomorrow could be a lot worse and a lot more deadly. So that's a kind of concern for friends and family down in Mississippi, Alabama. But this giant comma head circulation drawing in the cooler, drier air around it, making this textbook, like you said, comma head. The warm conveyor belt, and just looking at this satellite imagery, and we're going to stop it here. The severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, all the way south, all the way through almost to northeast Texas. This is a very, very powerful storm system. once again, was well advertised for the last week, producing or capable of producing severe weather. So that's kind of what's drawing it all in, what's creating all of this nonsense tonight that we're dealing with on this Friday. I know my kids start spring break tonight through next weekend. So, unfortunately, looking later into next week, we'll be dealing with another storm system that doesn't look as potent as this one, but remains to be seen if we're going to be dealing with any sort of severe weather Tuesday, Wednesday of this upcoming week. So let's turn off the satellite data. It's back to the watch warning data. My lights just flickered for some reason. That's not a ominous sign, but once again, a recap. These storms don't look very powerful here across northwest Illinois to the I-80 corridor, but they are still producing winds. I'm going to take a look here in the chat and see if we have any new reports coming in from this line across Ogle or Lee County. Sometimes it's hard to get reports from these areas, especially at night, so I don't see anything really coming in. But the Weather Service did want to note that the area strongest winds along the line continue to be just after the onset of rainfall in most areas. So sometimes when we get these storms to develop and stuff to really take off, the wind will hit first. The outflow will come through. There'll be 5-10 minutes before the rain hits. In this case, it's going to start pouring, and then the wind is going to hit about a minute or two afterwards. So in the upcoming case, we're not talking about wind damage well before the line of storms hit. So we'll be dealing with rain and thunder and lightning, and then the wind hitting. New severe thunderstorm warning here south for Decatur, Moweaqua, Assumption, Pana, over to Shelbyville, Illiopolis, Mount Auburn, Macon, Blue Mountain, Stonington. These areas here in central Illinois, this line of storm moving out of the Springfield area, and then south towards St. Louis are moving into central Illinois, not the I-51, but the US 51 corridor from Bloomington down to Pana. So these storms are going to be moving in pretty quickly here. Let's go back to our velocity imagery and see if there's anything concerning. Once again, a circulation here just to the north of the tornado warning in Bond County. There is severe thunderstorm warning here, but this circulation is going to be moving over into southern Montgomery County and potentially even the northwestern Fayette County. So these not warned for tornado, but there is a circulation here just south of Coffeen. Another circulation near St. Rose. Another circulation back here towards Waterloo. So St. Louis area continues to deal with severe weather and tornadoes. We'll move back north here into central Illinois. I see it's Pana, not Pana, sorry. So thank you for that correction. I'll be sure not to make that mistake again. I flipped the coin mentally on how to say it, and I chose wrong, so my fault there. Let's take a look. Severe thunderstorms have pushed through Lincoln. We'll go to the reflectivity. So severe weather threat updated. Quad Cities is over with. Princeton, you're still under a warning, but the main part of the severe weather is over with. Peoria, you're done. Everything west of Peoria, you're done. Lincoln, the line just pushed through. Give it another 5-10 minutes, you're done in Lincoln. A little concerned about this signature southwest of Mount Pulaski. Not going to lie. Not seeing anything there, but it's got a kind of a curly Q to it, west of Mount Pulaski, south of Lincoln. So something to keep a watch on. Maybe a little bit of bookend vortex there. Springfield, line has passed. Everything Springfield west, it's done. St. Louis, finally. St. Louis Metro and everything north and west, done. No more storms or no more severe weather. It's over. Areas that are still looking at the chance for severe storms: Rockford, Rochelle, DeKalb, Yorkville, Morris, Dwight, Champaign, Tuscola, Effingham, Salem, Mount Vernon. Everyone east of that line, we're still on the risk for severe thunderstorms and even a couple of tornadoes further south. Move back over here to northern Illinois. The Weather Service has so far held off on a severe thunderstorm warning for Winnebago, DeKalb, and the rest of Lee and Ogle counties. They are looking for severe weather reports, even in areas if you don't get severe weather. So right now, people in Dixon and Sterling Rock Falls and areas that these storms have passed already, Amboy, Harmon, even if it was 35-mile-an-hour winds, the Weather Service wants to know that to be able to issue or not issue warnings going forward. But right now, they're based on things that are thousands of feet up in the air and can't see towards the ground level. So, due to the history of severe weather reports to the west, they continue the warnings rolling further east. But if we can start getting some ground truth and reports that no severe weather is occurring, they won't issue warnings going forward through the next cycle of counties that this line keeps moving through. So, that's why reports are very important regardless if you see severe weather or not. They want to know what's going on. Looping the radar here. We can still see a line of strong to severe storms extending from just west of Rockford to just west of LaSalle to basically Bloomington, nearly to Decatur, down to Vandalia, curling back to the South St. Louis Metro. And once again, they're progressing their way east-northeast. The individual cells themselves are moving northeast at 60 to 70 miles an hour, but the larger complex is moving towards the east at 50 miles an hour, if that makes sense. So, two directions of movement here. We could see a plethora of severe weather reports in the St. Louis Metro. That's to be expected. A lot of people are there, therefore a lot of reports coming in. But what we notice in the rural portions of northwest Illinois, where there is not a ton of people and a lot of reports, we see them drop off. So that could either mean because no severe weather is occurring, or it could also mean that nobody is reporting them to the Weather Service. So, once again, Freeport, Dixon, you guys up here, if you're getting severe weather or not getting severe weather, contact the Weather Service. Either tag them in Facebook or contact their office. Let them know what's going on with the weather there, and it'll help their warning decisions. Let's switch over to the Chicago radar just to see what things look like from here. Give it a second to load. If you notice, there are 15 tornado warnings across the region, from Illinois to Missouri to Arkansas. Some of these in the pink and purple colors mean PDS tornado warnings, tornadoes reported on the ground, to tornadoes radar indicated. That's the difference in those colors. Small cell has developed out here in southwest Grundy County. We'll see if that has any sort of wind or hail associated with it. But the main line here extends from Freeport to Dixon to Sublette to Peru, down to El Paso into the Bloomington area, and moving rapidly off to the east-northeast. So we're talking Rockford, Belvedere, Sycamore, Yorkville, Morris, Pontiac, Cullum here in the next about 30 to 45 minutes. Once again, we're expecting mainly wind up here, 60 miles an hour, potential up here in northern Illinois towards the Chicago metro. 70-mile-an-hour wind down here towards central Illinois, and then even further south, 70-mile-an-hour wind, larger sized hail, and even some tornadoes down across south central Illinois. Switching back to the other product, we have particularly dangerous situation, tornado warnings, not watches, warnings, approaching the I-55 corridor in southeast Missouri. So this will be approaching Perryville, Oak Ridge, Cape Girardeau here in the next hour, and then not too long from there, southwest Illinois. So Chester, Carbondale, Anna, your regions, in the next 1 to 2 hours, please keep an eye out to the west of these storms coming in. Another confirmed tornado here moving into southern Missouri. This should be targeted here for Cape Girardeau, Scott City, into far southern Illinois in the next few hours, and then so on and so forth with these line of supercells down in Arkansas. I mean, these are all rotating tornado-warned supercells down here that are going to be moving potentially up into southern Illinois later tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue across LaSalle, Livingston, McLean counties, stretching down to Decatur and Pana. Tornado warnings continue along I-70. If you're traveling from Effingham west towards St. Louis, I would advise holding off in Vandalia or in Effingham and waiting these storms out. They're going to be producing very torrential rainfall and some hail, especially along I-70. That being said, we have a new tornado warning that was just issued here across southern Illinois for Bond, Clinton, Fayette, and Marion County. Severe thunderstorm producing a tornado near Beaver Creek or near Carlisle, moving northeast at 50. So that puts it basically Keysport, Mulberry Grove, Vandalia, Vernon, Brownstown, St. Peter, even up to St. Elmo. This does not include Effingham County, but once again, look down I-70. You'll probably see a lot of lightning approaching you if you live in Effingham. So these storms right here are going to be heading that direction in the next hour to hour and a half. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue all the way up through the line. No new tornado warnings down here as of yet. Once again, severe thunderstorm warnings across central Illinois, including Bloomington, normal. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. We're going to go back and look at the radar from Illinois, or from Lincoln at ILX to get a better look at central Illinois. Take a look at chat over here and see if there's any new updates. Nothing crazy. 50 to 70 mile an hour winds heading into Macon County. Some hail threat. So we're still dealing with the winds along this line of storms here, extending along I-39 and almost to US 51 down to Decatur. So especially where you see these darker reds and yellows and oranges is where the stronger winds are. So going to be approaching Bloomington here pretty quickly. We'll know pretty soon, I guess, how quickly the winds are blowing in Bloomington. Same with up here in LaSalle County, southern LaSalle County, and then especially here southeast of Lincoln towards Mount Pulaski. If there's any damage in Mount Pulaski, we'll definitely hear about it. Those storms are going to be moving into Clinton and DeWitt County, southern McLean County, and then eventually towards the 57 corridor. Severe thunderstorm warning once again, all of McLean County, all of DeWitt County into Piatt County. Does not include Champaign, Ford, the rest of Livingston County or Grundy County yet. Still does not include anywhere near Rockford, Rochelle, Yorkville, Sycamore. We're not looking at any warnings yet in that region. I'm seeing some comments that some commenters are getting people with harassment and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm one person, so I can't deal with it right now. But I will go back, and if I see it, I'll be dropping the ban hammer on people who can't get along, since obviously some mental defectives like to take advantage of people who are scared. And coming from someone who was scared of storms growing up through most of my childhood, I get it. I know how it feels, so that'll be addressed accordingly. Take a look at the other product here. So we're looking at scattered showers and storms. Once again, Freeport to LaSalle, Peru, to Bloomington, south into just east of the St. Louis Metro. These storms, once again, don't look very robust on radar, but they're producing winds. Once again, tornado threat is diminishing behind the line. Obviously, severe weather threat will be over with for there. Weather Service says severe thunderstorm warning is coming for Winnebago, Boone, DeKalb, the rest of Ogle and Lee counties for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So you'll see that pop up here or get your alerts very soon if you live in Rockford, DeKalb, the rest of Lee and Ogle County, Rochelle, Belvedere. You guys are now under severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So if you guys get severe thunderstorms notifications on your phone, we're going to know it, obviously. So severe thunderstorm warning now for Rockford, as I said, DeKalb, Rochelle, continuing along the line all the way down to Pontiac, west of Champaign, west of the I-57 corridor. Tornado warnings have seemed to have dropped off some here in Illinois. We only have this one across Bond and moving into portions of Fayette, Montgomery counties. So hopefully that's a good trend down here and north, that we're going to be dealing with mainly straight line winds versus tornadoes. But 90-mile-an-hour winds is 90-mile-an-hour winds. It doesn't matter if it's spinning or straight line. So once again, I'm pretty concerned, though. I'm going to be here for quite a while tonight dealing with these storms coming across far southern Illinois, getting closer and closer to Carbondale, to Anna, to Chester, to West Frankfort. So a lot of the focus is going to shift south after this line moves through northern Illinois into Indiana, probably sometime after 12:30 or 1 a.m. So the immediate Chicago area, McHenry, Lake, Grundy, Kane, Kendall, Kankakee, Will, Cook County. No warnings yet, but you could see them stacked off to your west. These storms could be moving in at 60, 70 miles an hour with winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, producing damage. It's not going to be widespread damage, so that's one thing I wanted to note to everybody, that just because you're under a warning doesn't guarantee your house or your block to get a tree down. The storms and the damage have been pretty sporadic along the line, so your town may be Aurora and you may see nothing, but Naperville, a town over, has about 20 to 200, 300 trees down. So that's kind of how that works with this situation here. This is not a guarantee that your area is going to get severe weather, but there's also a good chance that you can see strong winds in any one given spot. Once again, this supercell here southwest of Vandalia, near Greenville, still looks troubling. That's going to be moving up towards the Effingham region here in the next about hour, about midnight to Effingham. The storm behind it was tornado warned, but is no longer. That could change. I mean, there's nothing impeding its progress from the warm, moist inflow down here in southeast Illinois yet. It's not till we get down to those storms further southwest that any contamination is going to occur. Once again, the storms are extending out ahead from Rochelle over to Ottawa to Pontiac into Bloomington. My phone's blowing up for some reason. I'm trying to see why. Okay, well, got a text message saying that lightning is visible on the camera from the helipad over at one of the local hospitals to the west. So still a bunch of lightning out there. I actually look at this resource here and check. Oh yeah, still a good amount of lightning out there across especially central and southern Illinois. Lightning is actually increased up into the Rockford area and even into Amboy, Mendota, Paw Paw, and the I-39 corridor. So whereas there's been a little bit of a minimum in the lightning strikes up there, they've actually increased over the last couple of hours. So that's something to note, that the storms may be maintaining their strength a little bit more than they had been earlier. Tornado warning still in effect across central Illinois, just one at this time. Severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from the Wisconsin border down to basically St. Louis. 67 mile per hour wind just got reported at LaSalle, Peru. So that's something to note as the line passed. Once again, looking at the radar here, it doesn't look like much, but it is producing 67 mile per hour wind gusts. So very, very important that you guys heed the warnings. Don't just look at the radar presentation and say, oh, it's just a bit of rain. It's just a bit of this. It doesn't look that bad. You're not seeing the winds with it. You're just seeing the rainfall. So these winds are definitely blowing. And as you can see, along the edge here, still looking at some kinks in the line, as you would call it. Not seeing much in the way of tornadic development anywhere along the leading edge of this line, which is a good thing. You don't want to see the rotation pick up on anywhere. But you can't rule out a brief spin up. And a lot of times they happen so quick, you're never going to get a warning out for them. So a lot of times it's after the fact. It's the more pronounced rotations like the one near Ramsey, and especially the one down here southwest of Vandalia, that's prompted the more established tornado warnings that we are used to dealing with. Speaking of that storm near Ramsey, it is not in the tornado warning in northern Fayette County, but it's going to be heading into southern Shelby County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that's already issued for this region. So heads up to Cumberland and Coles County in the next hour. Neoga, Mattoon, Montrose, Humboldt, that area here the next hour, the I-57 corridor. Wouldn't be surprised to see some warnings issued there. Once again, warnings also extend through Decatur, Monticello, Mansfield, DeLand, Weldon, DeWitt, Clinton, Maroa, Hayworth, Downs, Bloomington, Normal, Hudson, Lexington, Chenoa, Anchor, Colfax. You guys are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Cropsey under a severe thunderstorm warning. All these small little towns that I'm familiar with just because I live out here. But further north, once again, Pontiac, Ransom. I just mentioned LaSalle, Peru, just gusted to 67 miles per hour. And then further north, Sycamore, DeKalb, Rockford, Belvedere, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for 70 mile an hour winds. So it's still coming through. A little bit enhanced pocket of wind here just west of Lexington. It wouldn't be surprised to see some wind damage here north of Lexington, south of Chenoa with that pocket of wind. And then even further, once again, this circulation here near Ramsey, heading towards Herrick and Cowden and Lakewood. Wouldn't be surprised if a new tornado warning gets issued somewhere in this location over the next few minutes to account for that circulation. Let me see. Move back to chat over here. So the Weather Service is saying straight line winds may be entering Earlville very soon. along with Ashton and Stewart. So if you're in Stewart, Ashton, or Earlville, some strong 60, 70 mile an hour winds are right on your doorstep. I know it's out of radar range here, but you can see it. Paw Paw, Earlville, Stewart, Ashton. That's going to be headed for Rochelle, DeKalb, Hinckley, Sheridan, eventually into Kane and Kendall County. Sure warnings will probably be issued there at some point in the next half hour. Once again, watching this area along LaSalle County into Livingston County and McLean County for any spin-ups. Not seeing much. Same with DeWitt County, Macon County, Christian County. There's a couple little kinks in there, but not seeing much in the way of circulation for tornado. Once again, what's troublesome to me are these pink shaded warnings further southwest across southern Missouri into northern Arkansas. Those are dangerous situation tornado warnings. Basically, when one is confirmed on the ground producing damage, those will be moving northeast into southern Illinois, far southern Illinois. So if you know anyone at Southern Illinois University, Southeast Illinois University, or anywhere basically South Chester to Carmi and south, those are the biggest risks right now for severe weather with those storms moving out of the boot heel of Missouri. Taking another look at things, right now, let me take a loop of this before I have to open my mouth and insert my foot. Just knocked something over. I'm not sure what it was. Mount Vernon area, probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours for you. Most of the activity is heading more towards Carbondale and Benton, but I can't rule out Mount Vernon, Fairfield, Mount Carmel getting into the action here in the next 2 to 3 hours. The storms up near St. Louis on the I-70 corridor is moving generally off to the east-northeast. So there's it almost looks like, to me, that there's going to be a gap somewhere between I-70 and I-64. Potentially through Nashville, maybe Olney, into Robinson, that general area. They may not see very much. I'm not guaranteeing that. I'm just talking out loud here. But it looks like, just based on how things are moving and being extrapolated, that there may be a small sliver of southern Illinois that may not see much in the way of severe weather. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to be here basically all night unless the storm comes and knocks out my power. So we'll see what happens. But further north, let's get back to it. There we go. So we have thunderstorms right on the precipice of Winnebago County into DeKalb County. Looks like there have been several private weather stations from Streeter to LaSalle to Amboy with gusts 60 to 70 miles an hour. So those of you that are still up and still with us here up in LaSalle, Ogle, Lee, Winnebago, DeKalb, Boone counties, there is still 60 to 70 miles an hour winds with these storms here. Thankfully, like I said, the rotation element, the twisting, the QLCS tornado threat is low in this area. Haven't seen much of the way of that, and I think that a little bit has to do with, once again, the fact that that deeper moisture never made it quite that far up to northern Illinois like they saw in southern Illinois into the St. Louis region. So that precluded a little bit greater of a tornado threat up here in northern Illinois, but still, once again, it did not take away the fact that we're seeing damaging winds and winds 60 to 70 miles an hour as real evident here across the region. Tornado watch continues here across central Illinois. As you notice, as I'm looping this, the blues and the reds are going away behind this line. Those are the lines, the storms that are being, or the watch is being trimmed out. I just got a hazardous. Oh, there we go. I'm getting updates of severe thunderstorm warnings from my location on Weather Text Alert. It's before my weather radio goes off, so that's been... Let's see how long it's going to be before my weather radio goes off. Been a minute. There it is. 90 seconds. You may not think that's a lot, but 90 seconds of advance warning that something is coming for you could make the difference between life and death sometimes. So that's why we advocate Weather Text Alert. I'm going to turn the weather radio off real quick.
Grand Ridge, continue down. Moving east at 20 miles per hour. 7 mile per hour wind gusts into play with this line storm at shear at 11:05.
Sorry, I got my radio out. Storm's about to enter my county, so I gotta...
radar indicated impact. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Piper City and Avery.
So
tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. for central and east central Illinois.
Sorry about that. I'll wait for that there. So all of Ford County now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So all of eastern Livingston County, all of Ford County, severe thunderstorm warning. And there we go again. A new warning being issued.
Thunderstorm warning for Coles County, Southern Moultrie County.
And this is for Coles County, Moultrie County, Clay County, Jasper County, Cumberland County, Effingham. So severe thunderstorms down here continue.
Attention Piper Fire, attention Piper Fire. The National Weather Service in Chicago is issuing severe thunderstorm warning for Ford County, Central Illinois, until 12:30 a.m. At 11:11 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Leland to near Grand Ridge.
So now you guys are going to get a first-hand look at how things operate here
a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust
in Ford County
with
the dispatch.
At Streeter at 11:05 p.m. Hazardous 70-mile-an-hour.
So our dispatch is toning out the fire departments here to let them know that there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the county.
Roofs and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Piper City, Kempton, and Cabry. Precautionary and preparedness actions for your protection move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. A tornado watch remains
Sorry, I'm
in
sending a
effect
text to
until
the EMA
3 a.m. for central
chat.
and east central Illinois. Fort County clear, 2317.
So severe thunderstorm warning here for Ford County. I'll turn this down a little bit. But this is how it works. The severe thunderstorm warnings go out, and they'll start paging out the local fire departments and spotters and everything.
Attention Kempton Cabry Fire, attention Kempton Cabry Fire. The National Weather Service in Chicago is issued a
New severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, Ford County, Western Iroquois County, Western Kankakee County, Western Will County, Kendall County, Grundy County, and the rest of LaSalle County that may or may not have been issued in it. These storms will be moving in pretty quickly here, so this doesn't include Joliet. It includes Morris. It includes not Kankakee, Western Kankakee County, but not the city of Kankakee. It includes Paxton, Gibson City, Fairbury, Chatsworth, Kempton, Odell, Dwight, Morris, Yorkville, Oswego, Bolingbrook, and Romeoville. You are included in this as well. If you are looking to go for text alerts, Let me pull that up real quick for you. I'll put it on the website.
Fort County clear, 23.
WeatherTextAlert.com. I will slide this over for you to see the website on how to get our text message reports. Severe weather alerts at WeatherTextAlert.com. And then that big red button there that says sign up. You can sign up for severe weather reports. And as we just demonstrated about 5 minutes ago, I got the notification about 90 seconds before my weather radio went off. So, like I said, when seconds matter, we live and die by this text message service. And it's not an app. It's nothing you have to download. It's literally something you get put in the system, and it'll text message you. SMS, text message. So, nothing you have to install, nothing that takes any data, none of that. So, just anybody that has used it before hopefully can vouch for it. So, getting back to the radar and the storms here across the region. If you haven't received a single text yet, that means your area has not been under a warning yet. There was about 200 to 300 signups recently, so our admin was going through them one by one, and he said a couple hours ago, everyone who had signed up and paid for it should be ready to go. Once again, we're getting back to the radar here. I was talking about a circulation near Ramsey. There is now a tornado warning. Does not include Pana, but it does include Findlay, Windsor, Strasburg, Cowden, and Shelbyville in Shelby County. This circulation will be heading probably towards Sullivan, Allenville, Mattoon, and Arcola here in the next hour or so. But Shelbyville, you're at the most risk right now. Also, a bigger risk is this storm over Vandalia. A new tornado warning is coming out for Effingham County. So if you live in Effingham, Altamont, Watson, Mason, Edgewood, Dietrich, Montrose, a new tornado warning is coming out here for Effingham, including the city of Effingham. Momentarily here, Effingham and Shelby County. There it is. It just popped up on the screen. This includes the city of Effingham. Getting a little concerned about this presentation on this storm here. Like we said, here's the circulation to the north near Shelby into Shelbyville. But here is also the circulation that is near Vandalia, which is going to be heading into Effingham. So very, very concerned about this little appendage here near Brownstown and St. Elmo. Not going to sleep on that one. Going to keep a closer eye on that. As we move closer north here, once again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, basically from the Champaign County line all the way up to DuPage Kane County line in a straight north-south fashion. Once again, it doesn't look very strong on radar. It doesn't look great in terms of reflectivity, but when we switch over to the velocity, we see a lot of wind energy behind this. And once again, there are several reports. I don't think I have them enabled here. There we go. Several reports of wind damage and winds 60 to 70 miles an hour here across LaSalle, portions of Livingston County. Not getting much of the reports in McLean County or Tazewell, Peoria County, which is good. We don't want damage. So perhaps the winds are a little bit less here. Trying to look at any other sort of no other information to pass along at this point, but line of storms continues to move through. I'm getting more notifications to my phone. Okay, nothing important. Okay, so once again, line of storms heading into the Chicago area. New severe thunderstorm warning for McHenry and Kane County. Kind of a weird looking. I don't know what. Looks like a fireman's axe. I guess the Weather Service is chopping wood over here, trying to get all the wind or the tree damage taken care of. That's very odd. But anyway, new severe thunderstorm warning for McHenry and Kane County, including Lily Lake, Elburn, Sugar Grove, North Aurora, Crystal Lake, Woodstock, Hebron, Spring Grove, McHenry itself, Marengo. These storms now have, using the wrong mouse, sorry. These storms up here, if you notice, the shading is different. So for the orange shaded region is 70 mile an hour winds. The yellow shaded region is 60 mile an hour winds. So we're dealing with winds a little bit lesser further east. And I noted that about an hour ago. I've been alive, I don't even know, 3.5 hours almost. It's probably a record for me. But I noted that there is an onshore flow from Lake Michigan that makes things a little bit more stable the closer you get to the lake, especially in the north side of Chicago, northern lake into McHenry County. And we may be seeing some of that influence of the stable lake air working their way in, which could act to weaken some of these storms. Whether it's 55 or 60 mile an hour winds is irrelevant at this point. But, we're under a warning here in McHenry and Kane County. So what do we do under warnings? We take shelter. So no tornadoes once again up here across northern Illinois. Oh, I lied. There's a new tornado warning just issued right now for Kane and DeKalb County. A brief tornado is possible here in the next few minutes. So those of you are going to be getting a wireless emergency alert to your phone here. I'm going to switch to the Chicago radar. So let me get that pulled up for you real quick here. Kane, DeKalb County, tornado warning. There it is. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado extending from Waterman to near Salmonaught to Lake Holiday, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So these storms right here, I see exactly what they're talking about. So if you notice here, two areas of circulation, one just southeast of Waterman, one just southwest of Hinckley. These are going to be moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. They're not strong. They're not violent tornadoes by any stretch of the imagination. But they are definitely going to maybe create a pocket of a little bit of enhanced wind damage. Looks like there's another one just south of DeKalb here too. A little area of circulation. So a brief tornado may form. If you live in Hinckley, take shelter. If you live surrounding Hinckley, Big Rock, Caneville, up to Maple Grove, up to Virgil. Does not include Elburn or Lily Lake, but this is going to be a real short fuse tornado warning in these locations for the potential for a brief spin up. And I just heard the call of my people of thunder. Storms are a little bit closer than I thought here. And I'm in Paxton, by the way. This is where ISC headquarters is, here in Paxton. So tornado warning once again for DeKalb and Kane counties. Trying to pull up any other reports here. Don't have anything. And if for some reason, I don't know what reason that would be, I just go blank, it's because my power went out. And because the storms hit here in Paxton and southern Floyd County. So that would be unfortunate. I would not be a happy camper, but things happen and, it is what it is. It just means I'll have a very busy night with EMA and doing work. So, once again, showers and storms moving very quickly into
34, 35 en route to station.
into western Livingston County, or eastern Livingston County, western Ford County. Once again, doesn't look too ominous on radar, but that doesn't mean anything. Again, severe weather Let's go back to Lincoln. Take a look at the storms down here in the Effingham area. Pretty concerned about those. Yeah, so we're still dealing with the Paris. Well, almost looks like at least 2 different supercells, if not a third here. Moving right along the I-70 corridor, right up towards Effingham. Once again, right up towards Sullivan and Moultrie County as well. Moultrie County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning. But this circulation here near St. Elmo or near Altamont continues to show signs of strengthening. So at the current path, it would be near Shumway, Beecher City, and Effingham. Eventually up towards Siegel, maybe even Stewartson, and then over to Tediopolis. Still looking, once again, sorry, switching products here. A lot of thunder here in Paxton. The main storm line is still back to the west, but I'm hearing a lot of thunder. I wonder if I can... No, don't see any lightning yet.
Unit 54 en route.
Nope, no lightning yet, but obviously where there's thunder, there's lightning. So, we're going to continue looking here. Back north into the major populated areas with this tornado warning for DeKalb and Kane County. Just give me a second for it to load. Once again, I got that farmer's internet out here. Alright, circulation once again. Southwest of Hinckley. Well, latest update shows it right over Hinckley. Another one just to the northwest of Hinckley. Another one south of DeKalb. So anywhere along this little line here, extending from basically Kirkland through DeKalb to Hinckley, could be a pretty spin-up tornado. Most concerning is the one near Hinckley. That would be moving up towards Maple Park or Caneville if it lasts. These are not expected to be long-lived, powerful tornadoes that go on from Hinckley through Elgin or anything like that. I know, famous last word, let me knock on wood, but these are supposed to be very short-lived, brief spin-up tornadoes embedded in areas of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So keep that in mind. As we look, the leading edge of the damaging winds is about to hit Lisbon, Morris, Mazan, Dwight. Should be right through Odell by now. Should be through Pontiac, through Chenoa, about to Colfax, Cooksville, down to Ellsworth. That's where the leading edge of the strongest winds across northeast Illinois will be. And if we notice, we have a 72 mile an hour gust here in northwest Livingston County from this line as it passed. So, well, I got another warning. Tornado warning for Macon and Piatt County.
West Central Piatt County.
This includes Decatur.
Until midnight. At 11:31 p.m., a severe thunderstorm.
This would be heading generally in the way of Champaign, maybe even southern Ford County.
Northeast at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards
Let me
include
switch over to ILX and take a look at the circulation here near Decatur.
The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs.
So there is a circulation right here, just outside of Macon, heading toward Mount Zion, Long Creek, Oakley, Cerro Gordo, up towards Monticello. The storm, let me see its overall direction, I think northeast.
Cerro Gordo and Argent around 11:45 p.m.
Yeah.
Cisco around 11:50 p.m. This includes Interstate 72.
So yeah, this will be generally heading into Piatt County. Probably southwest Champaign County here in the next hour. Ooh, that was a nice thunder out there. But as you can see, this leading edge here that's going to have these little circulations that pop up as the better moisture from the south filters north. these will be more apt to develop. And as you know, the further east this line gets, the further east this moisture is going to get. And, you know, I couldn't rule out one of these rotating up in Champaign or Vermilion County or Douglas County or anything like that over the next hour or two. Further north, let's go back to the Chicago Metro. Still have that tornado warning centered around the Hinckley area, moving into Kane County. Another isolated cell had developed near Joliet, moving upwind toward Rockford. But the main line is going to be from Sandwich through Morris, down to Reddick, over to Chatsworth, to about Gibson City, down to Mahomet, and then curving back towards Decatur. So everywhere long and east of I-55 is still in the severe weather threat. I could safely say from Bloomington up to Rockford and west, the severe weather threat is over. And from Bloomington to Springfield to St. Louis and west, the severe weather threat is over. So if you live in Jacksonville, Macomb, Peoria, Galesburg, Quad Cities, Quincy, all those areas to the west, your threat is over with. And there's no threat for any more severe weather in this area. So congratulations to you guys. Hopefully you guys didn't get any significant damage in those areas, and you guys can go to sleep because it is late, almost midnight. However, those of us still here in the Chicago Metro down the I-57 corridor, we're next. And a big concern, once again, is the violent storms that are about to enter southern Illinois. We have a new tornado warning that has been issued here for western Jackson County and southern Illinois. This is one of the supercells that has produced considerable damage and tornadoes moving towards Perryville. This will be moving towards Gorham, potentially into the Ava area, Murfreesboro, Virgins, into DeSoto. Not quite to Carbondale yet, but Jackson County, western Jackson County, tornado warning for that storm. And those are only moving at 40, only, quote unquote, only, moving at 40 miles an hour. A lot slower than the ones that are up here moving at 60 to 70. Switching back, Decatur, we have this circulation once again on the south side of Decatur, moving more towards the north-northeast, up towards Monticello. And then we have the cluster of supercells now developed across from Shelbyville down to Altamont, down to Vandalia. We'll look at, we'll loop that, but then we'll go over to this product here and kind of look at the circulations. We're going to take the loop off. So we have a pretty decent circulation northwest of Shelbyville. That's going to be heading toward Findlay. Wouldn't be surprised to see Moultrie County added to a tornado warning anytime soon here. So if you live in Bethany, Sullivan, or Allenville, be prepared to take shelter. Another circulation just southwest of Beecher City. Just getting alerts to my phone, just seeing what they are. Once again, just south of Beecher City, another circulation here heading towards Shumway, Stewardson, Siegel. And then beyond that, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's a bit of a circulation southeast of Vandalia. So it looks like the biggest circulation at this time is to the west and northwest of Effingham, which, let me put it in motion. Looks like it's heading straight for Shumway. Shumway, Siegel, Stewardson, this area. If you know anybody that lives in that area just northwest of Effingham, get them to shelter. Once again, I'm not seeing a tornado on the ground or any indication of that, but we are seeing some pretty robust circulation, so it'll be very wise for you to warn them. Once again, here on the west side or east side of Decatur, west side of Long Creek, we have a circulation near Mount Zion, heading toward Oakley, Cerro Gordo, possibly as far east as Bement, over to Monticello in Piatt County. I know in Bement and Hammond, you're not under a tornado warning. I don't think you have to worry about it in Hammond, but definitely over in Bement, you may may be wise to take shelter. Further north, start seeing some kinks in the line in western, or eastern, sorry, Livingston County approaching western Ford County, but nothing very alarming there. We're going to go all the way back north here to the tornado warning in Kane County. Sorry. There we go. Takes a minute to load. Latest updated product. Good news is it's out of the Hinckley Big Rock area. Up towards Maple Park, there's a little bit of a circulation. Towards Caneville, there's a bit of circulation. And just west of Sugar Grove, which is not under a tornado warning, but is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So those of you still in North Aurora, Batavia, Geneva, heading up to South Elgin, Elburn, prepare for gusty winds. Here's another circulation just passed through Sycamore, heading toward Burlington and Hampshire. Not seeing a ton in the way of rotation further north and east, which is good, but these little wave patterns, like I said, can produce areas of wind damage, and here's one right here. There's a nice little circulation just passing south of Lisbon near Platteville. Would not be surprised if there was a weak tornado with that. Let me check out the CC. Yeah. Trace marker. Yeah. There may be a little brief spin up here across southern Kendall County near Platteville. No warning or anything. Tornado warning, that is. Severe thunderstorm warning are definitely in effect for this region, but could be a bit of a spin up right there. And that would be headed generally into the Plainfield area, Lilycash area. Sorry, let me take a drink. It's been a long talking night. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. A little bit of a circulation there. Once again, some of these are so benign and so weak and very short-lived that you're not going to be able to issue a warning on all these. They're going to be, by the time you draw up a warning, it's going to fall apart. Like this one near Yorkville. It's very weak, very quick. Here's one by Sugar Grove. So the best course of action here of any storm moving into the western Chicago metro right now is expect wind damage of some sort. 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Some of that may be rotating. There may be some rotation in these storms as they move into the northern Chicago suburbs, the western Chicago suburbs. So prepare like a weak tornado is about to hit, because the winds, once again, it's not going to matter if it's 70 mile rotating or 70 mile straight line. You're going to have to worry about the wind damage regardless. So stay away from windows, stay away from trees, and prepare accordingly for that. Let me look for the rest of the region here. A lot of people are reporting a roaring noise as these storms pass through. Once again, if you have a radar app and you're looking, you're like, this just looks like a big blob of heavy rain, whatever. No, it's wind damage, it's embedded tornadoes. These circulations, once again, are... here we go. Tornado warning, Kane, DuPage, and Kendall County for the aforementioned circulations I just talked about here along this whole line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 circulations along the leading edge of this line as it moves into the western Chicago metro. So tornado warning for Kendall, DuPage, and Kane counties. I know a lot of us are also watching down here further south, so I'm going to move down. But once again, your phones will be going off in Kane, DuPage, Kendall County for a long line of circulations. It isn't just one singular one. There's about 6 or 7, like I said, I counted. So tornado warning issued there. Once again, tornado warning still down in the Decatur area. These circulations, same story down here. Little notches in the front edge of this line of storms. As we move further south, though, we're getting more into the supercells. And one of the things that may be doing, here's a interesting signature. Just northwest of Findlay. Could be a circulation, a bookend vortex there. These storms here look like they're transitioning more into the linear stuff we were thinking about. Not quite the supercells that we saw further to the southwest. But these are going to start developing these notches and rotations in them. And anywhere along this line, from basically Beloit, Wisconsin, through the Chicago Metro, down the I-57 corridor, into southwest Illinois, you can see these little notches. So it's very important you take every severe thunderstorm and every tornado warning seriously, because you're going to see some of these getting harder and harder to warn for. Like I said, here's a good circulation from a supercell down by St. James, heading up towards Altamont. Tornado warning issued there. Tornado warning continues for the storm near Shumway. It's going to head just on the north side of Effingham towards Siegel and Stewardson. Circulation once again near Findlay. Circulations continue along the line across Piatt and Macon County. Not seeing much in the way of circulations here in McLean or Livingston counties. But now we'll need to switch back to Chicago radar and have an idea what's going on here. Switch over to this product and do a reset of watches and warnings. We'll take the radar off. And see. Once again, like I said, even though you're under a severe thunderstorm watch in northern Illinois, some of these can and will produce brief spin-up rotations. It's not the strong, violent rotations like we're seeing down here. This is the bad stuff. This is the long-lived tornadoes that we were concerned about across southwest Illinois. One of them near Perryville, Missouri, about to cross the river into western Jackson County. Another one approaching the I-55 corridor in southeast Missouri, but then about to move generally into western Jackson County as well towards the Carbondale area. We still have a little bit of time, so we're not going to get too in-depth with that, but big heads up to Carbondale, Ava, Gorham, Maconda, Elkville, DeSoto, your area in the next probably hour. We're going to be dealing with these very powerful supercells and tornadoes moving into those areas. Further north, once again, we have the tornado warning that has been canceled. The original one for Kane and DeKalb County that was centered over Hinckley. That's off the board. We still have another tornado warning that was just issued for the line essentially for Kane, DePage, and Kendall counties. These will be working their way towards Naperville, potentially Bolingbrook, Carroll Stream, Schaumburg, Elgin, Carpentersville in the next few hours. And as you noticed, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning basically issued for all of Cook County, the rest of DuPage County, and all of Lake County for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So western portions of Will County continue under the warning. Same with Kankakee, all of Ford, western Iroquois, eastern Livingston, and all of Grundy County. The storms produced 64-mile-an-hour winds here in Ottawa, 72 in northwest Livingston County. Special marine warning goes out if you have any boating interests over the lake right now. Severe thunderstorms, like I said, approaching the Chicago metro area here around midnight as we thought. Tornado warnings continue across central Illinois. We'll go back to the other product here and take a look, see if anything stands out. Like I said, look at all these circulations. Circulation south of Oswego. Circulation over Oswego. Circulation over Montgomery. Circulation over North Aurora. Another one near Batavia. One near Campton Hills. One near Geneva. Now, I'm not saying all these are producing tornadoes. This isn't like the July derecho back in last year where, we had 9-10 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. These are very transient, weak circulations developing along the line. across northern Illinois, and one or two of them may spin up a brief tornado that lasts 2 minutes. But if it happens on your block, it's a big deal. If it doesn't, then you'd never know about it anyway. So these are developing all along this line here. You can see even more. There's another one just west of Plainfield. There's one just northwest of Shorewood. Further south, we can see the kink in the line, but not much in the way of circulation that I can tell. But also, we are getting further and further away from the radar. It's going to be difficult to see them down here, as they are very close to the Romeoville radar here versus another 75 plus miles away down here. So, you know, unfortunately, where I live in Paxton, I may not be able to see the circulations as defined as I would further north if I lived up in Naperville or Geneva or anywhere up there. So, once again, take shelter if you live in Kendall, Kane, and DuPage counties. Really, if you live anywhere in northeast Illinois, when this line moves through, you're going to want to stay away from windows, stay away from trees. If you're driving, pull off. It's going to get pretty bad for a while. You see wind gusts of 62 up in Rockford, 60 over in Oregon, 64, 67, 72. So once again, these storms are still producing quite a punch, even though, you would look at this, and if you knew anything about meteorology, you would say, why is this tornado warned? Just looking at the reflectivity. Well, once again, you have to look a little bit deeper at the velocities and see the actual movement of the wind and the rain particles inside the storms. These little cells keep developing over the rest of Chicago. They could produce some small hail and even some gusty winds, but the main threat is going to be, once again, with this line here as it continues to move through. We'll go back down to central Illinois and take a look here what's going on. We still have tornado warnings across Effingham, Fayette, Shelby counties into Macon and Piatt County. These storms here are generally... Oh boy, that's going to be heading for me. Yeah, so this storm over here in Macon, DeWitt County is going to be heading into southeast McLean, southwestern and southern Ford County into northwest Champaign County. That was a big flash of lightning. I just saw the reflection of it sitting in my room right now from behind me. So I expect to hear a very loud boom very soon here. Okay, that wasn't as loud as I thought it would be. A little disappointing. But anyway, once again, these cells right here, generally from Hayward to Sibley and south and east, they're going to be heading that direction. This line, developing line through Moultrie County or over Sullivan and Lovington, is heading straight up into southwest Champaign County. That'll be heading into Champaign County very soon here. I would imagine there's going to be some sort of warning, probably a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Piatt, Douglas, and Champaign County anytime now, I would think. Let me take a look at the chat. I don't see anything of note being said in the Weather Service chat right now, so we'll continue on. The line moving through Effingham. Once again, tornado warned. Let's look at the circulation here. Couple circulations now here. One near Stewardson and one just west of Siegel. You can see that clearly here. Moving toward Trowbridge, Neoga, eventually Toledo, Lerna, Jewett. No warning for tornadoes in this area yet, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Moultrie, Coles, and Cumberland County in advance of this storm. And once again, we still have that circulation southwest of Effingham, west of Mason, west of Watson that we're watching. Not seeing much in the way of tight circulation here with anything in Piatt County. We are seeing a bit of something develop here in Weldon and DeLand. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if it transitions into Piatt and Champaign County. Starting to see a little bit of waviness in the line. Just wondering what that was. Nothing. Okay. Seeing a little bit of the waviness of the line here approaching western Ford County, still no imminent tornado threat. For some reason my messenger's blowing up. I hope nobody's trying to reach me. Ding, 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 ding. That's all I hear is ding. Okay. I'm in like 7,000 group chats, so I was just checking to see if there was anyone reporting anything big or anything like that. So, once again, circulations down here across east central Illinois, heading northeast towards the Champaign area. Another one near Bethany should be heading up northeast in the Champaign County. Once again, I expect some sort of warning possibly coming for the rest of Piatt, Champaign, Douglas County. We'll go back north into the Chicago metro area with the tornado warning over Kane and Kendall County. So circulations here are now along the line from Huntley. Sorry, new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for Champaign County. There we go. So, new severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to hear the radio going off here. Champaign County. Circulations. Long line from Gilbert's to St. Charles. South to Aurora. Everything west of that line. So, Lily Lake, Elburn, Montgomery, Oswego, Lisbon, Yorkville, Morris, Dwight, Odell, Pontiac, Chenoa, Bloomington, everything west of I-55 from Joliet west. You're good. You're out of the woods. Severe weather threat's over. You can go to bed. Good night. Everywhere from basically Woodstock to Naperville to Joliet City down to Chatsworth and east, we still have problems to deal with, and we're going to be dealing with them for a little bit longer here. So, still have a little bit of circulation up here in McHenry County, but nothing imminent to producing a tornado. Once again, as these little mesovortices rotate and spin and pass over you, people are reporting a loud roaring sound and a loud general wind sound as it passes through. So don't be surprised to hear some of that or see some leaves flying through the air or anything like that with the passage of this line of storms. It's going to be still very strong winds.
This includes the following highways. Interstate 57 between mile markers 202 and 257. Interstate 72 between mile markers
Taking a look at some of the weather service chat to see if there's anything.
Interstate 74 between mile markers 160 and 197.
Severe thunderstorm warning once again, Macon, McLean, Piatt, Douglas, DeWitt, Moultrie, and Champaign counties. Tornado warning, Coles, Cumberland, Effingham, and Shelby County here in southern or central Illinois. Once again, weather radio. Highly advocate you get one.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Coles County, southeastern Shelby County, Cumberland County, north central Effingham County until 12:30.
So yeah, I'm definitely
11:54 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight lines.
we're definitely seeing some circulation still existing here in Piatt County. Definitely some circulation down here, just southeast of Decatur again. Definitely some circulation near Windsor. A pretty strong circulation near Siegel or Seigel, however you say it. Siegel, I don't apologize if I butchered that. And then definitely some circulation down towards Effingham. The Weather Service in Lincoln have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the line essentially extending up to Ford County down to Clay County. I am pretty concerned about that little circulation there. Hopefully that's not doing anything near Siegel. But once again, we see a very pronounced line of severe thunderstorms here, moving more north-northeast. And you can almost see like the little bookend curl here, just to the east of Decatur. with this storm, showing that there's probably going to be some enhanced wind damage, I would imagine, across southeast Piatt into Champaign County, including Champaign-Urbana Metro itself. Once again, this storm here is moving generally up Route 54 from Farmer City. It's going to be moving into Gibson, Elliott, Paxton, Ludlow, Rantoul, Fisher in the next 30-45 minutes. Would not be surprised to see a spin up there, or at least some enhanced damaging wind with that. Further south, I don't want to ignore you guys down here. We're seeing very strong, possibly violent tornadoes occur tonight across southeast Missouri. Now going to be moving into central Illinois, or southern Illinois, I should say, not central Illinois. Trying to think what best radar to use for this. Probably Paducah. Let's look at Paducah's radar real quick before we go back north. So we can still see Supercell 1, Supercell 2, Supercell 3, Supercell 4, Supercell 5, 6, and 7. All lined up here, ready to move into southern Illinois. This is not a good situation. Generally south of I-64. Especially in the short term for Gorham, Grand Tower, Pomona, Murfreesboro. You're not under a warning yet, but this one is heading your direction. Ava, well, there's a warning. I say it and it happens. So we have a new tornado warning issued here for Ava, Virgins, Elkville, Dowell, Christopher, Ziegler, DeSoto, Sunfield. These areas of southwest Illinois, including Perry County. It is really pouring out right now at my house. Should hear it hitting the window. So once again, if I go blank, I've lost power. Sorry. But these storms are definitely moving into southwest Illinois. Let's move back north. So your thunderstorm warnings now issued for the eastern half of Will County, eastern Kankakee County, eastern Iroquois County, including Cissna Park, Wellington, Watseka, Kankakee City, Aroma Park, St. Anne, Grant Park, Mentino, Peatone, Beecher, Mokina, Moni. These areas right here under severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can't rule out an isolated circulation here either, like we've seen further north. Tornado warning, the only one that exists so far for central Illinois, is centered around the Effingham region. Once again, those storms will be moving in towards the Charleston area. Back north, the tornado warning continues to get trimmed down. Tornado warning for Carpentersville, West Dundee, Elgin, South Elgin, St. Charles, Geneva, and Batavia for those small, transient, short-lived circulations moving off to the east-northeast. I don't know if it's going to clip, or going to be continued, I should say. Let me check the chat over here. I'm on the wrong mouse. I don't see anything suggesting they're going to continue that warning further into DuPage, Cook, or Lake County, but they might. Also of note, 65-mile-an-hour gust in Poplar Grove, which is up by Rockford. So strong damaging winds continuing up that way. Severe thunderstorm warnings extend all the way into southern Wisconsin, all the way back down through the Chicago Metro. The entire I-57 corridor, basically to Effingham, is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let's go back to the radar, take a look at how things are. This whole blob, for lack of a better term, has damaging wind gusts associated with it and small spin-up tornadoes. So, like I said, 1,000 times tonight, it may look innocuous and may look real non-threatening on radar, but you got to look deeper into the circulations on velocity to get the true story. And those show, like I said, some circulation, especially up in the western Chicago metro. Further south, let's go back to central Illinois here. Just Just waiting for that to load. Let's take a look back towards the Champaign area. Still seeing waves of thunderstorms moving through Farmer City towards Bement. Tornado warnings once again for Mattoon, Lerna, Neoga, Toledo, Siegel, Jewett. Good news is, other than the stuff that's entering from the far south, most of the tornado warnings are done for central Illinois. We had several. Now we're down to one in central Illinois, and we're still down to this sliver down in Geneva. Storms continue to impact here in Paxton. I keep seeing lightning reflecting off my back. Not seeing very much in the way of wind reports here across Livingston and Grundy and LaSalle counties, except up towards Ottawa. 64 was reported not too long ago. But once again, we'll turn over to our velocity mode and see some circulation here southwest of Hammond, some circulation southwest of Bement. Little bit of a kink wave pattern here in northeast Piatt County, which would be heading into northwest Champaign, southeast McLean County, possibly southern Ford. Just reading some chat, sorry. Another circulation here near Arthur. Another circulation here near Neoga. One thing to note, as the Lincoln radar is still up here, it's moving further and further away from it, so we're shooting higher and higher up into the storm itself. So it's going to be hard to see those low-level circulations like we were up here in the Chicago metro area. I'm keeping a close eye here on Ford County, still nothing. And obviously my radio here has been quiet, and I just jinxed it. Sorry, everybody. In terms of severe weather and reporting and damage reports, so hopefully that trend continues and I'm not out all night with storm cleanup. But we're going to get through this. We're going to continue with our coverage here. It's been about 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm glad you guys have joined me. I got about 2,700 viewers, so thank you. Looks like there's been 397 shares. About 3,700 comments, which I cannot wait to run through. 59 clips. I really hope people aren't taking clips of me and posting it. That'd be embarrassing. But still talking severe weather here through the evening. We've tracked it all the way from central Missouri. Now we're into east central Illinois, so it won't take too much longer for it to push on out here in at least the northern part of Illinois. But down here, we're still real concerned with southern Illinois and the tornado threat that's about to ramp up. Once again, if you are living in Elkville, DuQuoin, Christopher, Bush, Royalton, DeSoto, just north and west of Carbondale, Ava, Gorham, you need to be in shelter. And just because this tornado warning here in Carbondale missed out on you, technically, we have this bad boy that's off to the southwest that's probably going to impact you, and another warning will be issued pretty soon for Carbondale and surrounding areas. And if that wasn't enough fun for you, we're still looking at a pair of supercells that's going to be heading towards Cape Girardeau, eventually Anna, Tams, Mounds, Cypress, Karnak, Buncombe, Vienna, maybe up to Goraville. So we're not done by any stretch of the imagination with severe weather coverage. Part of you maybe. Like I said, anywhere back here from Rockford to Bloomington to Springfield to St. Louis and west, you're done. That's it. Go to sleep. It's 12:07. Stop watching me. Go to sleep. Have a good night. Beware of the windy conditions that you're going to feel tomorrow. But, well, I got another warning. Tornado warning coming for DuPage and Cook County. So another warning, DuPage and Cook. Tornado warning for Douglas County and Champaign County. This includes Champaign-Urbana. So we have a pair of tornado warnings now.
55 miles per hour. Expected hazards include tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat.
So let's do this.
Attacks are expected. Flying debris will be
We have this circulation that is just southwest of Bourbon, should pass just to the west of Tuscola, heading toward Pasodum, Tolono, Philo, Sydney, Savoy, Champaign, Urbana. Does not include Bonneville, does not include St. Joseph, Ogden, or Homer at this point. The circulation is moving more northerly than easterly, so I would expect it to, like I said, pass very close to Sedoris, Sodom, Tolono. That's Champaign and Douglas County. Let's move north to DuPage, or Cook County and DuPage County.
Between mile markers 178 and 181.
I lied. Hasn't been issued yet. They're considering issuing a tornado warning for DuPage and Cook County, but for some reason they have refrained from doing that. But costly disregard. If you live in DuPage or northern Cook County, be prepared for damaging winds, whether they're rotating or they're straight line. So we'll go back down here.
Attention local and area cars. Attention local and area cars. Update on the weather. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:30 a.m. for central Ford County and western Ford County. At 12:06 a.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Lyle to Romeoville to Manhattan to 7 miles northwest of Buckley, moving at 40 miles an hour. Still have 70 miles per hour wind gusts and expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes.
Sorry, I was just listening to that. So, correction. A tornado warning was being prepared for DuPage and Cook County. Circulation, as they were drawing it up, dissipated. That's why I said some of these are real quick and then spin down, and by the time they issue it, it's off. But they want to caution that a severe thunderstorm line with straight line winds continue across the region, producing potentially significant straight line wind damage in the localized areas of rotation. One of those was near Hanover Park. That was the one they were about to warn on, but it kind of fizzled out, and they decided not to issue the tornado warning for Cook and DuPage County. But once again, if it makes you feel better, if it makes you sleep, or now hopefully not sleep, but feel more at ease with anxiety, take yourself to the basement in these areas of DuPage and northwest Cook County. The storm's going to blow through, not going to last very long, and that'll be it. There's no more. You're done. Once again, but we're still watching a pretty decent circulation here just west of Tuscola, moving towards Sedoris, Pasodum, Tolono, Savoy, Philo, and then potentially south side of Champaign and into Urbana. So we're definitely watching very closely this as it moves in, potentially even into eastern Champaign County later on. Once again, we're still looking at a bit of a convergent line here between Bellflower and Mahomet. Not seeing much in the way of circulation with that. Probably some damaging winds, though. We're going to be heading into northwestern Champaign, southwestern Ford County very soon. Once again, up near north, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the Chicago Metro, all the way up and down the Chicago Metro. It doesn't matter if you live in Woodstock or down in Kankakee, west to Yorkville or east to the Indiana state line. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, so please take shelter there. Tornado warnings continue here across southern Illinois. They have pre-issued the tornado warning for Alexander County. Give enough lead time for these two supercells moving in. Oh, another warning.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for.
So another severe thunderstorm warning for Coles, Edgar, Douglas, Cumberland, Effingham, Jasper, and Clark counties in southeast Illinois. Getting reports of tornado damage along I-57 near Neoga. So we're going to zoom in here and see where we're talking about. That was that circulation that I was talking about near Seagull about 10-15 minutes ago. I was concerned about that potentially producing a tornado, and now we're getting confirmation of damage along I-57 of tornado damage. That one may be upgraded to a confirmed tornado soon across Cumberland into Coles County. So if you're in Toledo, Lerna, Charleston, this general area, there is very good probability that there is a tornado currently down in this location, just east of Neoga, between Toledo and Neoga. Yep, there it is. They just gone confirmed. So confirmed tornado was located over Lerna or near Mattoon, moving northeast at 55. So we're talking about this location right here. This is heading for Charleston, between Mattoon and Charleston. The town of Laura, is that Laura? Loxa, or Loxa, sorry. This Coles County, I'm surprised. Charleston, you're not under a tornado warning yet. You will be very soon, I would imagine. It's going to be happening pretty soon. Yep, here we go. Tornado debris up to 6,000 feet here across Neoga to Lerna. So there is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Coles County and northwest Cumberland County. This is going to be heading generally towards Charleston, Eastern Illinois University. I don't know if students are still there or they're out for spring break. Anyone's still there, you need to get them in shelter. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground lofting debris. Once again, that is going to be Coles County, Cumberland County. We still have debris, not seeing much there of a debris signature. But there is a bit of a circulation here, right southwest of Pasodum. Kind of concerned that a tornado may develop. So if you live in Pasodum, Sedoris, Tolono, west and northwest of Tuscola, there is a circulation here. That is going to pass pretty close to I-57 and Route 45. And here we go with a new tornado warning for Piatt, Champaign County.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Piatt County, northwestern Champaign.
This is a new tornado warning coming up to Ford County. This includes Rantoul. This includes Fisher. This includes Gifford. No, it does not include Gifford, sorry. It includes Thomasboro, Fisher, Mahomet, Bonneville, Whiteheath, Monticello. For this circulation right here between Monticello and Eavesdale. It's moving northeast, and it's going to be heading generally in the direction of Bonneville, Mahomet, Thomasboro, Rantoul, Fisher, Ludlow, potentially Paxton, Rankin, generally. These storms are moving very quickly, so we don't have a lot of time. So tornado warning, Piatt and Champaign County. We'll go north because I know a lot of you are concerned about what's happening up here in the Chicago Metro. I am happy to say there are no tornado warnings here in northern Illinois anymore. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings with tiny transient circulations that spin up, spin down very quickly. These are on the leading edge of the severe thunderstorm conflicts. So that's entering western Lake County, northwest Cook County, through central DuPage County, about central Will County, central Kankakee County, curving back into Ford and Iroquois County. These storms are moving rapidly off to the east-northeast. There's a new warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Vermilion County.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Vermilion County until 1:15 a.m.
Looking at reports of damage around Maple Park up in Kane and DeKalb counties, kind of where that area meets, in rural Maple Park. Don't have much more on that right now, but there is some damage up there. Potentially either from a tornado or a bit of straight line winds.
The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Severe thunderstorms will be near Rankin, Fairmount, Prithian, and Seidel around 12:25 a.m. Potomac, Catlin, and Oakwood around 12:30 a.m.
Sorry, I was just making a a post on NWS chat.
Rossville,
Once again, these storms are continuing to move along the I-57 corridor. Kankakee, Rantoul, Champaign, Charleston, Effingham. Confirmed tornado, once again, moving into the area of Eastern Illinois University near Lerna. Severe thunderstorm warning does exist for Coles County and further east. Little surprised that may be it right there. Tornado warning, Coles and Cumberland County. So this does include Charleston for that confirmed tornado. Debris has been lifted over 6,000 feet with that tornado.
Eastern Coles County.
This tornado warning is right here. It does include Loxa or Loxa, I don't know how to say it, I'm sorry. Charleston, Ashmore, Rardon, Oakland.
At 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards.
This does not include Edgar County, the tornado warning, but it does include, once again, Charleston, Mattoon, Lerna.
Flying debris will be dangerous to those
Once again, the circulations now impact all of Champaign-Urbana. One southwest of Pisodum. Another stronger one near Eavesdale, or Ivesdale. I don't know how, once again, pronunciation.
tornadic storm will be near Charleston around 12:25 a.m.
Tornado sirens should be sounding in Rantoul, should be sounding in Champaign, Fisher, Mahomet.
This includes Interstate 57 near mile marker 192.
Overall motion of these storms. This one probably is going to stay a little bit south and east of Champaign-Urbana, but the one to the west may hit Champaign up to Rantoul on Route 45. So those living in Rantoul, Thomasboro, all of Champaign-Urbana, Savoy, be in shelter, please. Once again, no tornado warnings in effect in northern Illinois, northeastern Illinois. Nothing tornadic until you get down to Champaign and Piatt County down here in east central Illinois. And then, of course, the supercells over Charleston and Toledo, and then the massive cluster of supercells entering southeast or southwest Illinois. Carbondale, you are now under a tornado warning. I know it's been a minute since I went down here. Let's quickly move down here. Williamson, Jackson, Franklin, Perry County, capable of producing a tornado near Grand Tower, or 11 miles southwest of Murfreesboro, heading northeast at 65. So the storm is moving very quickly. Carbondale, your sirens going off. DuQuoin, DeSoto, up to West Frankfort. Not quite over to, I can't read this town, Sawyer, is it? Cesar, sorry. And then once again, we have the cluster of storms moving into the far southern tip of southern Illinois. A confirmed tornado heading into Alexander County from Cairo up to Tams and further west. This includes I-57 and that little sliver. And then much of this warning includes I-57. Tornado warning now in effect for Mount Vernon. So if you live in Cesar, Bonnie, Ina, Waltonville, Mount Vernon, Blueford, tornado warning. This is for that powerful storm that's near Gorham and near Ava moving in that direction. This is a long lead time. So don't go to shelter for 5-10 minutes, think the threat's over with, and come back out. You're having a long lead time here to let you know that, hey, this thing's coming. We want you to get in shelter. It's probably going to be 20, 25, 30 minutes before that storm hits there. Going back to let you know who's good and who's not. Rockford, you're good. LaSalle, you're good. Bloomington, Springfield, Peoria, Galesburg, Davenport, Quincy, St. Louis, Litchfield, Morris, DeKalb, Pontiac. You guys are good from severe weather for the rest of the night. It's still raining. There may be some thunder and lightning. The wind is going to pick up again. We're not going to get rid of that through the day tomorrow, but the severe weather, the tornado threat, the lightning, the loud thunder, that is all moving off to the east in those locations. Where that is not the case, Waukegan, Chicago, moving into Kankakee now, all along the I-57 corridor. Generally, the entire I-57 corridor from Chicago down to Missouri, Kentucky is under some sort of warning right now. So traveling I-57 probably is not the greatest idea if you don't like storms and heavy rain. But everything else is going to be quickly shifting off to the east into Indiana here by 1 a.m. when that'll end the severe weather threat, except for far southern Illinois, very quickly here. So you only have to be with me for a couple more cycles of radar, and hopefully we'll get rid of most of this stuff. Taking a look back at the central Illinois radar. Ooh, that was a loud thunder. So for Ford County, being monitored closely by the warning forecasters at this time. So there could be a need for a tornado warning for southern and eastern Ford County, maybe Iroquois County, here in the next 10-15 minutes. With this circulation that's further south towards Champaign. May pass into northeast Champaign and not affect so much Ford County, but keeping a close eye on it. Very, very, very close eye on that. It's not looking cut and dry, as cut and dry as I want it, because that would include my house, which would then prioritize family over reporting, and then I'd probably have to leave you. So just wanted to pass that along, and keeping a very close eye on that as I live in Paxton. Furthermore, let's go back and look at northern Illinois. We notice Kane, Kendall, Grundy, Livingston, LaSalle, everything west of there. No more warnings. We're done. We're done with the warnings. We don't have to worry about any more severe weather in this area. Where we do have to worry about it: Lake, DuPage, Cook, Kendall, or not Kendall, Will, Kankakee, Iroquois, Ford. Sorry, sending a text out real quick. Two seconds, sorry. Okay. So, no reports of damage in Kendall County per their EM. So that's good news. If you get any reported over there, I see wind gusts 60, 65 miles an hour in that location. So there was at least some hefty winds going through there, but maybe not any damage, and that's what we can hope for. Furthermore, I want to take a look down here. Wow, that is a pretty big supercell. I see stuff popping up in Mississippi, and was just wondering how big this outbreak actually is becoming. And there's a giant supercell down there in central Mississippi. It's foreshadowing what's probably coming tomorrow. So if you have friends and family that live down in this general area of Missouri or Mississippi and Alabama, you may want to warn them. Not going to be a pretty day down there tomorrow. But you can see just how wide the storm system is. Low pressure all the way centered over northern Iowa. Rain, even some snow back in the Dakotas. But basically from the Canadian border all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico, this storm system is producing some sort of precipitation. So, a lot of times people hype these things up a week in advance, and it's the worst storm ever, and it's a bomb cyclone, and this, that, and the other. You get it. It's a lot of words and cliche thrown around, but in this case, this is a pretty impressive cyclone for this time of year, producing the wind gusts, gusting from Denver, Colorado to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and then from north to south. It's a pretty wide and large storm, so thankfully, like I said, the worst of the severe weather is over with for most of northern Illinois, most of central Illinois, and most of west central Illinois. What we're still dealing with here is thunderstorms moving off, a couple of straggling cells behind it, But notice we don't have any more watch out here. It's all been canceled. For Western Illinois, Northwestern Illinois, that area is canceled. No more watch. We'll turn off the radar here and you get a good sense of what's going on. We do see for our friends in northern Indiana that this watch was extended into the counties of northern Indiana into southern Michigan and southwest or northwest Ohio. So they do expect at least some severe weather to continue through the night into northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. So if you got friends and family living that way, let them know that it could be a rough early morning for them. Sorry, I said Gulf of Mexico. A lot of people, it's a force of habit. Gulf of America. Whatever you want to say it, the Gulf of whatever. Just the force of habit on my part. Sorry, 37 years of calling it one thing. Can't just switch 1 second later. Let's take a look back at the Central Illinois tornado warnings. Some strong straight line winds moving into southwestern Ford County right now. More strong straight line winds moving into northwestern Iroquois County right now. So expect that. Tornado warning for Champaign County. 55 mile per hour winds reported in Tolono with that storm that moved through. So that's going to be producing maybe some minor tree damage down there. Circulation continues west of Champaign, near Bonneville. The other one is near Philo or Savoy. So those are continuing to head up into central Champaign County. Still, again, not seeing any way of tornadic weather in Ford County. The line would be heading from Sibley to Elliott over towards Melvin and Roberts here soon, mixing Paxton to the north. The other cell south of Champaign, or southwest Champaign, kind of heading towards southeast Ford County, northeast Champaign County. So we'll see what's happening here. If any additional warnings will be issued for that. As you can see, the warnings keep getting trimmed further and further east. Right now we're only dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings up in Lake, DuPage, Cook, eastern Will, eastern Kankakee, eastern Iroquois, Vermilion, and then of course the ones still over Champaign and Piatt, Vermilion counties. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Funnel cloud was reported near Effingham a while back. Once again, we still have the tornado warnings, including Mount Vernon, Bonnie, Waltonville. Sorry, the Weather Service just said. Okay, so the rotation near Tolono has fallen apart, which we could see on radar. The one near Ashmore is a bit more broad than it once was. But the storm near Bonneville, which we were talking about here in the Champaign area, is still going pretty strong. So they're going to keep the warning for that in the northern Champaign, or northern Champaign County, south of Ford County. So we're going to still be dealing with that. So good news is the circulation down here towards Charleston is back. Past Charleston, you're out of the woods now. It's between Raritan and Ashmore, heading towards the Oakland area. Once again, the Tolono circulation is falling apart, and we have the Bonneville one. Once these are off the board, the main focus will then turn to southern Illinois. The good news is they've dropped most of the particularly dangerous situation or confirmed tornado tags down here in southern Illinois. Still dangerous storms, still capable of producing tornadoes, but they're getting a little bit more congealed, more clustered, which should limit the tornado threat some. As you notice, they're more individualized down here. We went one towards Jonesboro, Arkansas, Paragould, heading up into Sykeston, Cape Girardeau, further south and west from there. Once again, anyone here in the western Chicago suburbs, southwest suburbs, west of Joliet, west of Kankakee, west of Pontiac, you're good. The storm is over with. There's going to be thunder, lightning, some wind, but the severe weather threat is done. There is no more need to pay attention to the weather. New tornado warning just issued. Douglas, Coles, Edgar, Vermilion County. So that'll be coming. You'll hear it on the weather radio here any second. But Douglas, Coles, Edgar, Vermilion County, tornado warning. This does not include Danville. This includes Brockton, Redmond, Hume, Chrisman, Ridge Farm, Seidel, Georgetown, up to Westville, up to Fairmount. That's for that circulation that was moving out of Charleston near Oakland. Once again, nothing confirmed on the ground, but still a good enough circulation that they need to issue a tornado warning here. Tornado threat is pretty much over in northern Illinois, Chicago metro area. You're done with the tornado threat. You're almost done with the severe weather threat. But you're definitely done with the tornado threat up here in northern Illinois. Everything is about to move off over the lake in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then into Indiana in the same next to 10, 15 minutes. Everywhere, basically from, let's just call it Kankakee to Gibson City to Sullivan to Effingham and east. Still have to pay attention to the weather tonight. I'll let you know when it's all clear.
Georgetown and Westville.
Apparently 218 customers in Aurora are without power. From Route 31, Jericho Road, and Lake Street area without power. Multiple lines down on the west side of the road. So definitely some wind came through over on the west side of Aurora area. Charleston, you are clear of the tornado threat now. Multiple trees and tree limbs down in McHenry County. 29 power outages affecting 2,013 people. No injuries. So that's good news. That, well, not good news, sorry. It's not good news that there's power outage and damage up there. 58 mile an hour winds. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Livingston, Ford, and Iroquois County. 60 mile an hour winds for this storm.
The National Weather Service in Chicago has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Livingston County, eastern Ford County, western Iroquois County until 1 a.m. At 12:35 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Buckley, or 11 miles north of Paxton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
Oh, there goes the weather, the tones again.
Onarga, Melvin, Buckley.
So severe thunderstorm warning here for Sibley, Melvin, Elliott, Paxton, Roberts, Loda, Buckley, Onarga, Gilman, Piper City.
Thunderstorm warning, National Weather Service, Chicago, Romeoville. 12:36 a.m. National Warning Service in Chicago has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Fort County and east central Illinois until 1 a.m.
So looking back north in the Chicago Metro, everything is done except along the lakefront into downtown Chicago and then the east side of Chicago. The severe stuff, that is. It'll continue to rain, lightning, breezy conditions, but the severe weather threat is over for essentially 95% of the Chicago metro area, west of Waukegan to O'Hare to Oak Lawn to Orland Park line. West of that, no problems, you're done. Still looking downtown Chicago and the east side of Chicago for potential 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Once again, down in east central Illinois here, we have tornado warnings for Champaign County, tornado warnings for Vermilion County, Douglas County. The tone's going off. We'll go back down to southern Illinois. Tornado warnings continue for Carbondale. Tornado warnings for Mount Vernon. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Grand Tower, Maconda, Anna, Dongola, Cypress, up to Goreville, with the northern edge of the supercell. Southern edge of the supercell still approaching Alexander County. The Cape Girardeau area will be impacting this general region in the next couple of 20 minutes or so.
60 miles per hour wind gusts. Impact. Expect damage of roof, siding, and trees. Locations are Roberts, Piper
So
City.
looking down here, Stortill's the Champaign area.
And Elliott, Port County clear.
We'll go back. Circulation here over Clark County. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for that. Better circulation here near Borton and Redmond and Edgar County. That's going to be moving up into Vermilion. Severe thunderstorm or tornado warning continues for Champaign County. Very near the northwest side of Champaign. Nothing imminently on the ground, but it'll be heading towards Thomasboro and Rantoul. Eventually Ludlow, Gifford, we're under severe thunderstorm warning there. Then of course we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Paxton, Dawville, Roberts, Melvin, Piper City, Onarga, Buckley.
Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 mile per hour wind gusts.
Take a look at the...
Expect damage to roof, sidings, and trees.
So tornado watch is canceled for Livingston County now.
Roberts, Piper City, Gilman.
Severe thunderstorm watch canceled now for Kane, DeKalb, LaSalle, Winnebago, Lee, McHenry, Boone, Grundy, Ogle, and Kendall County. The watch is canceled for you. No more issues. Same with basically the rest of central Illinois further west of I-57. Watch is canceled. Everything is over with. You guys can log off. I appreciate you watching. We're still holding coverage here for basically the I-57 corridor and then the severe weather in the southern Illinois. But northern Illinois, northeast Illinois, the threat is basically over with, except for downtown Chicago, south to Chicago Heights, and east. Everything else, rain, wind, maybe a flash of lightning or two, it's over with. Kankakee, once again, this storm moving out of Ford and Iroquois County. It's going to clip southeast Kankakee County and northern Iroquois. So I'm going to want you guys to pay attention a little bit longer for this. And then, of course, still the storms down here in Paxton and Champaign, Vermilion County. Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for DuPage County. Thunderstorm wind damage 4 miles southwest of Maple Park. So a testament to the strong winds. The airport in Champaign just gusted to 64 miles per hour. So these storms moving through Champaign are still very gusty and still producing very strong winds. Tornado warning for Coles and Cumberland County expired. The tornado watch for Macon, McLean, Christian, DeWitt canceled. So like I said, we're getting rid of this pretty quickly here. take a closer look at the Champagne stuff. Make sure nothing's trying to sneak up on me. Circulation would be generally on the north side of Champagne. If anyone knows where Leverett is, that's basically where it is, near Leverett. Going to be heading up towards Thomasboro, potentially the east side of Rantoul, west side of Gifford, into Ludlow's area, if it continues. The circulation doesn't look all that menacing as it once did, but we're still keeping an eye on things here. Bunch of areas of rotation and strong winds here in Rantoul. Wouldn't be surprised to see some wind damage coming out of that. So, once again, northeast Champagne, southeast Ford, northwest Vermilion, southwest Iroquois. Probably looking at some damaging winds here. Canceled the warning for Champaign County. So the tornado warning is canceled for Champaign County, which is good. We don't want that coming this way. Weather Service saying that they are expecting an increase in gusty winds in the Ford County area near Paxton in the next 5 to 10 minutes, generally straight line to 60 miles an hour. So, once again, if I lose power and I go dark, sorry guys. But, sorry, I'm going to text our county group. Right now, it's a peak wind gust of 23 at my house here. So we'll see how high that goes. Sorry about that. Okay. So severe weather threats over for the Chicago metropolitan area. You guys, I appreciate you guys with me tonight. You can go to bed. No more issues with severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, or anything of that sort. Anywhere that you can see on my screen right now in northern Illinois. If you could see it, you're not going to have to worry about it anymore. The threat has passed into northern Indiana and northwest Indiana. Down here, though, is a different story. From Gilman, Watseka, US 24 and south, we're still dealing with severe weather, along with damaging winds and brief tornadoes. We still have tornado warning in Vermilion and Edgar County. Also, looking at tornado warnings here in southwest Illinois, including Mount Vernon, very powerful storm right on your doorstep of Mount Vernon. Let me see if I can turn on Paducah's radar here. Look at level 2 data. There we go. That's a lot better. So, 2 sources here. We have a supercell basically over Mount Vernon right now. No confirmed tornado with that. Another large supercell approaching Benton and West Franklin. Oops, let me turn that off. That's just going to confuse people. So we'll turn that off. Another severe thunderstorm heading into the Carbondale area. Not much of a tornado threat left with that one for Carbondale. But then we have more severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings further south. Cape Girardeau, Scott City, Commerce. We're moving into... So apparently there's an area of rotation near Rantoul, just south of the Ford County line. Monitoring closely to see if it may head into the Paxton area and to the southeast. So... that's not great. Yeah, there it is. Big circulation near Gifford. Oh boy. Dissipated just as quick, though. You see that right there? Just southwest of Gifford. See that circulation that just developed? And then there's another one to the west of Ludlow. So that's how quickly these things go. So that'll be into northeast Champaign, southwest Ford, northeast Vermilion County. Sorry, it's on my EMA group, just alerting them. All right. So we'll keep a close eye on that circulation near Gifford and another one near Thomasboro, Rantoul. Oh, wow. That sprouted up again. Wow. Severe thunderstorm warning for Edgar and Clark County now.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Edgar County.
Winds 60 over 60 miles an hour on the northwest side of Champaign.
A severe thunderstorm was located over Paris, moving northeast at 100 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. This severe thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of eastern Edgar and eastern Cork counties, including the following locations: Darwin, Edgar, Clarksville, Denison, West York, West Union, York, Oliver, Scotland, and Lincoln Trail State Park.
So taking another look here, sorry.
70 between mile markers 138 and 154.
Let me do something here to help illustrate, instead of me just saying it. Let me take the radar off. Tornado warning for Champaign County, for Gifford area.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Champaign County until 1:15 a.m.
Near Gifford.
At 12:51 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Gifford, or 8 miles northeast of Rantoul, moving north at 65 miles per hour. Expected hazards include tornado.
So that would be heading up towards Clarence and northwest Vermilion County.
Expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those
Possibly southeast Ford County
Mobile
here.
homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur.
So that's this cell right here that we've been watching, this tiny little warning. We'll see if the Weather Service in Chicago
Including the following locations: Penfield,
issues for Ford County. So I'm a little bit more invested right now in this because it's my backyard. It's where I live. So I live in Paxton. This is very close. So my apologies. So they're monitoring for a warning here. Well, like I said, everything in northern Illinois, you're done. Everything north of I-80 you're finished. You can go to bed. There's no more worries. You're clear. Everything west of I-57, north of I-70 is clear. You're done. Everything west of I-57, north of I-64, you're clear. You're done. Everything along I-57, south of I-64, into southeast Illinois, you still have an hour or two left of severe weather. So we're talking, everything here has basically moved out into northwest Indiana and the lake. Severe weather threat is over. So Chicago, Joliet, I wouldn't say Kankakee yet, but Morris, Dwight, Pontiac, Bloomington, Peoria, Springfield, you guys are done. It's all over. Northwest Illinois, or Northwest Indiana, you still have a line of storms coming through, producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. They may or may not issue any sort of warning for that. Still monitoring the situation here in Ford County. Looks like it'll pass east of Paxton, which is good. More towards Rankin. So if you live in Clarence or you live in Rankin, just know that there's a circulation near you moving from the southwest, and it's probably going to be a weak, if anything, tornado, but it's still very, very interesting looking on radar, put it that way. So moving down, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Ziegler, or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55. This is in Jefferson, Hamilton, and Franklin counties, down in southern Illinois. A damaging tornado down here. That's not good news. So I'm going to switch gears again down to this cell right here, heading towards Benton, towards West Frankfort. Let me turn on the radar data, get my bearings right. Yeah, that's a nasty looking one. Let me turn on velocity here. It's a little messy. There it is. Yeah. So we can clearly see where the rotation is here, near Benton, near Hannaford, north of West Frankfort. I bet you I even... Yep, there's the debris signature. So we have a pretty sizable tornado on the ground here in southern Illinois, heading towards Hannaford, Macedonia, McLeansboro, eventually. Good news is the rotation southeast of Paxton has dissipated. No warning expected at this time. Straight line winds remain possible. So it's almost time to give Ford County an all clear here, which I would love to do more than anything in the world, and not worry about it anymore. So we're dealing with this line moving through. Not a lot of wind with it here, thankfully. But storms continue moving in through Vermilion, down through Edgar County, about to cross the border into Indiana. Let them go there. We got one more renegade storm that developed back here. We'll see how that evolved. It developed over St. Louis and continues to move northeast. Okay, so that one is along the dry line itself, so most areas, we'll see how it acts. I'm not overly concerned about it. Maybe some hail. I know the wind energy is still there, so we're dealing with any straight line winds. There may be a couple more warnings with that cell there. But in terms of the tornado threat, I believe for this area, Springfield, Peoria, Bloomington, everything north and west there, we're done with it. No issues. Almost time to give an all clear to Iroquois County. Almost time to give an all clear to Kankakee County. But if you live in Livingston, Grundy, LaSalle, further west, you're good. You're done. I'm almost at 5 hours. Almost at 5 hours. Champaign-Urbana, you're clear from this round. Once again, you have this one remaining storm to the southwest. It may make its way back towards the area. I'm not expecting a lot of severe weather with it, if any, but maybe additional gusts of wind and lightning and thunder. The main tornado threat has now passed off to the east. Same with the more robust 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Like I said, the biggest concern are these storms moving into southern Illinois here, especially this one here into Hamilton County near Dahlgren, Delafield, McLeansboro, Macedonia, Ewing. We'll go on Evansville radar here and take a look at that one. Yeah, classic hook echo, not looking very good. People downstream of this storm really need to take heed. And we are talking about, let me change up the warning here a little bit. It is moving 233 at 47 knots. So switching up, you can see the rotation right there between Whittington and Benton. A little bit other rotation here near Hannaford. You can see where this evolved from, a big debris plume that existed. Hopefully that means that this circulation is ramping down, but we're not going to make that call just yet. So if you live anywhere near Hannaford to Ewing to Macedonia and Aiken, up to Dahlgren, Delafield, and McLeansboro, you got to be in shelter. It is 1 a.m. It is pouring. It is lightning and thundering, and you need to take heed of that storm right there. Further north and east, we have some more cells developing east of Salem, near Xenia, then across Jasper County, moving up towards Paris and Edgar County. These are severe with winds to 70 miles an hour, but tornado threat is low right now. Further south and west, we still have the tornado warnings issued for Johnson County, for Pulaski County, Union County, portions of Alexander County. So we are still looking at severe weather here across southern Illinois. Then this storm here down south near Sykeston probably is going to clip southern Pulaski County and then into Massac County. So severe weather threat still going to last here for another few hours across far southern Illinois. Once again, the stuff up here, we'll take this off. We'll put this back on. Severe weather threat's over with for northern Illinois. Severe weather threat continues for east central Illinois from Watseka to Danville to Terre Haute, Indiana, to Robinson, to Mount Vernon, to Carbondale, and east. So if I get my handy dandy little telestration tool out, something I should have done a long time ago, I guess. Yeah, I don't think yellow's gonna work. But basically along and west of that line, you're done. So everything to the west, to the left of this line, you're done with the severe weather. Once again, we do have a storm over Litchfield and Taylorville. Not really thinking that's going to do too much, but we'll keep an eye on it. Biggest severe weather threat is going to be from Terre Haute, Indiana, through Robinson to Flora to Benton, down through Carbondale. This area and east, northeast. into southwest and central Indiana is going to be the bigger concern going forward. So really from Danville to Carbondale and east, we still have to worry about severe weather tonight. Everyone else across the rest of the state, winds are going to pick up again. Tomorrow we have a high wind warning, generally from about 6 a.m. to noon, most areas. We're definitely going to be dealing with severe winds, not with any storms, but just synoptic low pressure winds essentially, under mainly clear to partly cloudy skies. So I need to take that off, sorry. Didn't want to keep that on. I'm losing it. It's been over almost 5 hours and I'm losing my mind right now trying to get these things off. Alright, so we're good there. So once again, Northern Illinois here. I'll give Kankakee now the all clear. Let me just double check that before I have to open mouth and insert foot. Kankakee should be done with the severe weather. I know there's a warning still in effect for eastern will. Alright, so southeast Kankakee County, we still should pay attention from Aroma Park up to Moments, just to the west, or to the east of Grant Park, St. Anne, Pembroke, Hopkins Park, that area. There's still a line that could produce some gusty winds as it moves through. But western Kankakee County, northern Ford County, we're done. Actually, to be honest with you, all of Ford County, we're done. All of Livingston, we're done. McLean, we're done. Champaign, you're done. Vermilion, we still have issues to work through here from Hoopston to Danville. Edgar County, we still have a couple more storms lifting in from Jasper County into Clark County. So not quite yet for Paris. Not quite yet for Marshall. Robinson, it's still coming from the southwest. Especially that storm near Xenia over Clay County and Richland County. Lawrence County, we're still in the threat. And then the big threat that I'm still concerned about is going to be Hamilton County, southeast Wayne County, Edwards County, Wabash County, potentially southeast Lawrence County, northwestern White County. This corridor here, Albion, Golden Gate, Mill Shoals, Springerton, Enfield, Grayville, Calvin, Mount Carmel, that general area is in the path of this supercell moving in from the Benton area. And there's been considerable tornado damage across Christopher, Benton, Ziegler, that general area. Not sure to what extent, but definitely debris was lofted in the air in that. Behind that storm, though, if we're in Jackson County, if we're over in Randolph County, Monroe, we're done. Then another supercell here is moving right towards Vienna, right over Johnson County. That's going to be moving up into northern Pope County, southern Saline County, which is going to be in the Harrisville area, or Harrisburg area. We remember the tornado that happened about 13 years ago in that area. It was an EF4, very devastating, so hopefully nothing of that consequence happens with this storm, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then we also have one more storm here down towards Alexander County, moving into Pulaski County, potentially Massac County, to deal with. And then beyond that, everything else should stay south and west, or south, definitely south of the Illinois border, the Ohio River here. Tornadic supercells continue across northeast, almost said Arizona. Like I said, it's been a night. Northeast Arkansas into western Tennessee. Mayfield, Kentucky, you'll be in the path of these. We know kind of damage they got back in December 10th, 2021 from a very powerful tornado. So we're looking not so good there. Mount Vernon. Let me do a wide angle shot at this here. Yes, Mount Vernon, you are in the clear. So this one, couple supercells passed through. Thankfully, hopefully didn't produce many damage. But they have moved through. We're out of the woods in Mount Vernon. We're out of the woods in Chester, Sparta, St. Louis, obviously, Centralia, Salem, Vandalia. You guys are out of the woods for the rest of the night. Hopefully you didn't suffer too much damage, if any. I hope not. Once again, in Williamson County, there was a tornado 2 miles north of Culp. Tornado reported north of Carterville by fire department. For the rest of Williamson County, we're not quite through it yet. We still have this storm here down in Johnson County. It's looking like it wants to target more Creel Springs, Stone Fort area. Better yet, let me switch to Paducah's radar. We'll get a much better look at that storm from there. Tornado threat itself, let me back it up, may clip far southeast Williamson County, Creel Springs, Stone Fort, this general area, southeast Marion. I wouldn't be surprised if another severe thunderstorm warning gets issued for Marion, Pittsburgh, maybe Spillertown to the Saline County border, just for the hail threat with this supercell. That's over Goreville. I think the main tornado threat will probably pass from Buncombe over to Tunnel Hill, New Burnside, Stone Fort, Mitchellville, Carriers Mill. So that is something that we're keeping an eye on here. Once again, this storm is going to be moving into Johnson County. This storm down here over Sykeston, Missouri, will be moving over Alexander, potentially into Pulaski County, and then eventually into Massac County, and maybe even back into Johnson County later on. Let's take one more look up here towards central Illinois. Alright, so the worst of the weather has passed on Ford County. So everyone in Ford County, you guys are done. You can go to bed. Kankakee County, we're still looking at some hefty storms in the southeast part of the county near St. Anne, but those are moving off into Newton and Lake County, Indiana. Good news is all of northern Illinois, basically from Paxton, Indiana border to Iowa border, north of Bloomington to Paxton and Macomb line, we're warning free. We're done. Watches will be canceled. No more severe weather. Northern half of Illinois, it's over with. Very soon, Vermilion County will be done. Champaign's already done. I-72 corridor, you're done. You have nothing to worry about anymore. 74 corridor from Champaign up to Quad Cities, you're looking good. St. Louis up to Effingham on I-70. Be careful of any damage or flooding, and you're good. Anything east or west of Route 1 in Illinois, from basically St. Anne through Hoopeston to Danville over to Paris and west, you're done. It's only that little sliver of Illinois left in Vermilion County down towards Edgar County and Iroquois County that we still have some strong storms to deal with. But once again, the warnings are done for northern Illinois. I say that, and now there's another warning.
The National Weather Service in Lincoln has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Edgar County, Clark County, eastern Vermilion County, until
Okay, so it's a new reissuing of the warning.
severe
And
thunderstorms were located along the line.
basically what I said, from Route 1 and east,
6 miles south of Martinsville.
we're talking about severe thunderstorms before they quickly move over into Indiana. We're done in 20 minutes. Give me till 1:30 in these areas and you can go to bed. No worries. Then everything north of I-70 in the next 20 minutes is done with severe weather. So if you live from St. Louis to Terre Haute, Indiana, and north towards Wisconsin, you'll be done. You can go to bed. No more issues. I'm asking for your time if you live basically from Robinson to Cape Girardeau and east for now. We still have discrete supercell thunderstorms. One near Clay County in Louisville that is not severe or tornado warned, but it's still in an environment capable of producing severe weather, so we'll watch it. Severe weather continues from Franklin County into Hamilton County, far southwest Jefferson County, tornado warning there. Thankfully, it is no longer confirmed on the ground. It could be recycling. Hopefully, it's dying out, but that'll be heading towards Wayne County, Edwards County, and White County here very quickly. Once again, the storm in Johnson County will be heading into Saline County, northern Polk County, southeast Williamson County. So if you live in Harrisburg, Mitchellsville, Carrier Mills, Stone Fort, you're still at risk here. There's still a tornadic thunderstorm heading your direction. Champaign is safe. Pontiac or Paxton, Ashcombe, you're safe. Everyone, like I said, everyone's safe basically across northern and central Illinois, except for these areas here from Effingham, Mount Vernon, Goreville, and east. Even Mount Vernon, you're safe right now. Fairfield, you're going to be dealing with this very soon. West Salem, you're going to be dealing with this. Carmi, you're probably not going to be dealing with this storm near McLeansboro, but we'll watch the stuff down here towards Johnson County. That may be heading up into White County. Same with Gallatin County, Hardin County, Polk County, Saline County. These areas are still in a risk. Anything else further west is pretty much out of Missouri and northern Arkansas. Still has some developing cells down for northwest Tennessee and the northeast Arkansas. Still a powerful tornadic supercell in Mississippi. I mean, look at those tornado reports. Tree snapped, roof removed from house. Multiple reports of a tornado. House is heavily damaged. So that's in northern Mississippi with one storm that developed there and did some damage for that area. Memphis area is still under a tornado watch, but other than these few storms, they're not looking in bad shape right now. Biggest concern continues to be from I-64 in southern Illinois to around the boot heel of Missouri. And then that'll be moving towards Paducah, Union City, Dyersburg, Tennessee, eventually Mayfield, Tennessee, and then up towards Evansville, Indiana later on. Everywhere else, Jacksonville. These, for some reason, this watch hasn't dropped off my screen, but there is no threat of severe weather anymore over here. No threat of severe weather in Chicago. There is a tornado warning that has been issued here for northern Indiana. We'll look at that quickly because I know I have some people up here. For Lake County in Indiana, severe thunderstorm producing a tornado near Cedar Lake, moving northeast at 50. One of those spin-ups once again. But we're not dealing with that in Illinois anymore. That would have moved through northeast Kankakee, southeast Will County. So, not dealing with that, like I said, anymore. There is a tornado warning over in Park County, Indiana as well. Maybe a little bit still left over in Illinois, but that's going to be moving very quickly off. No, it's not. That's all in Indiana. The Illinois state line's right there. So, Edgar County ends. So, yeah, that's an Indiana problem. Once again, heavy thunderstorms continue across I-64 from Effingham, or I-70, sorry, from Effingham over toward Marshall. Severe weather threat has diminished in this area. Still looking at a strong storm near Sailor Springs. That storm probably producing some hail. I'm not noticing a new tornado warning downstream of this one yet. So, it may be on the downside. Still looks pretty strong. still has some rotation in it near Belle Prairie City. So if I was still in Barn Hill, Fairfield, Mill Shoals, Springerton, Burnt Prairie, Golden Gate, this general area, I would think about heading for shelter. That is still a pretty healthy looking supercell. Not really seeing much diminishing of it. So yeah, I would say Wayne County, Hamilton County continuing. Be prepared to potentially seek shelter soon. White County even. Another storm on its heels that is not severe at this time. And then once again the severe storm over Vienna area just to the north of there, Johnson County, capable of producing a tornado. That would be a better look out of Paducah, so we'll go to there. Take a look at the velocity. A little bit messy, but still can see some convergent pattern here northwest of Vienna. So if you are in Vienna, Tunnel Hill, Simpson, New Burnside, even further east on areas that aren't warned yet, Pope County, be on the lookout for potential severe weather here. Someone asked about Evansville, Indiana. We're still looking at about 1.5 to 2 hours away from Evansville, Indiana, if they maintain strength. These down here obviously are maintaining pretty good strength with that hook echo here. That should pass safely south of the Illinois border, so not going to worry about that one. This one is severe warned. There's the other one, like I said, entering Alexander County near Miller City towards Mounds and Mound City. Pulaski County in the tornado warning here. So far, nothing from Massac County, Joppa, and Metropolis. I wouldn't let your guard down though. It'd probably be another hour before those storms make it there. Everything now west of I-57 from Goreville up to Mount Vernon. You are safe. You are out of the woods. So we don't have to deal with any more severe weather for that location in southwest Illinois. I'm still looking at severe storms and tornadoes across southeast Illinois. And then once again, why I mentioned that storm over Belle Prairie City, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Edwards, White, Wayne, and Hamilton County. So they have noticed a little bit of a downturn in tornado threat. That's not to say it can't ramp back up, but that circulation is still there. I gotta grab something to drink. My throat's getting hoarse. It's been 5 hours and 7 minutes. So, get me some cream soda Dr. Pepper. I know, very healthy for me, I know it. But, storms are moving, like I said, into southeast Illinois. About an hour and a half maybe left to deal with it, and we're done. Once again, everything basically, if you're not on the Indiana border, you're safe from severe weather north of I-70. Some moisture. Needed that. So let's look at the other source here. Once again, a tornado warning in Lake County, Indiana, near Merrillville, north of Crown Point, not including Gary. Just a heavy rain with some embedded lightning and thunder still left in the Chicago area, down to Kankakee, through Ford County, Iroquois County. Severe threat is over. A couple more thunderstorms moving through Taylorville up to Decatur and Champaign. But other than that, severe threat is over. As you can see, a couple of tornado icons popping up here and there. So we did get a few tornadoes like we thought we would. But the main threat all night and what we've been preaching is damage and wind. Sorry, I had a squirrel moment there. I was looking in another direction. So, looking southeast Illinois. Once again, that's the hot spot, the most troublesome area. Where the most focus is going to be going forward for the rest of the evening. I'm going to hand these storms off into Indiana. So, Vermilion, Danville, Clark, Edgar County, Cumberland, Coles, that whole area, we're done. You guys can go to bed if you'd like. But once again, we're talking a cell moving into extreme northwest Richland County, not severe warned. And we're looking at a previously tornado warned supercell over Hamilton County moving into Edwards County, which may clip southeast Richland County, more likely going to head into Wabash and Lawrence County if it maintains its strength. Once again, they've issued severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of it versus tornado warnings, so that may be an encouraging sign that things are coming to a little bit of a lull in this region. Only, once again, over to Lawrenceville. You're looking okay for now. Lawrenceville, you have a little bit more of a threat than Olney does at the moment, but we'll still keep an eye on it. Once again, anyone north of I-70 is clear. So basically, anyone north of St. Louis to Terre Haute, Indiana, you're clear of any severe weather to the Indiana border. Now, notice there's another tornado warning that was just issued up here. Continuing on for Gary, Indiana, not including anywhere in the state of Illinois, but I know I have people watching up in Lake County, Indiana. So severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Griffith, Indiana. We're near Maryville, moving northeast at 65. Once again, there's nothing confirmed on the ground with this. It is just radar indicated, but we still want you to take shelter because these storms will continue producing wind damage, even if it is not of tornadic variety. Reported tornado down here in southeast Missouri. Once again, that is probably going to be heading into southern, the South Boot Hill of Missouri into western Kentucky. I don't think, looking at it, it's probably not going to impact southern Illinois, so thankfully we don't have to worry about that one anymore. The one I am still worried about is this one here over Sykeston. That's going to be brushing the confluence rivers over here in southern Illinois, Ohio River, twirling on up towards Mount Vernon, Indiana. That's going to affect that general region. We still have the supercell here near Goreville and Vienna, and then the other storms up here. So we're talking about three main supercells right now to talk about here in southeast Illinois. The one over Fairfield, the one that's leaving Benton in Hamilton County, and then the one entering Saline County, or the one in Alexander into Pulaski County. So we're still looking at some time here to discuss things. I don't know how everything's going with the stream. Hopefully it's all working the right way. There were no issues all night. I see comments still coming in, so hopefully that means we're still trucking along with the updates. Cumberland County, Coles County reporting damage locations near Lerna, near Mattoon. That's pretty much where that tornado had lofted debris about 6,000 feet. So we're still dealing with that there, the aftermath. A couple of different circulations now in northern Indiana. Once again, that's out of Illinois. Just looking at any other pertinent reports. I have nothing, so I'm not going to waste time on that. We'll continue with the coverage here down in southeast Illinois. that's pretty much what I expected to see out of that circulation. It has really ramped up again down in southern Illinois. So we're going to go down here, and as you can clearly see where the hook echo is, just moved through the north side of Vienna. Very strong tornadic signature, and I bet you... Yep, there it is. Tornado on the ground here near Tunnel Hill. I see a big coefficient, correlation coefficient, I should say, drop out here south of Tunnel Hill. It's going to be generally heading just to the northwest of Simpson. Big hook echo. Could be a strong tornado. Generally heading toward McCormick or Eddyville. For a little bit more data to scan here. Yeah, so we can see how this evolved into a strengthening couplet, very strong. Now, tornado on the ground, calling it a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Vienna, moving northeast at 65. Oops. So, what I can do here, which may be helpful to some, is from Vienna northeast at 65. So, it would help if I could get this to work the right way. Okay. That's not letting me do what I want it to do. So we'll go 60. So New Burnside by 139, Stone Fort by 143, Equality by 204, Junction, Ridgeway, Shawneetown by 211, and then New Haven, and so on and so forth. So, generalized, this isn't verbatim, but it gives a good idea. Talking about 10 minutes till New Burnside. We're talking 35 minutes to Equality. Ridgeway, 40 minutes. New Haven area, 50 minutes. Shawneetown, 40 minutes. So a lot of these locations out here aren't in the warning yet. But just heads up, 45 minutes. Shawneetown, Ridgeway, Uniontown, New Haven. Much closer, Simpson. In the warning path, between Simpson and New Burnside, within the next 6-7 minutes. Stone Fort, within the next 13 minutes. Eddyville area, in the next 15 minutes. So, the circulation is producing a tornado, there's no doubt about that. Weather Service is calling it a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Good news is, well, it's not as tight, but it's still there. Asking about anything up in northern Illinois or northern Indiana. Once again, there is tornado warnings up here near Griffin and Maryville. To this time, there is no report of a tornado on the ground. The Weather Service is saying the circulation near Gary is actually weakening. So, that's good news. Still some straight line wind damage, but the tornadic circulation would be weakening if there ever was one. So, that's good news for the Gary area. They trimmed the warning some. Now it does not include much of Schererville anymore. St. John, Crown Point. Includes the north and west port of Maryville. Still Griffin, Indiana, but the main part of the storm is basically over between East Chicago, Gary, and Lake Station, this general area. So, anything south and west of there, the tornadic threat is over with. I'm not going to have to worry about it. Down here in Indiana, Park County, Indiana, still a circulation near Mecca, Rockville, Montezuma, heading towards Marshall, Indiana. That'll be, if it holds together, eventually heading towards Crawfordsville, and we'll see from there. Further southwest, we still have a large cell southwest of Newton, heading towards Yale, Willow Hill, Oblong. A little bit west of Robinson, should be heading into Crawford County in the next hour or so. No severe weather warnings with that one at this time. And then, once again, circulation still south of Fairfield. No tornado warning on it yet, but once we saw the one just to its south, could ramp up at any time. As we could see, a bit of a circulation here between Barn Hill and Fairfield. That would be heading into Edwards County, Wayne County, potentially up into southeast Richland into Lawrence County. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. Of greatest concern, though, continues to be this tornado heading towards the McCormick area. If you know anybody in McCormick, please get them to shelter. It's 1:30 in the morning, so maybe the last thing on their mind. But we have a pretty robust looking supercell right here, with at least a brief tornado, if not a stronger one, moving northeast between Stone Fort and McCormick, eventually towards Mitchellsville. Further southwest, we still have this trailing cell that is not producing any severe weather at this time. And then we do have this supercell that I fear is probably going to ramp up some. It's kind of got that look to it near Mound City. I don't know if there's any good news with it, but much of it, the circulation is going to straddle the river on the Kentucky side before it ends up in Massac County and Pope County here in Illinois. So if you're in Joppa, Metropolis, Brownfield, Reevesville, close to Golconda, not there yet, but close, tornado warning has issued there. Further south and west, we still have our supercells across Mississippi County, Missouri, into northwest Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, southwest Kentucky. I think these storms here are going to be more of a threat for the Kentucky, Tennessee area than they will be for Illinois. So anything from the Sykeston storm and north is my concern. Anything from there south, I'm not very concerned with at this time. So we'll keep an eye on that. There we go. I knew it. Tornado warnings now issued for Jasper County here in in southeast Illinois, heading for western Crawford County. Circulation, let me switch over to Evansville. Circulation south of Newton, heading towards St. Marie and Willow Hill. We can see a hook echo present there. Pretty decent rotation there, to be honest with you. So if you're in St. Marie, Willow Hill, west of Oblong on the county line, you're going to want to take shelter. This circulation looks to pass very close to Oblong, north of Story, maybe south of Annapolis, northwest of Robinson and Crawford County. If it maintains, then it should be in that general area by about 2:15. So now's the time to prepare northern and northwest Crawford County. Further southwest, we do have another tornado warning for this Fairfield storm that I just mentioned. It still had that look to it and was cycling down. Now it's cycled back up. Circulation to the east of Fairfield, northwest of Golden Gate, south of Mount Airy. Storm will be heading towards West Salem, Bone Gap, and Lancaster. I'd imagine potentially southeast Richland County as well, maybe Calhoun, Parkersburg, maybe not as far as Claremont. And then we're talking about southwest Lawrence County, Sumner, Bridgeport, rural portions of southwest Lawrence County. in the next couple of 20 minutes or so. Still have the strong circulation here, northwest of McCormick. Once again, the Weather Service is calling it a large, extremely dangerous tornado. Hopefully that's not the case, but if it is, we want you to be in shelter. So this does include the southeast side of Harrisburg. General trend looks like it's heading more towards Mitchellsville. Should stay a little bit south of US 45, but if you're under this warning and the sirens going off and your phones are going off, take shelter, please. Equality, you'll be in the path of this storm. Ridgeway, you'll be in the path of this storm eventually in Gallatin County. So if you know anybody out here in southeast Missouri or southeast Illinois, southeast White County eventually, give them a heads up. Eventually, it's going to be heading over toward Mount Vernon, Indiana in the next 2 hours. So once again, if you know anybody in that area, give them a heads up. Looking back north, severe weather threat is over with here. No issues for the remainder of the state of Illinois, except for down here in far southern and southeast Illinois. So once again, you are done with the severe weather threat across northern Illinois, central Illinois, southwest, western Illinois. It's over with. You can see a circulation down there south of New Madrid in Missouri. That should say south of the Illinois border. And we'll go back to Kentucky into the radar from Paducah. We can see circulation here near Olmsted. Another circulation northwest of Barlow in Ballard County down here in Kentucky. These will be moving towards Massac County into Pope County. So once again, Joppa, Metropolis, anyone traveling on the interstate here should take heed. Pull off in Paducah or pull off in Goreville. Don't chance it. Not worth the risk, especially at night in this area where the visibility isn't the greatest anyway. Once again, this tornadic circulation near McCormick, heading towards Mitchellsville. I'm going to check the Weather Service chat here and see if there's any updates. Let's look at Paducah, because that's where all the action is. Alright, so I'm seeing a lot of damage here across the boot heel of Missouri. Potentially reports of a nursing home in Sikeston get damaged. Don't know the extent or anything like that. But that shows the power of these storms moving into far southern Illinois. Once again, if you're in northern Illinois, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. Central Illinois, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. So that is good shape. Taking a closer look here into Alexander, Pulaski, Massac, Pope counties. No tight circulation. Kind of a. It's a line pattern essentially. We have the supercell here with its flanking line and other storms feeding into it, so it's kind of messy right now. But my main concern would be south of New Grand Chain, heading towards Karnak and Belknap, eventually up towards Reevesville, into Pope County. And then once again, we have the tornadic storm approaching Mitchellsville, approaching Equality. And then the two tornadic storms, once again, one approaching Crawford County near St. Marie and Willow Hill in Jasper County. And then another one that is now to the east of Fairfield, north of Golden Gate, northwest of Albion, heading towards West Salem, Lancaster, and I wouldn't even rule Parkersburg and Calhoun and Richland County out of the woods yet. Once again, these storms, there's a warning that's still in effect. We'll switch over to the other resource here. Those storms have moved into Indiana. So this warning that's still in effect for Vermilion all the way down to near Crawford County is going to be allowed to expire very quickly here. That's it. Chicago Metro, once again, heavy rain, some wind moving through, no severe weather. Tornadic threat for Lake County has moved over the lake, so this warning I imagine will be expiring very soon or being canceled. Anywhere else here, DeKalb, Freeport, Dubuque, Davenport, Kewanee, Galesburg, you're done. Everything here, Peoria, Bloomington, Springfield, Jacksonville, St. Louis, Quincy, no more risk. Vandalia, you're done. Effingham, you're done. Charleston, you're done. Champaign, Mount Vernon, Carbondale, Chester, all of you are finished. From Fairfield to Harrisburg to Cairo and east, we're still dealing with these line of supercells moving through. And once again, I know it's inconvenient. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning in these locations. But we want to make people aware of the situation, wake them up, get them in a safe place. And if you notice, there is now a tornado watch issued for western Ohio, northern and central Kentucky, into the rest of central Indiana. So we're going to be dealing with this all night long through the Louisville area, probably towards 4 or 5 in the morning as these storms move across. Still looking robust down in Mississippi. One big view once again of the storm system as a whole. Look at all these wind reports, essentially from central Wisconsin all the way down through Mississippi. Giant storm system. Severe weather threat basically started around the Kansas City area down to Springfield, Missouri, and then moved progressively east-northeast and now resides basically just south of Green Bay through northwest Indiana, western Indiana, into southeast Illinois. And we can still obviously see here the extent of supercells and tornadoes that we're dealing with across southern Illinois. New tornado warning has been issued for Crawford County into southeast Clark County. This does include Robinson for that storm that's near Oblong. It includes Hudsonville. I think that's Darwin. Yep, Darwin, West Union. Storms generally gonna stay. I thought I just unplugged my internet, sorry. Generally gonna stay north of Robinson, but you're in the warning, so you need to take shelter, please. Just trying to make sure everything's working correctly still here. Gotta stand up a minute. My legs are getting a little numb. It's been a night, let me tell you. All right. Severe weather threat continues here across Crawford County. Got to be entering Richland and Lawrence County soon. Also, once again, towards Gallatin County. The rest of the severe weather threat has ended. Even across northern Indiana, the storms that are producing the tornadic, the warning and stuff over Gary has moved over the lake, so that is no longer a concern there. Severe weather is going to continue to move east across western Indiana. Sorry, rehydration. Storm is passing just south of Harrisburg here in Saline County. Tornado threat would be over Mitchellsville, or just to the north, between Harrisburg and Mitchellsville. Give it about 10 more minutes, and then everything west of a Harrisburg and Mitchellsville line will be clear from this storm. Still maybe another one behind it that not seeing much in the way of rotation, but it's bulking up some on the heels. So it may be a case where this one is going to get absorbed into this one, and this one develops more rotation southwest of Harrisburg. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that. That's not uncommon to happen. Down here we have a cluster of supercells approaching the Vienna area again in Johnson County, but the most dangerous portion of that will be right at basically the river crossing near Joppa. You can see a couple of kinks in the line there. A spotter from Barlow in Kentucky, which is down here, reported seeing a funnel cloud pass north with this storm. So somewhere in this area, north of Bandana, approaching the Joppa area in Illinois. There is rotation and a possible funnel cloud. But at the very least, this is going to produce some damaging winds, 60, 70 miles an hour. So we definitely want to take heed of the warnings there, especially across far southern Illinois. Most of you guys are sleeping. As you can see, there's a nice little hook that developed here near Mitchellsville. Still in Paducah, so let me check from Evansville. Might get a little bit cleaner of a look here. Yeah. Still a circulation there. Still that kidney bean shape. But like I said, the storm behind it may be influencing it some. I'm not seeing much in the way of debris being wafted with that. So hopefully it is not still on the ground. I know the warning still says there's a large and extremely dangerous tornado 9 miles southwest of Harrisburg as of 1:40, so about 10 minutes ago. But I'm hoping that it has returned aloft and there is no tornado on the ground, because once again it passed basically right over Mitchellsville, or just a hair north. May pass just a little bit west of Equality, but it's going to be close. Should pass a little bit south of El Dorado, and then once again it'll be headed generally towards Gallatin County and Ridgeway, maybe south of Omaha, a little bit south of Cottonwood, New Haven. But this general region that you see here, we're going to see. Let me try. Once again, if you're still with me, thank you. It's been 5 hours and 38 minutes and I'm losing my voice, but I'm happy to do it, and I want to make sure everyone's safe until that last storm leaves the state. We'll take a very big look. I'll get rid of some of the clutter on the screen here. Get rid of the storm reports. We'll get rid of the warnings. And just see what we're left with here. Once again, a shield of heavy rain, embedded thunderstorms extend from basically Waukegan to Champaign and east to the Indiana border, and there's going to be moving out very quickly here. No more rain, storms, or anything back west of this. Should be a relatively quiet night, even a lull in the winds before they pick up tomorrow again. And then from Terre Haute, Indiana, southwestward to about Sikeston, Missouri, all along the Indiana-Illinois border here, this region. Illinois-Kentucky border down here. We're still dealing with problems. So we'll be turning on tornado warnings again, just tornado warnings. And you can see they still exist here across Crawford County. Still exists here towards Fairfield, Harrisburg, Cairo, Joppa, Metropolis. You see my cat in the background causing issues. Zeus. Meow. 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 Yeah, he's not happy. He's actually been locked in here with me and probably sleeping more than likely. So we're going to be moving down here. Once again, storms in northern Mississippi. Most of the Memphis area, they were under a PDS tornado watch, and I think they dodged the bullet tonight. I mean, I don't want to jinx them and have these blow up into something significant, but this area down here has been pretty much undisturbed, and it's the last thing this region needs is more severe weather, because Tennessee for a while, and I don't know if it's still true, but they led the nation in tornado deaths after dark. Either due to lack of warning, lack of shelter, or whatever. So, not really a good situation down there anytime there's a nocturnal event, and they happen quite often. So, hopefully they're a bit of a break down there. Up here in northwest Tennessee, if you remember the track of the Mayfield tornado back in 2010, basically from Jonesboro, Arkansas, all the way through Mayfield and so on and so forth, the tornado family. That is the same area that is getting hit right now. Caruthersville, Hayti, Ridgely, Tiptonville, Woodland Mills, into western Kentucky, Clinton, New Madrid, Missouri, and Hickman. These general areas moving towards Mayfield, Benton, up to Princeton, even Paducah. We're talking about severe weather and tornado threat increasing in the next couple of hours. And even though the storms are starting to downtrend just a little bit, they're still very intense, very powerful, a lot of dynamics, and it's going to take a long time for these things to peter out down here. Turning back north, the Weather Service has now issued a new tornado warning. Up here, we'll go to this other resource. We'll use... No, Evansville is fine. So yeah, once again, the circulation has retightened up near equality. They're still calling it a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Near Harrisburg, moving northeast at 60. So if anyone lives in Harrisburg, or you guys are around that area, the threat has passed Harrisburg, but please let me know if you see any damage or hear of any damage or anything. The Weather Service is still calling it a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. So that is going to be heading towards Equality, Ridgeway, New Haven, Herald, and eventually Mount Vernon, Indiana. So if you know anyone over that way, please let them have a good outcome and get it taken care of. Not seeing much of a signature, like I said, but once again, cost the least regret. Let's get to shelter. Very strong rotation aloft here near Equality into Ridgeway, but we're not seeing the correlation coefficient that we'd like to see with a large tornado. But there's a lot of hills in the way, and it's a decent distance away from the radar. So once again, you're under a warning. Take heed. especially if you live in Equality, Ridgeway, up to New Haven in Gallatin County, and then southeast White County. Looking further north, Mount Carmel itself, we're good. Tornadic storm to the northwest in Edwards County, moving into northern Wabash County, should pass north of Mount Carmel. At the very least, damaging winds will be possible from Robinson south to Albion. And then the other tornadic storm up here towards Annapolis and West Union, West York, Hudsonville, moving towards Darwin. We'll be moving out of here quickly. So these storms over here in far eastern Illinois, Clark County down towards Edwards County, give it another about 30 minutes to 45 minutes and they'll be out of the state. And then this area here will be in the all clear. So if you live in Newton, which is in Jasper County, if you live in Olney, if you live in Fairfield, if you live down here, Macedonia, West Frankfort, Marion, Goreville, and anywhere west of there, you're safe. You're out of harm's way. So there's no more risk for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes there. Looking further south, we still have the supercell near Joppa. Oops, times 2. Near Joppa, moving towards Reevesville and Brownfield. Let's switch over to the Paducah radar. And see, like I said, it's kind of a mess here. More line segmenty with embedded circulations than one giant supercell like we saw before. Not seeing real interesting rotation, and good part is it's very close to the radar, so it'll be a good view here, better than most. And like I said, we're not seeing quite the signature we had in further instances. And even down here, like I said, the storms are coming a little bit more congealed and not so organized. And before long, I'm sure everything is going to connect into one solid QLCS before eventually weakening as it moves off into Indiana and Kentucky. Tornado threat is gradually diminishing across the region. Still pretty high with this storm near Gallatin County and White County. I'm actually curious on how tomorrow looks for the weather here in the southeast. And just as I expected, there's a high risk for severe storms and a tornado outbreak. And that is not anywhere near here in Illinois. But I'll give you a brief look at how things look over here across the deep south in case you're traveling or know anybody. The biggest severe threat is going to be generally around Nashville or about 100 miles south to the Gulf Coast, with the highest overall threat centered on east central Mississippi into west central Alabama. So Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Jackson, Philadelphia, Tupelo, Meridian, those areas across the southern United States are going to see a pretty severe tornado outbreak, most likely. So once again, if you know anybody or are traveling down that way, be very, very careful of the supercells and tornadoes down there. Essentially how it looks right now across our region, it's going to be magnified down there, potentially, with how severe the weather can get. Once again, if you know anybody heading towards Hickman County in Kentucky or Graves County, got this supercell moving in that direction, so let them know. We still have our line segment here across Massac County moving into Pope County. Could be some embedded circulations in there. I'm not seeing anything real menacing. still have this tornado warning. They're still saying it's confirmed near Ridgeway, but once again, the radar presentation wasn't all that great. Weather Service has issued a tornado warning here for Sullivan and Vigo County over in Indiana, with this storm leaving Clark County and Crawford County. So give it another 5 minutes. You have an all clear in Clark and Crawford County from this storm. In southern Crawford County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning south of Robinson, all the way through all of Lawrence County. And then we still have the tornado warning for West Salem, Bone Gap, Lancaster, Edwards County, moving into Wabash County. So still active. We have this storm right here, very close to the Indiana border. We're almost ready to hand it off to Posey County, Indiana. And then once again, these storms are about to move through Pope County into Hardin County, and then eventually Livingston County, Kentucky, and out of our area. Looking back towards the north, nothing. Once again, some showers, maybe embedded thunder. Moving out. The rain is basically over for the Chicago metropolitan area. It's been a while since I looked, so let's turn on the wind gusts and see where we're at. So, as you can see, near the low pressure center, which is up here in northern Iowa, gusts are only 15-20 miles an hour. But as you rotate around, the punch of wind and drier air is going to bring gusts to 40, 35, 43. And then that is what is going to, and 49, 49. That all is going to rotate around and come into northern and central Illinois tomorrow morning into, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So later this morning into the afternoon. Once again, out ahead of this line, we could see 54 mile an hour gusts, 48 mile an hour gusts, 30s, all pumping in that moisture out ahead of this line of severe weather. So we're certainly in the neck of the woods here for, look at that, 66 just dropped in Lafayette, Indiana. So this line still has a punch to it. Even further east, away from the instability axis. That just goes to show and the testament of how powerful this low pressure system is. It's pretty incredible. So looking at the relative humidity, it's very high right now, but as we look further back towards south and west where we've had fire concerns and dust concerns, this air is going to be moving into central Illinois. Quite a difference in dry air. 23 relative humidity around Rolla, Missouri, to 83 in Mount Vernon, Illinois, probably a distance about 200 miles. So, pretty dry air going to be moving in, and that's when the wind starts to develop again. The fires start to develop in the wind, and that's why we're going to have a pretty high fire risk tomorrow. Even though we did have a decent amount of rain today in some areas, so we still have that to contend with. I'm actually curious. My dew points. No. For a period of time, one of these stations in Arkansas had a dew point of 124, which just made me end up busting out laughing that it would be that wrong. But as you see, dew points have rebounded nicely into near 60 degrees here in east central Illinois, down 61 down in southern Illinois where these storms were, even up into the low 50s in the Chicago region. So when we were talking about the advection ahead of these storms, feeding them, creating them to last, creating the damaging winds and brief tornadoes, that was the power of this storm system, bringing up that Gulf air last minute, which basically saved us from a very large-scale tornado outbreak like they'll see tomorrow further south. If you look down here, the atmosphere is just primed, 70 degrees, 68. That air is going to be advecting into Alabama and the rest of Mississippi, creating a very volatile situation down there. But like I said, further here in southeast Illinois, we continue to track severe weather. We turn those off. Once again, Olney area, you're done. Lawrenceville, this storm is going to be moving towards you in Lawrence County, so give it another 30 minutes and you'll be out of the woods. Crawford County, you still have a strong thunderstorm about to Robinson, moving towards Palestine and then into Indiana. And then this tornado warning storm here is moving into Vigo and Sullivan County in Indiana as well. That'll be done. Locations like Marshall, Effingham, Charleston, you're out of the woods. Salem, Mount Vernon, Fairfield, McLeansboro, West Frankfort, Marion, Carbondale, Anna. All of you guys are out of the woods. No risk for severe weather anymore. We're almost out of the woods here in far southeast Illinois. Storm over Joppa, just north of Metropolis. Tornado warned. Golconda, you're still not in the warning, but you're close enough. You might as well take shelter. And then the last county really left is Hardin County that these storms have to make it through. And then once again, they'll be moving into Sturgis area, Marion County, or Marion area, Clay area. Good news is, and this isn't to say that it's not going to change, but it's looking more linear back towards the Paducah area. There is embedded circulation, embedded supercells there. They could produce spin-up tornadoes, but those very powerful lone supercells like this one still over Hickman County, Kentucky, and then near the town of Hickman as well, still produce a significant tornado threat. These storms down here across Mississippi are still producing severe weather, but we're almost done. Like I said, the state of Illinois is 93.8576% done with the severe weather. So we only got a little bit more to go. And I'm hungry and I haven't eaten dinner and I'm tired. But let's check a weather service chat and see what's going on here, if there's anything to note. Nothing really to note in terms of damage. New damage, I should say. Looks like there's some shed damage across southern Illinois. But yeah, what I was afraid to hear is homes demolished, people trapped, that kind of thing. And knock on wood, I'm not really seeing that anywhere from any of these storms here in Illinois, which is a great thing. So nocturnal events, fast moving in March, people may not be expecting it too much. And I'm hoping the early warning got people aware and, we're able to stay safe and off the roads and everything. So let's take another radar tour here. Those of you that live in Terre Haute, Indiana, over towards Farmersburg, tornado warning for you. Just south of Marshall, it's going to be crossing the state border any second now. Then it'll be out of there. Once again, very strong cell south of Robinson. No warning on it, but probably going to produce some hail across Robinson, Palestine, that general area. Flat Rock. Another storm that was tornado warned. Still is down south towards West Salem. Heading right up towards Lawrenceville, Bridgeport, Sumner. So no warning yet. Oh wait, I goofed. There is a severe thunderstorm warning because I turned off all the warnings except tornado warnings. So that was my bad. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, yes, in effect for Lawrenceville, as well as severe thunderstorm warning for southern Crawford County. So that was my fault. Still a considerable tornado warning here near Ridgeway and Omaha. I just saw somebody say there's massive hail in Ridgeway, so hopefully that's not a precursor for a tornado that's about to hit there. Hopefully you're in shelter. That storm does have a a pretty healthy hook echo still on it. Let's take a look over at Evansville radar. Looks a little bit better on reflectivity. In terms of velocity, let's... .233 at 53 knots. So let's change our settings to 233 at 53 knots. And take a look how that rotation looks. Yeah, so once again, I'm not really seeing your classic gate-to-gate shear, but once again, there could be other mitigating factors behind that. I can see rotation, that's very obvious here. Once again, it does look to be ramping up some nice inflow into the storm near New Haven. So that storm is still powerful. It's still capable of producing a tornado as it moves into extreme southeast White County and then eventually Posey County, Indiana. Once again, if you know anyone between Mount Vernon, Solitude, and New Harmony across the border in Indiana, let them know that this storm is going to be moving in there in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Moving south, once again, we have a very big line segment, which I assumed they would, and I'm happy they did. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning here for Pope and Hardin County, and extreme southern Gallatin County, and maybe extreme tip of Saline County. So that's more of a straight line wind threat more than a tornado threat, which is good news in terms of devastating damage, but bad news and maybe a little bit more widespread minor damage from this storm. But Elizabethtown over towards Cave in the Rock or Cave and Rock, Hardin County, basically all of Hardin County are under the warning. The storm's going to be moving in very quickly from the west. And then that's it. I mean, we're done. After this little segment moves out of Lawrence County and then moves out of White, Gallatin, Hardin, and Pope County, we're done. So we can get through this. Hopefully by about 2:45, 3 o'clock, I'm finished. I do have to do an update real quick because I am also monitoring a race that is going to happen here in I am monitoring a race that's going to happen in downtown Louisville that starts at, I think, like 4 or 5 in the morning. It's a 2.5 or 3 hour long race. So I will, I'm going to write that up real quick here to make sure that my forecast is on track. Taking a look at the radar, I'm still looking, it's 3:16 a.m. their time. We'll take a little tour here, actually. So for those of you that still wanted weather reports and still wanted severe weather alerts, it's weathertextalert.com. Hit that sign up and you'll get text messages. About 5 hours ago when the first warnings and watches went out, I showed an example that my phone went off 90 seconds before the weather radio. And that may not seem a lot to a lot of people, but every second matters, especially if you're in a mobile home or anything like that. I could probably run up and down from my bedroom upstairs to my basement downstairs about 3 times. Because, you know, I'm not exactly the most trim person, but I could probably make it up and down 3 times in that 90 seconds. So being able to do that in a moment's notice if the last minute warning is important. So we're looking at that, but we're going to also go to our model website, which is COD, which I use, and look at how these storms are going to evolve through the rest of the evening and see if these guys in Louisville will catch any sort of break to get their race in. So it looks like the storms will be there around 6 or 7 a.m. Then a bit of a lull. Then building back in. It's going to be tough. we'll get it done for them. But that is how the outlook looks for tomorrow across the Midwest. Let's actually, while I still have you guys and you may be interested, let's see how it evolves down across. Yeah. You want to look what an ugly tornado outbreak could look like? Take a good look at this here across Mississippi and Alabama tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon. That is looking pretty dangerous. Numerous supercells capable of producing tornadoes moving across the region. So, very, very concerning about the severe weather threat down in Mississippi and Alabama. Not something that we want to scoff at, especially since it's been a while since we've had an outbreak like that anywhere here in Illinois. But very concerning about down there, and not a good situation. Actually, you know what? I gotta write this up in 10 minutes, and there's no sense in sitting here watching me type this up. So we're gonna do one more radar tour of Southeast Illinois, and then I'm gonna end the live stream because it's been 6 hours and 5 minutes, and my throat hurts. So let's go from north to south here quickly. Northern Illinois, we're good. Go to bed. Good night. Thank you for your time. Have a good night. Central Illinois, we're good. Some rain showers, but no severe weather. As I showed about 10 minutes ago, the wind has died down for now, but it will pick back up. Southern and southwest Illinois, we're good. We may have some damage to clean up tomorrow around this area. Hopefully not too severe, but severe weather threat's over here. Where the severe weather threat still remains, basically Crawford County, south to Hardin County, along the river and along the state border. Give it 30 more minutes. And most of us in the state, 99% of us, will be out of the woods for severe weather. We're done. So tornado warning still in effect over here. Approaching New Haven. Please take shelter immediately here. Let me take a look at that signature. It's about in Posey County, Indiana anyway. So that storm has left us into Posey County. So if you live in White County or in Gallatin County, the risk is over with from that storm. We still have storms moving into Gallatin County, but they are not severe. The severe weather also exists through Hardin County and Pope County. Those storms will be moving and producing damaging winds as they move through. And then after that, the risk is over with. So once again, I'm going to end the live stream here. It's been 6 hours. I hope you guys were safe. Hope you guys continue to have a good night. And we'll wait till the next event. Thank you.